operation of this law, direct or indirect, everything is achieved which is needed for the comparatively normal functioning of a whole productive system of the commodity capitalist type, the distribution of the productive forces, that is, people and means of production among the different branches of the economy, the distribution of the product of society's annual production between workers and capitalists, the distribution of surplus value for expanded reproduction between different branches or countries, and its distribution among other exploiting classes, technical progress, the victory of advanced economic forms over backward ones and the subordination of the latter to the former. What we call the categories of political economy are the logically pure, ideal descriptions of the real relations of production, exchange, and distribution which take shape on the basis of commodity and commodity capitalist production. Under this economic system we have, if the expression may be used, congealed groups of people engaged in the process of production and distribution, as they are formed on the basis of the spontaneous self-regulation of the economy by the law of value, with all the fluidity of their individual composition. These groups are constantly reproduced at each fresh state of capitalist development, forming definite types of relations of production and distribution. The scientific descriptions of these types of relations of people to people, and not of things to things or people to things, on the basis of commodity and commodity capitalist production, are called by Marx the categories of political economy. These categories adequately describe, therefore, the real relations under capitalism in the sphere of everyday life, but in science these relations are reproduced abstractly, in their pure forms. 1 Rent, as a category of capitalist economics, is not the real values which the capitalist tenant pays to the owner of the land, but the distributive relation between tenant and owner which guarantees the regular pumping of part of the surplus value from one to the other. Wages and surplus value are the essence of the relations of production and distribution between workers and capitalist. The category of profit, as another form of surplus value, is a relation of distribution between capitalists, which passes thanks to the mechanism of equalization of the rate of profit and the entire mechanism of capitalist society into a relation of distribution of labor and means of production. In this case it is a production relation of capitalists to capitalists, taken not as consumers, as above, but as organizers of production. The category of price has three aspects. First, as a production relation which summarizes both the level of productivity of labor within each branch of production and the distribution of labor power among the different branches. Secondly, as a relation of distribution, insofar as the price level determines the level of that stream of values which flows from the hands of one group of people into the hands of others. Thirdly, as a production relation once more, in that, the mechanism of the deviation of prices from values, redistribution of productive forces takes place between the different branches of the economy. Finally, the commodity is the most general category of political economy, characterizing as a whole the type of production relations between people which is under examination as one of relations between separate independent commodity producers, connected up into a single economic whole by a system of market relations. The categories can be logically deduced from the law of value. We make these preliminary remarks for the following reason. 90% of all the mistakes, misunderstandings and brain torturings which occur when our young people study Marx result from a naturalistic conception of the law of value. Having grasped in a formal way that the categories signify relations between people, many stubbornly revert to a conception of them as real categories, especially when they explain them not in the words of actual quotations from Marx but in their own words. Behind the stream of things which flow, say, from the exploited workers to the capitalists, from the capitalists to the bankers or the landowners, from one branch of production to another, which are bought and sold on the market and then consumed, and so on, they often fail to see the constancy of the groups of people from whom and to whom this movement goes on, that constancy of the production relations between men under the system of commodity economy which is precisely the subject of political economy. This mental materialization of human relations which are also outwardly materialized in real life leads, likewise, to an incorrect conception of many relations in our own economy. Here, too, behind the movement of material values which in natura are the same as under capitalism and which often move along lines which outwardly are the same, wages, accumulation, rent, behind the identity of the relation of people to nature, the same technique, the same workers, the changes which have taken place in production relations are not seen. For this reason it is specially important to approach the analysis we propose with a completely correct conception on the reader's part about how the categories of capitalist society are to be understood from the Marxist standpoint, so as to maintain this conception when analyzing the production relations in Soviet society. In the course of our analysis, the question whether it is correct to describe our economy, or at any rate the dominant type of relations within it, by the term state capitalism *, will solve itself. The law of value and monopoly capitalism. What is prerequisite if the law of value is to be able to operate? It is not enough to answer this question with the general phrase, what is prerequisite is the existence of that society on the basis of which this law operates, namely, commodity production. For the economy of a society of independent producers working for the market is also commodity production, so is classical capitalism of the period of free competition, so also is monopoly capitalism, capitalism trustified on the national and sometimes also on the international scale. Finally, the state capitalism of Germany in 1914-18, and the very strong tendencies in the same direction in the economy of the Entente countries during the war, were also, formally, commodity production. But would anybody undertake to affirm that under all these four types of commodity production the law of value was able to operate in the same way and to display all of its most characteristic features? I say nothing about early capitalism, which still suffered from survivals of the craft regulation of production and from the interference of the feudal state in the production process. In so far as the law of value is the spontaneous regulation of the production process in commodity society, to that extent there is needed, for the fullest and most typical working of this regulatory mechanism, the most spontaneous type of production relations, with the minimum of distortion of this spontaneity by organizing principles in production and exchange. A storm at sea can be photographed best in the open ocean. Similarly, the law of value can be theoretically photographed best of all in the pure form in its native spontaneity, that is, in the period of capitalist free competition, a task which Marx carried out in Capital. For the fullest manifestation of the law of value it is necessary that there should exist complete freedom of commodity circulation both within a country and between countries on the world market. It is further necessary that the worker be a free seller of labor power as a commodity, and the capitalist a buyer of it who is himself in no way constrained. It is necessary that the interference of the state in the production process and the number of state-owned enterprises be reduced to the minimum, and also that there be no regulation of prices by the monopolist organizations of the entrepreneurs themselves, and so on. Such ideal conditions for free competition on the scale of world economy have never existed, because tariff barriers between national economies, interference by the state in the production process, and also the impossibility of free investment of capital in agriculture without paying tribute to private owners of land have all meant a definite limitation on freedom of competition. However, a comparatively ideal period for free competition on the scale of world capitalist economy, and so a period as favorable as possible for the working of the law of value, was the epoch of classical capitalism, before its transition into the imperialist stage. The rise of monopolies, as the result of the concentration of production, is a general and fundamental law of the present stage of development of capitalism. One with the development of monopolist tendencies in capitalism, the ideal period of bourgeois free competition comes to an end. A number of highly important branches of production in the largest capitalist countries are taken over by powerful trusts, or at any rate organizations are formed which are not purely production organizations but are concerned with realizing the products, that is, syndicates and cartels. A fusion of the biggest trusts with bank capital takes place, or else banking centers become the points of departure of a far-reaching control over production. Free competition is either entirely abolished within the given country, in the fully trustified or syndicated fields, or is seriously restricted, owing to control by bank capital which does not encourage desperate struggle between enterprises which it finances or controls. Monopolist tendencies extend beyond national frontiers. Attempts are made, sometimes successfully, to create in certain branches of production single international capitalist trusts, or else free competition is reduced to rivalry on the world market between 2 or 3 gigantic trusts dominating a certain branch of production. Restriction of freedom of competition leads also to restriction of the working of the law of value, in that the latter encounters a number of obstacles to its manifestation and to some extent is replaced by that form of organization of production and distribution to which capitalism can in general attain while still remaining capitalism. In the sphere of regulation of prices by the law of value, a change occurs in the following sense. When there is trustification or syndication of important branches of production within a certain country, prices systematically, though not necessarily always, deviate from value in the upward direction. When dumping takes place, prices systematically deviate from value downwards on the foreign market and upwards on the home market. The equalizing of the rate of profit between the trustified branches of production is rendered almost impossible. They are transformed into closed worlds, into the feudal kingdoms of particular capitalist organizations. It is very important for the future to note here that economic necessity imposes itself in these circumstances in a way which is significantly different from what happens under the law of value, so that political economy opens a new chapter when it analyzes these forms, in so far as a transformation begins in that very concept of law, with which we are concerned when we study free competition. During the World War, under the influence of the changes which that war brought into the economies of the contending states, especially into the economy of Germany, which was almost completely isolated from the world market, the monopolistic tendencies of capitalism received a powerful impetus to further development, bringing the economy of such a country as Germany to the system of state capitalism. The demands of defense obliged the state to carry out an accounting of all the productive potentialities of the country and to distribute war orders between the trusts according to a definite plan, and led to compulsory cartelization of hitherto disunited enterprises. There began a forced development of some branches and a compression of others, the redistribution of the country's productive forces according to a definite plan. Prices were fixed by the state, and thereby the state regulated the level of surplus value, that is, actually distributed it among the capitalists. The shortage of raw materials made it necessary to centralize supply and called into being the famous Committee for the Supply of Raw Materials to Industry, headed by Rathenau. The regulation of the whole of capitalist production by the bourgeois state reached a degree unprecedented in the history of capitalism. Production which formerly remained commodity production was transformed de facto into planned production in the most important branches. Free competition was abolished, and the working of the law of value in many respects was almost completely replaced by the planning principle of state capitalism. In the Entente countries, the economic system of the war period was state capitalist to a considerably smaller extent, but there too the tendencies in that direction were very strong. In Britain, in particular, the Ministry of Supply headed by Lloyd George carried out a very far-reaching regulation of nearly all large-scale industry, and not only war industry. In general, the war period revealed with complete clarity whither the system of monopoly capitalism is tending. It showed clearly that the present-day economic system is objectively quite ripe for socialist planned production and that everything depends only on the coming of the master, that is, on the action of the working class. When the war ended, when the nightmare of a compulsory economy ended for the bourgeoisie, and their economists hailed the rebirth of the era of free competition, it turned out that the monopolistic tendencies of world capitalism not only had not come to an end, but had entered upon a fresh and more decisive phase. When during the war there occurred a partial break-up of world economy as a comparatively connected economic whole, when a big step backward was taken from that world division of labor which had been attained before 1914, the economic autarky of the separate national economic units was sharply manifested. This autarky was further enhanced by the ending of the circulation of gold and the passing over of all countries except America to the system of paper currency. The value relations of production in world economy penetrated with difficulty into the economics of the separate countries, not only because of the reduction in the absolute amount of world trade, not only because of the increase in tariff barriers in a number of states, but also because there was a reduction in contact between the commodities of the various countries and world money, gold, as the yardstick of value on the world market. The gradual restoration of world links, the rise in production from the post-war level, the increase in the circulation of world trade, the partial restoration of the old proportions in the world division of labor, finally, the need to supply American credits to Europe's economy, exhausted by the war, all led to a reduction in autarky. In Sweden and Britain there was even a return to the gold standard. However, the almost attained recovery of the pre-war situation as regards the amount of world production and exchange is not at all ipso facto a recovery of all the regularities of the pre-war economy and the old proportions in the distribution of productive forces between separate countries. The restriction of the law of value which began with monopoly capitalism not only did not cease as a result of the war but acquired still greater force after the war, and assumed a very distinctive form. Before the war, the country where trustification of industry had gone furthest was America, and the country where fusion of bank capital with industrial capital had gone furthest was Germany. The outgrowing of national frameworks by monopolistic tendencies, that is, tendencies towards the formation of world trusts, had developed mostly from these two countries. The war ended with the defeat of Germany, and the economy of that country no longer plays its former role in world economy. But the advance of America to the first place in world economy, which had begun before the war, went forward extremely fast during and after it. The fact that America has acquired the dominating role in world economy means that the monopolistic tendencies of American capitalism have also acquired the dominating role in it, and they are at this stage impetuously breaking out beyond the frontiers of America's national economy. Lenin forecast the possibility of such a turn of affairs in his book Imperialism, and also, especially clearly, in a passage in his article A Caricature of Marxism and Imperialist Economism. He there wrote economically, imperialism is monopoly capitalism. In order that monopoly may be complete, competitors must be eliminated not only from the home market, the market of the given country, but also from the foreign market, from the whole world. Is it economically possible in the era of finance capital to eliminate competition even in a foreign country? Of course it is. The means to this end are financial dependence, the cornering of sources of raw materials and the buying out of all the competitors *enterprises *1. If financial dependence implies also conquest by the credit system, we shall have here, basically and in the most general features, a picture of what we see at the present moment in the relations between American monopoly capitalism and Europe and the whole world. First, the subjection of the whole of world economy to the value relations of America was expressed in the fact that only America remained on the gold standard and therefore that it was only in America that gold came, as in earlier times, into direct contact with the world of commodities. Of course the American dollar played and still plays the dominating role as yardstick of value, because it is connected with its gold base. It has not been torn from this base because of the quite exceptional economic power of America, which did not suffer from the war but profited by it. American dictatorship in the currency sphere is a reflection of the general economic domination of America over other countries. 2. Secondly, subjection takes place along the line of credit. This is a very powerful lever of subjection, always and everywhere. Refusal of credits is the strongest method of pressure which American capital possesses, in relation both to the governments and to the capitalist circles of other countries. If a country is drawn into the orbit of American influence this way, at the same time pressure takes place on particular branches of industry in that country, applied by the appropriate trusts. One or other American trust which has monopolized production and distribution inside its own country drags into the orbit of its influence the trustified or untrustified industry of other countries. To the general pressure of American capitalism as a whole there is joined in the political and financial fields the pressure of particular trusts. The third method is direct ousting of one's competitors from the world market by superior quality or cheapness of product, and especially by credit facilities to the buyer. And along with this, movement in the same direction proceeds also by the most direct way and without any struggle, insofar as an ever greater share of all world production in natura, and so of the mass of the world's commodities, is concentrated on American territory. The ever-increasing trend towards the autocracy of America in world economy, with the already achieved autocracy of the capitalist monopolies in the trustified sections of American industry itself, automatically entails the extension of monopolistic tendencies from the American center throughout the world. But the growth of monopolistic tendencies, in spite of the formal existence of free competition, inevitably entails a further restriction and transformation of the working of the law of value, now, however, not within the separate national economies, which have already achieved a high level of monopolistic development, but in the arena of the world market as a whole. This is the special feature of post-war economics. I will not dwell upon all aspects of this problem here, but will perhaps return to it in a special study of world economy. I will dwell merely on those conclusions which are significant for our subject. It is not accidental that, in the period in which free competition flourished, the dominant country in world economy, Britain, was itself a free trade country. And, conversely, it is not accidental that in the period of monopoly capitalism the dominant country in world economy is the classical country of monopoly capitalism. But while, in the period when free competition prevailed, the other countries fought against British expansion by putting up tariff barriers and developing their own industries, the struggle against America and its monopoly tendencies does not at all take the form of a struggle on behalf of free competition against monopoly. American capitalism is superior to other capitalisms not only by its general economic power and enormous credit resources in commodity and money forms, but also by its technique, its higher productivity of labor. In fighting against American competition, it is impossible for the other countries to appeal to freedom of competition. The position is quite the reverse of that. It is not Europe that fights against American monopolism on the basis of free competition, but American monopolism that often calls upon freedom of competition to effect the victory of monopoly. The European countries fight against America's offensive in a very wretched fashion, either by tariff protection, the effectiveness of which does not grow, as in the 19th century, but declines, or by stopping the advance of industries, that is, by monopolistic distortions of free competition, for the sake of consolidating state-protected monopoly based on the backwardness of the given country, or else by begging for credits to restore the economy, that is, by fighting against American exploitation and monopolistic pressure in the same way as a poor man fights against exploitation by usury when he borrows a fresh sum of money, even bigger than before. Essentially, America subordinates the whole world to itself also, even if not mainly, on the basis of the law of value. But more interesting than this is the whole historical setting. The law of value is passing into the phase in which it is transformed and gradually dies out, also on the basis of the law of value. American expansion cannot encounter an unbreakable resistance in any country of the capitalist world so long as the country undergoing attack and pressure remains capitalist. It is extremely important to note this fact. The very economic structure of the present-day capitalist countries excludes the possibility of serious resistance to American conquest, because the already attained level of the world division of labor, of world exchange, with the existence of the huge and ever-growing economic, technical, and financial superiority of America over all the rest of the world, inevitably subjects this world to the value relations of America. Not a single capitalist country can, without ceasing to be capitalist, break away from the operation of the law of value, even in its changed form. And it is just here that the avalanche of American monopolism falls upon it. Resistance is possible only, perhaps, on a political basis, specifically on a military basis, but just because of America's economic superiority this would hardly prove successful. During war, especially present-day war, the economy of even a capitalist country undergoes a certain internal unification and is obliged to FQJLPW, a uniform line not only in the sphere of political relations with other countries but also in that of the contact between the economy and the national economies of other countries. In peacetime, to secure a uniform policy on the part of the separate capitalist trusts, banks, and other organizations is a task of extreme difficulty for the bourgeois system, because fulfillment of this task requires either agreement between all the basic interests of the largest capitalist organizations and separate enterprises, interests which never coincide, or else domination within the country by some one group of trusts and banks, ruling over the whole economy and subordinating to itself entirely the whole economic policy, including the tariff policy, of the state. This latter variant has proved unrealizable for contemporary Europe. The development of monopolistic tendencies in pre-war Germany and the development of these tendencies to a still greater degree in America was based on an enormous natural concentration of production, which in its turn was based on a rapid development of the productive forces. In present-day Europe, with its poverty in capital, with its stagnation in production, with France and Belgium as the only exceptions, and they probably not for long, concentration of production in the American way and at the American rate is out of the question. And therefore the economic organism of the European capitalisms is in no state to put up a strong resistance to the pressure of American monopolism, and is yielding now in this sector, now in that. Essentially, even now, American capital could have made much greater conquests in Europe than it has made up to the present, conquests made, so to speak, by agreeing to Europe's requests for credits. It must not be forgotten, moreover, that America has not yet realized to the full all the possibilities of pressure in another way, pressure on the tariff policies of the European countries. America stands for an open-door policy wherever it can beat its competitors on a basis of free economic rivalry. But it may pass over to a system of forcible opening of these doors to itself, to America, when the down-at-heel industry of certain backward countries closes them against American competition. Where the system of advancing credit to European economy, with all its consequences for the extension of American monopolism throughout the world, proves inadequate, it may take the offensive in this way. A struggle against American monopolism is possible only through changes in the whole structure of the given country, that is, through going over to a socialist economy, which would turn the country into a monolithic organism and would not allow American capitalism to get hold of one branch of industry after another, subjecting them to American trusts or banks, as is happening with the natural asterisk contact between present-day Amer. 158. Icon capitalism and the economies of other capitalist countries. The pressure of capitalist monopolism can be resisted only by socialist monopolism. A country which goes over to socialism, being economically and technically weaker than American capitalism in the period when it has not yet finished reconstructing its economy on the new basis, will struggle against it not with the economic superiority of its trustified branches of production but with the more highly organized structure of its whole economy. And this in its turn means that the further abolition of the law of value, that is, its abolition outside the historical frontiers of American monopolism, will proceed along the path of planned socialist organization of the economy in the countries which make an end of the capitalist regime. For Europe of today the old freedom of competition is impossible in any sense. Europe must choose between capitalist monopoly, externally bound to the monopolism of the United States, and internal socialist monopoly. Finally, as an indication of the degeneration of the law of value as regulator of economic life, attention must be drawn to the consequences in the economic sphere of the degeneration of the bourgeois parliamentary type of capitalist state into the state of the fascist dictatorship. This degeneration affects one of the most important points, or, rather, the most important point of market relations, the relation between the sellers of the commodity labor carried power and its buyers. In the period when free competition reigned in the sphere of economic relations, the period when capitalism was describing an upward curve, it could permit itself the luxury of buying organized labor power on the basis of the law of value carried of this labor power. In the period of capitalist decline, however, with reduced reproduction and the growth of unproductive demand, it is obliged to introduce a new type of labor discipline, compulsorily organized and subjected to the fascist state through the fascist unions. And this means restricting the operation of the law of value on the labor market, to the advantage of the exploiting class. From this direction, therefore, the law of value undergoes a considerable change and distortion as compared with the epoch of classical capitalism. Unfortunately, I cannot in T-IIS context offer a more detailed discussion of this problem, for the analysis of which the fascist dictatorship in Italy has already provided sufficient factual data. 11 paragraph, from finally asterisk, added in second edition. 159. From what has been said, the reader can see that we have to deal with the law of value in our economy in an historical epoch when this law has been considerably undermined in bourgeois society itself, owing to the powerful development of monopoly tendencies in present-day capitalism, which are passing into a particular kind of monopoly through conquest by the American monopolies. This is important for us also in that our economy is obliged to intensify its economic, especially its trade links with world capitalism, with the world market. We need to know that this world market is now not like the one which Marx observed when he was writing Capital. Its spontaneity is quite different in character from what it was before, freedom of competition within it is very much more limited than before. And more distinctly is the gigantic silhouette of American capitalism outlined on the horizon of this market, thrusting its tentacles into nearly all the big capitalist countries and emerging as the fixer of prices on the world market. The law of value under the socialization of industry in a peasant country, if commodity economy was already undermined, as Lenin put it, in the period of monopoly capitalism, this process must have gone much further where all large-scale industry is in the hands of a proletarian state. But insofar as we are concerned with the nationalization of industry not in a typical industrial country but in a country where a large part of the values are produced in petty production, especially in petty peasant economy, to that extent we have here, alongside a further advance along the road to monopolism, tendencies of a pre-monopoly character which are stronger than, say, in present-day America. It is in this that the peculiarity of the Soviet economy consists. In our analysis of this economy we therefore need to trace not only the historical transition from capitalist monopolism to socialist monopolism but also to weigh all the consequences of the existence of an enormous province of simple commodity production. The peculiarity of our Soviet economy consists precisely in the fact that post-capitalist forms of production confront 22 million peasant holdings, together with craft and artisan industry, while purely capitalist or state capitalist forms are comparatively weak. Under such conditions, the law of value and the planning principle enter into competition. ICO. In an extremely distinctive setting, in which there is a very marked separation, in the spheres of production and exchange alike, between the united fist of the state economy and the unorganized sea of simple commodity production. The distinctiveness of the situation is still further increased by the fact that large-scale socialist production confronts petty production in the shape of industry confronting agriculture, that is, the confrontation of socialist forms with simple commodity production is also a confrontation of two different spheres of application of labor. Both American monopolism before the war and now and also German monopolism before the war grew up on the basis of a mighty concentration of production and a tremendous predominance of industry over agriculture. Both American and German capitalism achieved a very great degree of subordination of their respective countries' petty and medium production, both industrial and agricultural, to a small number of powerful organizations of merchant capital, trusts, and big banks. In particular, in America the farmers' holdings, in spite of their comparatively scattered nature, as compared, for example, with large-scale agricultural production in Britain and Germany, were completely subjected by means of credit, by means of supplies, and by means of the control of outlets by big trading firms, banks, steamship, elevator and refrigerating combines, and so on. Despite the fact that the American farmer, as a producer of grain, competes on the world market with the farmer of Canada and the Argentine, the peasant of Romania, the Ukraine, and so on, despite the fact that America's agricultural production is not the production of a single agricultural trust, nevertheless this production is sufficiently bound up organizationally to American trade, industrial, and banking capital, which overflows the barrier separating agriculture from industry and achieves a certain connection between the two branches, within capitalist limits, especially in the sphere of exchange and credit. Conversely, in Soviet economy the connection between trustified state industry and the independent peasant holding is infinitely weaker in respect of exchange and of credit, while the organizational structure of industry is historically of a higher type than in any capitalist country. As a result, we must inevitably have a far-reaching atrophy of the working of the law of value within the state economic sector, along with a very great development of the working of the law of value beyond the limits of the state economy L6L. L6Z. And with continual blows struck by market spontaneity against the entire state economy as a unified whole. It is this circumstance, as we shall see below, that explains the predominant type of all the upheavals and depressions which we have suffered, are suffering, and will go on suffering in our economy, together, of course, with those complications which are bound to arise from the connection between our economy and the world market. On the other hand, as a result of the general economic and technical weakness of the state economy, the socialist character of the production relations within it can emerge more clearly only at a definite state of development of the productive forces. At the same time, the planned guidance of the economy often breaks down, owing to the inadequacy of reserves for economic maneuvering and in spite of the fairly highly developed structure of the state economy as a collective economy. From this comes the very great danger in the theoretical analysis of Soviet economy that one slides over from analyzing production relations to measuring the level of our wealth, that is, one slides into the vulgar naturalistic point of view. There have been numerous examples of this happening. After these preliminary observations, I now pass to a concrete analysis of what categories of capitalist economy apply in our economy, and to what extent. Commodity, market, prices. I begin my analysis with these three most general categories because it is impossible to separate them in study. We counterpose to commodity production socialist planned production, to the market the accounting of socialist society, to value and price the labor costs of production, to the commodity the product. The clarity with which we can theoretically counterpose these concepts one to another contrasts with the difficulty we experience in analyzing them when we are studying the forms transitional between capitalism and socialism. At what moment does quantity here change into quality? At what stage of the development of socialist economy do those production relations which in science correspond to the categories of political economy become dissolved? Let us make a study of particular parts of our economic field. Here we have railway transport, which is entirely in the hands of the proletarian state. The People's Commissariat of Communications orders locomotives, carriages, rails and so on from Glabmetal. 1 Are the prices of these orders determined by market relations? These prices are not determined by market relations within the country, because in the country there are no private capitalist producers of locomotives and carriages, nor is there any private metalworking industry. 2 These prices are not determined by the market relations of world economy, either, for the order are given to be fulfilled internally, in complete independence of the corresponding prices on the world market. The basis of the placing of orders within the country is not the law of value of world economy. The prices are formed by definite planned calculation. They are adjusted to the level of the cost of production in the works of Glabmetal, either with calculation of a certain profit for the customer, or without any profit, or even with a foreseen loss in those cases where the state consciously fixes prices below cost of production and gives the factories a subsidy from the budget. All this is decided not by the spontaneous methods of competition, but by agreeing the financial plan of the particular branches first of all with the budget of industry as a whole and then with the state budget. The influence of the world market is felt, under these conditions, only in the fact that we continually compare our internal prices with foreign prices and derive from doing this a stimulus to apply ourselves to reducing the cost of production where it is higher than abroad. This is also the influence of the law of value of the world market, but it appears in a special way. The world market here makes itself felt on the whole organism of our state economy as on a unified organization. In this way it would make itself felt here also if we were ever to import a certain proportion of our railway equipment, owing to inadequate domestic production. If we proceed further and add to the example of the transport order to Glab metal the whole mass of cases in which the state is the monopolist producer and the only monopolist consumer of some products of its own trusts, we shall have before us the sector of the state economy with the minimum influence of the law of value on prices. In these cases where the state appears both as monopolist producer and as only buyer of its own monopolized production, relations between state trusts are similar to the internal relations of a single combined trust. Here the category of price is purely formal in character. It is merely the title to receive from the common fund of the state economy a certain sum of means for further production and for a certain level of expanded reproduction. How large quantitatively the sphere of state economy is, and how it changes from year to year, we shall see in that part of the book which will be devoted to our industry. Here we can speak of a certain influence of the law of value from one direction only, by way of labor power and the payment made for it. We shall pass quickly to this question in relation to the whole of our state economy. In the example we have quoted, the role of the market beyond the limits of the state economy is reduced to a minimum, and the concept commodity * in relation to the locomotive produced at the Sormovo factory is virtually replaced by the concept of a state product manufactured for the state. Let us go on further, as the influence of the law of value gradually increases. Here we have before us the textile engineering industry. Some of the machine tools and other equipment we make ourselves, some we import from abroad. The influence of the world market is felt in that we can obtain machine tools dearer or cheaper, depending on the situation in capitalist engineering. If we obtain them cheaper, then we can either buy more of them or release some of our means to meet other needs of the state economy. Here the law of value encounters the law of primitive socialist accumulation, but it has no influence on the price level of the machine tools we produce ourselves, because the prices of internally produced goods are not determined by world market prices. Behind the shield of socialist protectionism we preserve, develop, or bring into existence the different branches of production of means of production, guided by our ideas of what is economically expedient for the entire state economy. Here too the influence of the law of value is extremely limited, but besides what has been mentioned, it can have an influence, especially by way of depreciation charges, on the prices of textile articles on the home market. In just the same way the world market influences our internal economic relations when we import equipment which is not produced at all within the country. Here the world market can have an influence either on the amount we accumulate or on the depreciation increments on the prices of consumer goods which are produced with the aid of the imported equipment. The law of value of world economy can also exert its influence not only as a factor in the distribution of material resources but also as a factor in the distribution of labor within our economy in cases when, not sporadically but systematically and over a long period, we have to hold back, contract, or completely put an end to the production of certain means of production in those particular spheres where, given certain prices on the world market and a certain level of development of our engineering industry, it would be inexpedient to maintain or to develop our own production. But in this case the question would be decided mainly on the basis of a calculation of all the production of means of production needed for these resources, and the prospects of improving and cheapening our own products. The spheres in which we import means of production can change, generally speaking, not only in dependence on the movement of the prices of the products concerned, abroad and at home, but also through factors which result from an optimum worked out in a very complicated way in accordance with a general economic plan. Here is an example. In conformity with import possibilities we may import, say, equipment costing 300 million a year. From our conception of the optimum for the whole process of re-equipment it may seem to us suitable, instead of using all the 150 million set aside for importing means of production with the biggest difference between home and foreign prices, to import only 100 millions * worth of the machinery in question, and use the remaining 50 millions to extend internal production, paying considerably more for it in Chervonsky, and increasing the importation of less cheap machinery of another type. In this case, the operation of the law of value will be completely distorted by the interests of the economic plan as a whole, that is, by the interests of expanded reproduction in an economy of the socialist type, a case which is, as a rule, quite impossible under conditions of capitalist reproduction. In general, the further 165. L66. We continue, the more we are obliged to rationalize our imports so as to make the greatest possible use of the advantages of the world division of labor, that is, by importing more of those machines the construction of which at home is less advantageous under the given economic conditions. Point 1. As regards imports, for the state economy, of means of production which are not manufactured at all in the country, the law of value of the world market merely influences accumulation and depreciation. Through the fluctuation in prices, without introducing changes into the distribution of labor power. Let us now pass to the production of means of production, when the state is the monopolist producer but not the monopolist consumer. We are concerned here both with those means of production which by their essential nature can figure only as means of production, and also with those which, depending on the way they are used, can figure either as means of production or as consumer goods. An example of the first kind is equipment and metal for private economy. Examples of the second kind are kerosene, alcohol, fuel, which enter into technical consumption and also into individual consumption. In the part of production of this kind which goes to the state economy, we have a case which we have already studied. Here the state produces for itself, and the price is fixed by the state, for example, the price of metal for Gamza to the prices of petroleum for the railways, and so on, have only an external, formal, resemblance to the prices of the capitalist market. In essence, what occurs in this case, under the price form, is a planned distribution of resources within the unified organism of the state economy. We know that very often the state fixes one price for the sale of petroleum to the railways and kerosene to the factories and motor transport, another price for the internal private market, and a third price for export. It is, however, impossible to identify this part of production with the case we have examined above, when the state appears as both monopolist producer and monopolist consumer. In those cases when the bulk of the products do not go to the state sector, the producing organizations are already under strong influence from their main consumers. Take, for instance, the production of agricultural machines, of which only a small part goes to the state farms, the overwhelming majority being sold to the peasants. True, in so far as the state is the monopolist producer, in so far as it is not threatened by any internal competition, it can fix prices here too, guided by its own economic plan, which may be constructed not only on the basis of the idea of expanded production but also on that of restoring the equipment of the peasant's economy, as this is carried out in practice by our agricultural machinery supply service, with its prices which are extremely favorable to the peasants and which sometimes involve the state in a loss. There are definite limits to planning here, however, namely the amount of effective demand for the products in question among the consumers in the sphere of private economy, and also, where exports are concerned, the capacity and prices of the foreign market. A consumer's strike is the limit which arises to state planning whenever the state's prices exceed the level acceptable to the private market. In this case, not only the process of expanded reproduction but also that of simple reproduction may be checked in the relevant branches of the state sector. The law of value affects in this case not only the amount of accumulation in the state sector but also the distribution of productive forces in it, that is, above all, the distribution of labor power. Since there is no possibility of bringing about a reduction in prices by organizing competing enterprises with a lower cost of production than the state's, or with a slower rate of accumulation, the pressure on state production proceeds along the line of restricting demand and directly refusing to buy at all. We had an example of this kind in our economy, as is well known, in the autumn of 1923. Conversely, When the effective demand of the private market exceeds the amount of state production, the range of economic maneuvering by the state is widened, the possibilities of accumulating at the expense of private economy are extended, the state is master in fixing prices within the limits determined by covering the cost of production, on the one hand, and exhausting the entire effective demand, on the other, taking into account, of course, the influence of prices on the volume of demand. From the examples quoted, the reader will see that when the state is the monopolist producer but not the monopolist consumer of means of production, this category of prices assumes a dual character. On the one hand, it is, as before, a method of calculation, another name for planned distribution of resources within the state sector, and on the other hand, where there is exchange between the state economy and private economy, it is a function of primitive socialist accumulation, limited by the working of the law of value. And in this lies the second duality of the role of price in the case we are studying. If private economy receives a smaller amount of means of production, this has an influence both on its fixed capital and on the distribution and application of labor power. It is the same in the state economy. In other words, the result of the clash between the law of primitive socialist accumulation and the law of value entails a corresponding distribution of productive forces, including labor power. While on the capitalist market under free competition price is a function of value, the state monopolist's price on the private market is a function of primitive socialist accumulation, limited by the law of value. But we will deal with this in more detail below. There we will also examine how the law of value makes itself felt likewise through growth in increments in retail trade, operating when there is a goods famine as a factor of capitalist accumulation. Let us proceed. We will examine the situation when the state is neither a monopolist in the production of means of production nor a monopolist as a consumer. Winnowing machines, blacksmiths' products such as axes and nails, and further, the repairing of equipment, these are goods and services produced by both the state economy and the private, and bought by both the state economy and the private. I deliberately cite means of production which in their concrete forms are instruments of labor, and not raw material for further production, of which I will speak later. Generally speaking, this part of production is small, quantitatively, because handicraft and leased-out industry cannot here play any considerable role, except perhaps in repair work. If the predominant part is here played by state production, then, naturally, market prices will in general and on the whole be the prices which the state fixes for its products, and which it fixes on the basis of their cost of production and its level of accumulation. Under these conditions, the competing enterprises or independent producers, if their cost of production is lower, can either accumulate more by L68 trading at the state's prices, or else can sell their products quicker by selling below the state's prices. If their cost of production increases as compared with the state's, the competitors will be ruined. It is not they who rule the market. The state's prices in the given case will play exactly the same role as in the case we have just examined, and only in those few and relatively insignificant lines of production where the competitors will produce more cheaply than the state, for example, small repairs of various kinds, is it possible that there may be a contraction of the state enterprises, with the shifting of labor power to other lines of production. Here the law of value happens to operate in the same direction as the law of socialist accumulation. But the branches examined are so few and their role in the production of means of production is so small that we have dwelt upon them only in the interests of completeness of classification. Let us now turn to branches which are incomparably more important, especially the production and sale of those means of production which serve as raw material for state industry, and which are produced to an overwhelming degree in private economy, or more precisely, in the peasant economy. To this category belong all the industrial crops, such as cotton, flax, hemp, oil seeds of all kinds, sugar beet, potatoes for distilling, and so on, and also animal raw material, hides, wool, sheepskin, and so on. What is the role of the law of value here? It is quite obvious that its influence must here be incomparably greater than in the case when, say, the state produces machines from metal smelted in its own blast furnaces, using ore and coal extracted from its own mines. Industrial crops and animal raw material are produced to only a very small extent on the state farms. The bulk of these supplies comes from the area of peasant economy, that is, simple commodity economy. On the other hand, the state is not always the monopolist consumer here. While cotton and flax are predominantly bought by the state, hides are largely made into footwear, harness, and so on in handicraft, artisan, and semi-artisan fashion. This means that here the state purchasers experience very strong competition from private economy. It would, however, be quite wrong to suppose that the branch of the means of production we are examining is an arena where the free market and the spontaneity of the law of value are completely dominant. We have had a fairly rich experience on this. 169. Account in the last few years, and it tells in quite a different sense. Let us examine more closely what happens here. We begin with industrial crops and raw materials where the state is the monopolist or at least the predominant buyer. Such are cotton, flax, hemp, oil seeds, sugar beet, and so on. The activities of the Cotton Committee and of the procurement organizations for the purchase of flax provide interesting experimental proof of what a powerful influence state industry can exert on the private market, and thereby on all petty production, when it is the predominant consumer and functions in an organized way, as a single economic organism. It is not so much the market that here dictates prices to the state as the state that dictates to the market. It is known that cotton prices have been fixed up to now, and are at present fixed, not on the free market of Tashkent, but in Moscow by the planning organs of the state. And up to now there has been no breach of the prices fixed by the state, in spite of the fact that these prices have always and to a very considerable extent been lower than world market prices. The state procurement prices for the raw materials listed are an extraordinarily interesting case of a certain resultant of the law of value and the law of primitive socialist accumulation. How does the law of value mainly show itself here? It shows itself in the fact that state planning in the field of procurement prices comes up against two frontier barriers established by the law of value, a maximum and a minimum. The maximum barrier where export crops like flax and hemp and import crops like cotton, soft wool, and so on, are involved, is the average price on the world market. There is no point in the states buying, for example, cotton within the country at a price higher than the world market price, unless it is compelled to do so by lack of import potential as a result of insufficiency of foreign exchange. In exactly the same way the state will avoid buying flax for its own linen industry and for export at prices which, together with expenditure on transport and other overheads, will exceed the selling price on the European market. The law of value of the world market thus sets a limit on the maximum side. How does the same law determine the minimum level? The minimum level is obviously determined by the expenditure of labor upon and the degree of profitability of a given crop so far as the producer is concerned, as compared with other crops. 170. Ducade by peasant economy. If the state fixes such low prices for flax that it is more profitable for the peasants in the flax-growing regions to replace flax by grain crops, if low prices for plantation beet and cotton grown by the Central Asian peasants result in an increase at the expense of these crops in the area sown to wheat, and so on, then we have before us a barrier on the minimum side, laid down by the law of value in simple commodity production. Everybody who is familiar with the work of our Central Cotton Committee knows what efforts it has had to make in order to ensure, by fixing appropriate cotton procurement prices, on the one hand, and by the dispatch of wheat to Turkestan, on the other, that the peasant of that area, who during the war went over from growing cotton to growing wheat, returns again to growing cotton and increases the area planted to cotton to nearly its pre-war level. Similarly, the catastrophic fall in the cultivation of flax in the northwestern regions during the famine years and the replacement of flax by grain crops has been checked, and the peasants have gradually gone back to growing flax, only because the state's procurement price policy has in every way facilitated this process. Had this not been so, rye would even now still be being sown where flax has reappeared. We see from these examples how the operation of the law of value appears in this sector of the USSR economy. Now let us examine how the operation of the law of socialist accumulation shows itself here at the same time, restricting the law of value or, if you like, restricted by it. As we have said already, the limits of the domain of the state planning principle in price policy are set by the world market prices on the one hand and on the other by the prices which bring one to the verge of a cessation in the growing of the given crop. The field for maneuvering is very wide here, probably it extends to not less than 30 to 40% below the world price. The state keeps procurement prices at a level which is adequate for the given crops to be extended but below the prices which would be formed if there were free competition by foreign purchasers, and by home purchasers if our industry were not state-owned but private and therefore did not come onto the raw material market in an organized way. Everything that distinguishes procurement prices from the prices which would be formed on the basis of free competition by bourgeois purchasers should be fully attributed to the operation of the law of primitive socialist accumulation. When the state, on the basis of an organized system of procurement, keeps prices at a certain level and even reduces them in spite of a growth in demand which outruns supply, as happened in 1925 with flax and cotton, their prices were reduced a little as compared with 1924, we have before us a vivid example of the restriction of the law of value by the planning principle, in this case taking the form of the law of primitive socialist accumulation. At the same time we can see from this example in what sense it is possible to speak in this connection about a law. While in bourgeois society the law of value makes its way only as the average resultant of pressure and resistance, in this case the state proceeds by foreseeing the effect of resistance, not surrendering to it but consciously restricting its rate of accumulation, so as to limit to a definite level both the rise in prices and their compulsory reduction. While the elemental law of commodity production, the law of value, can be counterposed to the accounting of a fully formed planned economy, where the working of this law has been replaced by the conscious calculation of socialist statistics of the production and distribution of products, and not of commodities, the situation is different during the struggle for planned economy, in the period in which the law of value is being placed under restraint. The struggle for the planning principle is above all a struggle for the accumulation of material resources by the state economy, to ensure the increase of certain production relations at the expense of others. This accumulation is restricted by the working of the still existent law of value, that is, it is subjected to the influence of spontaneity. From this point of view the law of primitive socialist accumulation is the form in which there takes place the dialectical regeneration of the spontaneous regularities of an unorganized economy into a new way of achieving equilibrium in the economic system, secured by the very great role of conscious foresight and practical calculation of economic necessity. Is this a law in the generally accepted sense of the word? To a very great degree the answer must be yes rather than no, if we take the entire economy of the country as a whole, and not only its most organized section. We encounter the same duality, the same contradictions of development, also in all the categories of capitalist economy which we are analyzing on the basis of our own economic system. To finish with industrial raw material produced in peasant. 173. Economy. We will mention the following point. A very big role in the mastering of the market for raw material is beginning to be played by the system of state credit, the system of paying advances to the procurement officials. This system, familiar in capitalist circumstances, will in our country restrict the effect of the law of value to a very substantial extent, in that the advances are made not to competing purchasers of raw material, but to the unified state economy. On the other hand, it is quite obvious that the price policy of the state, as the predominant purchaser, can have a profound influence on the distribution of productive forces in the peasant economy, encouraging certain crops at the expense of others and introducing an element of planning into the territorial distribution of crops in peasant economy. Point 1. The system of planned prices is here transformed into a powerful lever whereby industry influences peasant economy, and the faster our industry grows the more strongly will it by economic means draw towards itself the peasant production of raw material, subordinating it to a socialist plan. Here too, price is transformed from a category of commodity economy, a function of the law of value, into something transitional towards socialist calculation under conditions of exchange between town and country, although the commodity of peasant economy, paid for at a firm price by the state, has in the sphere of production still not been shifted along the road to its transformation into a product. Here, finally, money, as within the state sector, has slightly changed its function. It is particularly interesting to trace this in the calculations of Glavklapcom 2 in the field of prices for cotton in their relation to prices for wheat. As regards the procurement of raw material which is also bought in large quantities by private producers, or which undergoes processing in the peasant economy itself, here the regulatory role of the state is considerably less and the effect of the law of value considerably more powerful. Quite often, the state's maximum prices are exceeded in this field by private purchasers, which obliges the state either to change its maxima or else to stop purchasing, with the risk of leaving its enterprises without raw material. In their turn, fluctuations in procurement prices are inevitably reflected in calculations relating to finished articles, so restricting the state's scope for planning. In addition, if, say, the prices paid for raw wool seem unprofitable to the peasants, the latter increase their own production of felt boots, homespun cloth, and so on. In this way the law of value influences the corresponding branches of the state economy. A weakening of the influence of the law of value will perhaps be achieved in this sphere only through a cheapening and extending of state production, which will increase the influence of the state as the chief purchaser and will render domestic processing of their raw materials unprofitable to the peasants. But this advance depends, of course, entirely on success achieved along the whole front of primitive socialist accumulation. Let us now pass from the production and procurement of means of production to production of consumer goods. It is quite obvious that here the influence of the law of value is on the whole considerably greater than in the field of production of means of production. Abstracting ourselves for the time being, as we did before, from the methods of paying for labor power, that is, from the labor market, if it is permissible to use this term, let us trace the influence of the law of value from the other end of the problem. The characteristic peculiarities of the production of consumer goods as compared with the production of means of production are, from the point of view of our study, I, the greater role played by the competition of private economy in production and in sale, 2, the greater influence of the law of value as regards the fluctuation of prices of raw material, 3, the greater and more direct dependence on the effective demand of private economy than on that of state production, 4, the greater influence on retail prices of the relation between supply and demand. The extent of the competition of private economy in production and sale is quite obvious from a mere enumeration of the various branches. Take the food industry, with the great role played in it by private bread making, sausage making, fishing and processing of fish products, pastry making, private brewing of beer, even rural distilling, all these branches, which require neither a lot 174 of equipment nor much circulating media, and which have a quick turnover of capital, are more accessible to petty production and petty capital. Here we have such giants of state monopolism as the sugar industry, and alongside it the milling industry, with a predominance of private production. The same very great role is played by petty production in the processing of hides, wool, wood, hemp, and the manufacture of clothes. The largest branch of the state economy, manufacturing industry, also comes up against a considerable amount of competition by petty production, which becomes harmless only at a certain stage of the development of the productivity of labor, with a high level of technique in large-scale production. The state production of consumer goods is further subjected to the influence of the law of value insofar as the state obtains its raw material either from private production inside the country or by importing it in large quantities from abroad. What the position is in respect of internal purchases we have already discussed. Here the operation of the law of value is markedly limited owing to the organized character of the state economy. As regards imported raw material, here the waves of the world law of value beat upon state industry, through the door of imports, calculations in relation to production have to be modified to a certain degree in accordance with the world prices of cotton, soft wool, rubber, and so on. A weakening of the influence of the world market is to be achieved in this sector only through the development of the internal production of raw material. Our country has, as we know, rich prospects of achieving this so far as cotton and soft wool are concerned. The third form of dependence of the production of consumer goods on private economy is its dependence on effective demand outside the state sector. We have in mind here almost exclusively the effective demand of private economy, insofar as regulation of the effective demand of state workers and office workers, if we leave out of account the market competition offered by artisan and petty industry, depends on the workers' state itself, on its wages policy. If the prices of state products are too high, this can lead either to buyers partially ceasing to buy, with an increase in the domestic working up of a number of articles, something we have already discussed, or to an actual consumers' strike. The first method is the more possible precisely in the branches which make 175. Consumer goods. The peasants are not in a position to make plows for themselves, and when these are too dear they intensify their use of old equipment, up to the point where this has to be thrown away or repaired. In the production of consumer goods, that is, clothes, footwear, foodstuffs, the peasants have much wider opportunities for getting round the back of state industry. As we have already pointed out, however, this circumvention can take place only when the cost of production of industrial articles is very high. When it becomes more difficult as more progress is made in the productivity of labor in large-scale industry compared with that in domestic production. And this means that with the growth of productivity of labor in urban industry there is automatically also an increase in the state's possibilities for planned maneuvering, the possibilities of primitive socialist accumulation at the expense of private production. The law of value shows its influence in a different way when there is a goods famine. Generally speaking, the goods famine we have in mind, that is, a famine of industrial goods, is the result of disproportion between industrial production and the country's effective demand. Under conditions of free competition the disproportion would be overcome in the normal way, that is, by a rise in prices in the branches where production was inadequate, leading to a rise in the profits on the capital invested in these branches, which would then immediately bring about a flow of new capital into these branches, fresh construction, and eventually an extension of production up to the amount corresponding to effective demand, and perhaps above it. In this way the goods famine would be eliminated, and the rise in prices, having played its part in bringing about the new arrangement of productive forces, would be checked. The problem could also be solved in another way, in addition to the one described, that is, by increasing imports of foreign products, if the customs duties made this possible. Thus, on the basis of the working of this law, a disproportion in the distribution of the productive forces and a goods famine could be eliminated. However, when 80% of industry belongs to the state, elimination of disproportion is possible, if we exclude an increase in imports, only on the basis of planned expansion of state industry, up to the level of the increased demand. Only in part and within very modest limits can a rise in prices lead to an expansion of small artisan and craft production in the branches gripped by the goods famine. A goods famine is a warning to the state which guides industry, it is a demand that proportionality be established, a demand which is screamed out by the country's entire economic organism. But let us suppose that, either as a result of a mistaken economic policy by the state in the particular year, or else such a mistake made in the preceding year, the consequences of which appear a year later, or as a result of insufficiency of new capital and limitation of import possibilities, the state does not expand production in accordance with the growth of effective demand. What shall we have then? We shall then have, on the one hand, an acute increase in retail prices in the branches where the goods famine is being strongly felt, along the whole line of private trade, that is, an actual increase of 40% or in the total retail turnover, if we take the example of 1925. On the other hand, the cooperatives, under the pressure of market forces, will inevitably retreat along the line of least resistance, that is, will go beyond the authorized retail additions to the state's wholesale prices. Thus the law of value will modify the state's policy of firm, planned prices at this point too. Reduction of the trust's selling prices in the branches where an acute goods famine exists, since it would not achieve a reduction of retail prices, would be quite meaningless from the practical standpoint, as well as illiterate from that of economic theory. Point 1. By and large we should have, as we had in fact in 1925, an operation of the law of value not carried through to completion and therefore quite deformed and distorted, because this law would be capable of bringing about an increase of retail prices but incapable of causing, through this instrument of increased prices, a redistribution of the country's productive forces in the direction of more rapid industrialization. To employ a physiological analogy, we should have an inhibited reflex OF. The law OF value which did not pass from the sphere of distribution to the sphere of production. Private trading capital would rake in hundreds of millions, but this would have almost no influence on production. It can be said that increased accumulation by private capital would be directly proportional to the force of action of the curtailed law of value. The fact quoted is also a classical example. It should be studied in every course on the theory of the Soviet economy, of the economic consequences which ensue from a situation when the working of one fundamental law, in this case the law of value, is paralyzed or, to speak more precisely, is half abolished, but the working of the other law, which historically succeeds the law of value, cannot develop for one reason or another proportionally to the stage and rate of abolition of the law of value. It is quite obvious that if the primitive socialist accumulation of industry, including especially accumulation at the expense of private economy, on the basis of taxes and price policy, corresponded to the already attained level of the new production relations, that is, the collectivization of industry and the demands laid upon it by the whole economy, demands which by the very structure of the state economy cannot be satisfied spontaneously, then there would be no goods famine and the inhibited reflex of the law of value would not have contributed tens or even hundreds of millions to the coffers of capitalist accumulation. Leaving aside for the moment the general question how far the very fact of the socialization of industry demands with iron necessity a definite proportion of socialist accumulation in each particular year, I will quote merely a few conclusions from what has been said in this section. We have seen that the law of value, if we abstract ourselves from the problem of labor power, exerts least influence in the sphere of production of means of production, when the state is both the monopolist producer and the monopolist purchaser of means of production. This means that heavy industry is the most socialist link in the system of our socialist economy, the link where the furthest progress has been made in the process of replacing market relations by a system of firm, planned orders and firm prices within the unified organism of the state economy. Here the process of transforming prices into planned redistribution of resources within the socialist sector, and of the commodity into the product, has gone furthest. In the field of state production of consumer goods, the influence of the law of 178 value is considerably greater. It is greater to the extent that state industry is less monopolistic and that the role played by raw material in the calculation of cost of production is greater. Raw material worked up in those branches of petty production which are most subjected to the working of the elemental forces of market relations. Finally, when we pass to private economy, that is, above all to peasant economy, the law of value is most restricted by the law of socialist accumulation in the branches of peasant production of means of production for large-scale industry, that is, in the production of industrial raw materials, which are in their overwhelming bulk purchased by the state. Now, proceeding according to the degree of growth in the influence of the law of value, let us turn first to production in the peasant economy of consumer goods which are purchased by the state sector, and then to the branches where exchange among the peasants themselves predominates. Let us examine, to begin with, the relative weight of this part of peasant production in the total production of the country and the commodity sector of total peasant production. According to the control figures of the State Planning Commission for the economic year 1924-5, out of the total of peasant products put onto the market, that is, out of 2,857 million rubles at pre-war prices, industrial crops represented 631.4 million, or 22.6 per cent1. From these figures we see that the share of industrial crops, with the restricted influence of the law of value, is quite considerable. The share of consumer goods is, however, notably bigger. In addition, one must keep in mind that, of the consumer goods sold on the market which originate from peasant economy, the state buys not the whole but only a part. For example, in 1924-5, out of 833.7 million poods of commercial grain, the urban markets and exports absorbed only 3057 million, or 36.8%. We must now ask what the situation is as regards the influence of the law of value in this sector of our economy. It is quite obvious that with a very small quantity of production of its own in the field of grain crops and livestock raising, that is, with a very small relative weight of production by the state farms, the state is in no position to exert an influence on the consumer goods market from the direction of production, that is, from that basis of all regulation which plays a big role in the sphere of Soviet industry. Regulation under these conditions, generally speaking, is possible only in the sphere of exchange and credit. The state's influence on peasant economy through the credit system is as yet so slight that one can hardly talk about it as a lever of regulation. There remains only the sphere of exchange. The state is here a massive, organized purchaser for internal urban consumption and a monopolist in the external trade in grain, butter, and other foodstuffs. In this lie its advantages. But at the same time its freedom to maneuver in the sphere of price policy is more restricted here than in any other sphere of mass exchange. The first barrier is set by the world grain market. World grain prices depend only to an inconsiderable extent on our Vneshterg, since, of the enormous quantity of grain sold on the world market, we supply only a very small percentage. The fluctuation in world prices for grain crops presses upon our policy with all its force, as an external, objective force which is almost independent of us. On the other hand, the internal grain market is under our influence to a very limited degree, in so far as the greater part of the marketed grain goes to meet the peasant's own demand for grain, or to the unorganized part of the urban market, bypassing the state procurement agencies. Finally, we must also take into account the very important fact that our peasants, as a result of the sharp reduction in their tax burden, as compared with before the war, and also as a result of the abolition of the payment of rent for landlords' land, are faced to a much smaller extent with the need to make forced sales than was the case before the war. 1. This gives the peasants more opportunity to maneuver with their grain surpluses, to accumulate big grain reserves, to increase their consumption of grain, and, what is most important, to feed more grain to their cattle and poultry. The possibility of extending livestock raising, including livestock raising for the market, makes the peasantry less dependent on the state's firm procurement prices. We must not, however, exaggerate in this connection and generalize seasonal phenomena, or phenomena characteristic of particular years of the Restoration period. We must also take into account the long-term tendencies of development. Emergency reserves can be accumulated only up to a certain limit. The utilization of grain surpluses to extend livestock raising is also confronted by a definite limit, insofar as the internal market for meat, for instance, grows comparatively slowly and the external market still requires great effort and large expenditure of capital, refrigerators, bacon factories, etc., if it is to be conquered. The fundamental tendency in the sphere we are studying runs not towards a contraction but rather towards an expansion in the regulatory role of the state, if peasant economy is going to develop. Actually, the faster the marketable surpluses of consumer products in peasant economy grow, the bigger is the role played by their exportation and, consequently, the bigger is the role played in the sphere of purchasing by the monopolist controller of access to the external market for the peasant's production, namely, the state. Restricted on the maximum side by the prices of the world market, on the minimum side it gets bigger possibilities for maneuvering, and thereby the general dependence of peasant commodity economy on the state is increased. Here the influence of the state cannot quickly catch up with the regulatory role it holds in the buying of industrial crops, but undoubtedly this influence will grow in proportion as the production for the market and the export possibilities of our agriculture increase. If in years of harvest failure the forces of the market rage more strongly and may meet with regulatory limitation by way of state imports of grain from abroad, conversely, a wave of decline in grain prices in good harvest periods can be very successfully checked by a timely development of state grain purchases and an expansion in grain exports. The regulatory role of the state in the sphere of exchange will increase in proportion as those resources grow which the state is able to set aside to constitute its planned reserves in money and in kind. On the other hand, a big role in regulation through exchange will fall to the lot of our cooperatives, especially with regard to the scope for credit in agricultural exchange, not to mention the influence of cooperation in the sphere of production. Finally, the sphere in which there is least planned regulation is the sphere of exchange among the peasants themselves, and likewise the sphere of exchange between peasant production and that part of artisan and peasant production which has either not at all or very little been taken over by large-scale collective production. As is known, the capacity of the peasant market for peasant production of consumer goods, especially for grain, is very great. The number of peasant households that buy grain is enormous. In 1924-5 interpeasant purchase of grain amounted to 528 million poods, or 63.6% of all marketed grain. It might seem that the state's influence on grain prices must automatically influence prices on the interpeasant market too. This influence undoubtedly exists, but it is restricted by the following circumstance. It is to an overwhelming degree the poorest peasants who buy grain. They buy both food grain and seed. They do not always pay in money, and far from always at market rates, owing to their bondage to the well-to-do peasants and kulaks. Very often they pay by working off the debt, that is, in the form of an exchange of grain for the labor of the peasant poor, which, given the enormous amount of surplus labor power in the Soviet countryside, means a very high rate of payment for the grain which is sold to the poor. State regulation of grain prices fails to touch these relations of exploitation. The market for labor power and the relationship of disguised exploitation frustrate the regulatory influence of the state on grain prices in a considerable sector of interpeasant exchange. As regards such spheres of interpeasant exchange as trade in working cattle, and also trade in artisan and craft products not made in state factories, here the relations of simple commodity production reign completely and absolutely. Here we have a sphere of absolute rule of the law of value. Point 2. Here we have before us that section of our economy which is the absolute antipodes of the sphere of production of means of production in the state sector. The 16th to 18th centuries coexist with the highest achievement of the 20th century, with the planned industry of the socialist state. Surplus value, surplus product, wages. The question whether surplus value or surplus product exists in state industry has given rise and still gives rise to many disputes among our economists and our student youth. From what has already been said, the reader can see to some extent that from the standpoint of economic theory this is a rather hard nut to crack. It is at all events impossible to solve this question in isolation, without a general evaluation of the entire system of our economy and a systematic analysis of all the categories of political economy in their application to Soviet economics. As in a finished system of planned socialist production, the commodity is replaced by the product, value by calculation of labor time, wages by the consumer's ration of the collective worker, so surplus value is replaced by surplus product. We have therefore, in accordance with the method we have adopted, to examine to what extent we have advanced in our state economy along the historical road from surplus value to surplus product, and which of these terms is the more accurate here. I must mention that two kinds of differences on the question under examination are encountered: differences on terminology, which therefore have a secondary character, and differences of principle, connected with different theoretical and historical evaluations of our system of state economy in general. Differences of the second type cannot therefore be restricted merely to the field of the problem being considered, they inevitably extend into all other problems of the theoretical analysis of our economy. Let us begin first with an exact definition of the concept of surplus value, as we find it in Marx. The category of surplus value is inseparable from the following basic presuppositions. For surplus value to exist, it is necessary that value in general should exist, that is, that the product of man's labor should be a commodity. And this means that we are here concerned with a historical category characteristic only of commodity production. But this is not all. The product of man's labor assumes the form of a commodity not only in capitalist but also in simple commodity economy. Necessarily, therefore, there is a second basic condition, namely, that labor power should assume the form of a commodity, that is, that a free market should exist for a special commodity, that of labor power. But the existence of labor power as a commodity presupposes the existence of a proletariat, divorced from the instruments of production, at one pole, and the existence of a class of purchasers of labor power, possessing a monopolist right of ownership of the instruments of production, at the other. Consequently, the concept of surplus value presupposes not simply a relation of exploitation, but a relation of exploitation between entrepreneurs and wage workers. Finally, the last presupposition is connected with the adjective surplus, that is, such a stage of development in the productivity of labor generally is necessary, that the productively employed workers produce more than is minimally necessary for the restoration of their labor power. This means that the concept of surplus value presupposes the existence in society of surplus product, which assumes the form of surplus value only at a certain stage of development of commodity economy. Before proceeding to an analysis of the category of surplus value in our society, we think it useful to take a retrospective glance at the history of the development of this category. Insofar as a transformation of the production relations of capitalist economics into the historically higher form of production relations of socialism is taking place in our society, insofar as we have to study the dialectical transition of the one type of relations into the other, it is interesting to study the reverse process, the process of dialectical transition from surplus product to surplus value in the initial period of the development of capitalism. Marx more than once warned against confusing the concept of surplus product with the concept of surplus value. Surplus product is a concept incomparably wider than the concept of surplus value. Surplus product existed long before the development of capitalist production and will continue to exist after the ending of the bourgeois system of society, though no longer as a relation of exploitation. Only at a certain historical stage does surplus product assume the form of surplus value. In natural, slave-owning economy there is no surplus value in Marx's sense, although there is both exploitation and surplus product, since the slaves create only objects of consumption for their lords, and the aim of exploitation is to extort these objects of consumption. Nor is there surplus value in natural, serf-owning economy, where, for example, labor service prevails as the means of creating objects of consumption for the large-scale feudal landowners. The situation changes only when the product created by the labor of the exploited classes assumes the form of a commodity and is transformed into value, and thereby surplus product is transformed into surplus value. Then also the aim of exploitation becomes systematic extortion of surplus value. In this case Marx passes from using one term to using the other. Thus, for example, in Volume 3 of Capital Marx speaks of the transformation of a patriarchal slave system devoted to the production of immediate means of subsistence into one devoted to the production of surplus value. 1 In Volume I of Capital Marx also speaks not only about the exploitation of the Negroes but also about the transition of the surplus labor of the serf peasant into surplus value. He writes, "The Negro labor in the southern states of the American Union preserved something of a patriarchal character so long as production was chiefly directed to immediate local consumption. But in proportion as the export of cotton became of vital interest to these states, the overworking of the Negro, and sometimes the using up of his life in 7 years of labor, became a factor in a calculated and calculating system. It was no longer a question of obtaining from him a certain quantity of useful products. It was now a question of production of surplus value itself. So was it also with the Danubian principalities. 2. My emphasis, EP. What we see here, however, are only undeveloped, transitional forms of surplus value, which are not completely characteristic of a developed capitalist mode of production. The important thing is that there are present all the prerequisites of surplus value except the last, which is characteristic of the development of capitalism, the transformation of labor power into a commodity, freely sold by its owner on the labor market. The slave is tied to the slave owner on the basis of the latter's right to own him person ally. The demand for his labor power in production proceeds not according to the specific laws of developed capitalist commodity production but on the basis of the accepting from the laws of commodity economy of the purchase, sale, and reproduction of his labor power. The same must be said of the serf peasant, where the possibility of exploitation does not arise freely and spontaneously from the monopoly of one class in the means of production, but is based on the juridical dependence of the peasants on the landlords. Finally, as the last transitional stage to genuinely capitalist surplus value, we may cite the work of handicraftsmen in their homes, for a buyer up putter out, when they work up the customer's raw material, with tools belonging to him, and are in essentials already actual wage workers, even though they retain the external attributes of independent producers. One more step, and there stands before us the proletarian divorced from the means of production, with at the opposite pole the owner of the means of production, the capitalist, extorting surplus value on the basis of the working of the law of value in general in the given case, through the exchange of capital for labor power as a commodity. Let us now proceed to analyze the category of surplus value in its application to our economy, particularly to the state economy of the proletariat. While in the pre-capitalist period of economic history we had, if the expression may be used, a growth of the elements of this category, in proportion as commodity production developed and passed over into commodity capitalist production, in our present economy we observe the opposite process, the process of disappearance of the elements of the category of surplus value, in proportion as the productive forces develop in socialist forms. In the former case we have the dialectic of growth, in the latter the process of disappearance. Let us examine this process more concretely, analyzing the separate prerequisites of the category of surplus value. As we have already said, the first prerequisite for the transformation of surplus product into surplus value is the transformation of product into commodity. In our state economy, as we have seen above, the opposite tendency is developing, the transformation of commodity into product, proceeding fastest and penetrating furthest in the sphere of state production of means of production. The reader can see the importance of this fact from the following circumstances. As we know, and Marx had much to say about this, the development of the productive forces of capitalist society and the development of technique, lead, as a general rule, to an increase in the organic composition of capital, which, from the point of view of the distribution of labor in society as a whole, means an ever-increasing importance of production of means of production. The possibility of extending the production of consumer goods, and cheapening them, is achieved by a relatively still greater extension of the production of means of production. This law does not depend on the specific features of the capitalist relations of production, it must operate in socialist. L86. Society 2, insofar as the productive forces of society are developed. It applies completely to our economic system. And since this is so, the development of the productive forces must inevitably mean an increase in the relative weight of the production of means of production, and this increase quite automatically intensifies the tendency for commodity production to disappear in the state economy, and in this way undermines the category of surplus value. If we take the entire production of our state industry in a particular year and ask if it constitutes a mass of commodities in the usual sense in which Marx uses this term, we have to answer this question with both yes and no. Yes, insofar as we produce monopolistically, relying on the market. No, insofar as we produce monopolistically for the state sector itself, retaining only the form of market relations within the state sector. Partly no, insofar as the tendencies of socialist monopolism lead to the undermining of commodity economy, the abolition in many cases of competition, and the transformation of the very nature of the commodity market. While in peasant economy production for the market increases in proportion as the productive forces of the countryside increase, encountering the limitations of market relations described in the preceding section, in the state economy the commodity-producing character of production declines in proportion as the absolute amount of production grows and also as the role of planning and organization grows within the entire economic organism. Consequently, this conclusion follows. The category of surplus value in the state economy, from the angle of the prerequisite we have examined, is collapsing, and to a considerable extent has already collapsed with the development of socialist relations of production. 1. Let us now take the second presupposition of the concept of surplus value, the relationship of exploitation between two classes, the system of appropriation of the surplus product of the workers by the owners of the means of production. Here we have without doubt advanced incomparably further than in respect of the relation we have just examined, and we have advanced not in an evolutionary way but through a leap, through the socialist revolution, through the abolition of capitalist ownership of the means of production and their transference into the hands of the proletariat organized in a state. In this respect we can to a very much larger extent speak of the transformation of surplus value into surplus product than in the other respect. This point is in general a fundamental one. The working class should not exploit itself. 1. The division of the proletariat between those workers who fulfill organizing functions and are better paid, and the rest, is a division within a single class, and in principle is not distinguishable from the division of this class into skilled and unskilled workers. This situation is connected with the heterogeneity of the working class as regards the management of industry, its heterogeneity in technical training, organizing abilities, and so on. The new system receives this heterogeneity as a legacy from capitalism, and it can abolish it gradually, as the productivity of labor rises, as the cultural and technical training of the entire mass rises on the basis of the new educational system and the development of the system of workers*. Democracy in all spheres of leadership and management, finally, on the basis of a quite conscious struggle against tendencies toward conservatism and stagnation. The existing material inequality and the comparative slowness of the rise of the general mass of the working class to the level of the organizing cadres result not from the present structure of production relations, they persist in spite of this structure, and they will be abolished as the hard-set division by occupations is eliminated, as the gap between science and labor is abolished, as there passes away that enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor *, inherited from bourgeois society, of which Marx spoke in his critique of the Gotha program. The development of the productive forces in the state economy, the systematic increase in wages, the embracement of the entire proletarian and semi-proletarian youth by the socialist system of general and technical education, together with the re-education of adults, will lead to a rapid increase in the number of skilled workers as compared with unskilled, and will train for organizing functions a mass of workers who will many times exceed the number of organizational and management jobs. And this will mean the dissolution of hard-set occupational divisions and a gradual transition to a real socialist solution of the problem of the cadres and the masses, through the masses being brought close to the cadres, with a transformation of occupations from being fixed groupings of the same persons in particular jobs into the fulfillment of functions by the entire masses, turn and turnabout. The necessary functions will remain, but the people who carry them out will change. In the given case, as in many others, further socialist development, with socialization of the instruments of production, already depends on the purely quantitative growth of the productive forces within the state economy, and the rate of this growth. Conversely, the congealing of cadre and occupational divisions can be a consequence of the checking or slow development of the productive forces. Thus, the inequality we have mentioned in the distribution of material means, and also the retention of occupational divisions and de facto inequality as regards possession of knowledge, technical information, and organizing experience do not at all result from a monopoly of the instruments of production by a small part of the proletariat. The red managers, proletarian engineers, and business executives have no monopoly of the means of production. They are all servants of the workers' state and, just like all the other workers, they carry on production, using the collectively owned state means of production. This is the difference in principle in the very structure of production relations as between state industry and capitalism, and here lie the prerequisites for overcoming those bourgeois features in the system of distributing rewards and responsibility which still remain in the period of the first steps of socialist construction. In examining the problem of exploitation in the state economy we cannot, however, restrict ourselves only to mutual relations within the proletariat. The proletariat may be subjected in some degree to exploitation by other classes, even though it is itself the ruler in the sphere of large-scale production. Depending on the relation of class forces, on the weakness and immaturity of the new form of production and on the strength of commodity and commodity capitalist economy, a relation of exploitation may occur which is not to be found in the usual framework of production and distribution relations between capitalist and worker in bourgeois society. And in that case, to the extent that this new type of exploitation exists, surplus value will also exist. Let us examine the possible forms of such exploitation which exist in reality and theoretically. First, part of the surplus labor. True, a comparatively small part goes to that part of the remuneration of specialists which exceeds the wages of highly skilled labor. This form of exploitation of the workers in state industry results from the undeveloped state of socialist relations in the sphere of the new system of education, a system inherent in collective production and inseparable from it. Secondly, a part of the surplus product is captured by private capital in the form of merchants' profit. Here exploitation results from the inadequately developed state of that system of distribution which follows from the socialization of the means of production. This is undoubtedly the largest part, quantitatively, of the surplus products of state industry which is appropriated by the enemy class. Thirdly, there is the interest on internal loans taken up by the peasants, Nepman one urban petty bourgeoisie, and so forth, and also the possible payment of interest and principal on old foreign loans and interest on new ones. To this we should relate the theoretically possible case when, as a result of an incorrect policy in the sphere of primitive socialist accumulation, the surplus product obtained by the state from private economy for general state needs is exceeded by the part of the surplus product of state economy which in one form or another finds its way into private economy. Let us now pass to the last point, namely, the question to what extent the labor power of the workers in the state economy figures as a commodity sold on the labor market. Does there or does there not exist in our country, in the whole economy, the sale of labor power as a commodity? On the whole this question must be answered affirmatively. But in the state economy, just as in a whole number of other relations of production, we have a relationship of a transitional type, and the question must be answered with both yes and no. We answer this question in the affirmative so far as the economy as a whole is concerned. First, because no more workers and office workers are employed by the state, the local Soviets, and the cooperatives than are employed in private industry, private trade, and agriculture, especially if we take into account not merely the farmhands but also all the various open and disguised forms of exploitation of labor power that are found in the countryside. Secondly, the reproduction of all labor power in general takes place in such a way that half or more than half of the average worker's budget is devoted to the purchase of consumer goods from private, mostly peasant, production, and thus the very process of reproducing labor power is closely connected with commodity economy. As regards the workers and office workers in the state economy, the special feature of the situation which has come into being here is the process of abolishing the commodity status of labor power, a process which has begun and which is progressing as the productive forces develop. This is connected above all with the very method of calculating the wage fund. In capitalist society the price of labor power gravitates towards its value, as constituted in the given, historically formed conditions, and deviations from value depend on the conjuncture of the labor market, that is, they are connected with the relation between supply and demand of labor power. In the state economy of the proletariat the level of the entire wages fund is regulated by the law of primitive socialist accumulation, and only the graduations of the wage scale are still determined to a considerable extent, if not predominantly, by the supply of and demand for skilled and unskilled labor. While the wages fund as a whole, with the approach of the whole of production to the pre-war level, is also close to the pre-war level, this quantitative coincidence is rather accidental than otherwise and is determined by the demands of accumulation and not by the working of the same law of wages as before the war. It is extremely characteristic of our conditions that, first, the increase in the wages of unskilled workers is to a substantial extent independent of the state of the labor market. The increase in the wages of the unskilled workers, beginning with the transition to 191 NEP, has taken place along with an increase in unemployment, has taken place more independence on the increase in the productivity of labor and the rate of accumulation in the state economy as a whole, and, consequently, has been independent of the workings of supply and demand in relation to unskilled labor power. It is further very important also to mention here, and to evaluate correctly, the fact that the proportions, differentials, of wages in various branches have departed to a marked extent from what prevailed before the war. Food industry workers, leather workers, textile workers, on the one hand, metal workers, miners, transport workers, on the other, and have changed first and foremost in dependence on the tempo of restoration and accumulation both in the various branches and in the state economy as a whole. And here the functioning of the labor market has been subjected to very great changes under the influence of the change in the system of production relations. Thus, in light industry wages have risen more rapidly not because, or, more correctly, not so much because, in this sphere there was less unemployment, and the wages of the unskilled workers have increased not because there is less unemployment among the unskilled workers. These things have happened in accordance with the whole aggregate of conditions in which the law of primitive socialist accumulation has developed its functioning. In the future, too, the increase in the wages of all the workers in general and the unskilled workers in particular will advance less and less independence on the development of the productive forces in the state economy. This is not at all an approach to the system of distribution inherent in socialist relations of production. We have here only the beginning of the preparation of the preliminary conditions for such distribution, one of the prerequisites of which is the divorce of the whole wages fund from the working of the law of value. This divorce has already begun and will progress further in the future. Here we have a fresh extremely interesting example of the fact that under socialization of the instruments of production purely quantitative changes, in this case the growth of the productive forces and material wealth in the state economy, automatically intensify the process of dissolution of the categories of capitalist society. As regards distribution within the total wages fund, this still remains almost completely bourgeois, just as the very form of wages remains capitalist. Our scale of wage rates has nothing in common. 192. With socialism, and cannot have. 1 So long as the training of skilled workers is not adapted to the socialist production relations of the state economy, the wage scale will signify adaptation to that bourgeois inheritance which the Soviet power has received both in the division of the workers into trades, and in the retention of many, if not most, of the elements of bourgeois and not socialist incentives to labor. The socialist incentives to labor do not drop from heaven, they have to be developed through prolonged re-education of human nature as it has been shaped in commodity economy, re-education in the spirit of collective relations of production. I do not wish to imply by this that our present system of wage rates is completely adequate to the conditions of labor in the state economy and that we cannot already now begin to reform it as we go forward in the general offensive on the front of socialist construction. We undoubtedly do often copy capitalist relations even where this is not only not necessary in order to raise the productivity of labor but where such copying is directly harmful from the economic and cultural standpoint. As regards the form of wages, in connection with the very marked increase in piecework, it is not pointless to recall what Marx said on this matter. Piece wage, Marx wrote, is the form of wages most in harmony with the capitalist mode of production. 2 If this is so, then the question naturally arises, what form of wages is most appropriate to the conditions of labor in the developing state economy of the proletariat? As we know, we began with a system of rationing in the period of war communism, and very soon we were convinced that this method of distribution, breaking sharply and abruptly with petty bourgeois, individualist stimuli to labor, ended in complete failure. However inevitable this system may have been under conditions of famine and civil war. The so-called system of collective supply and collective remuneration to which we then went over had a fairly big success because these were measures transitional to the present wages system. Today the piece wage system prevails widely in our country, and where it is not possible owing to technical conditions we have day wages or wages paid by the month. The piece wage system makes it possible to extract everything possible from individual, bourgeois stimuli to labor, which with the socialization of the means of production means, generally speaking, lagging behind the new form of property to the extent of a whole epoch. The very development of technique, the increased role of transport, electrification, and so on, are restricting the sphere of labor in which piece wages are possible. On the other hand, the piece wage system may at a certain moment begin to act as a brake on the new system of organizing labor and the education of people in new stimuli to labor, even where it is applicable technically. Undoubtedly, in proportion as the socialist elements in our economy are intensified, we are brought up against the need to go over to a combined method of individual and collective payment, and we can regard as certain a transition in the future to payment of the collective worker * instead of payment to the individual worker for an individual job of work. Movement in this direction has, however, hardly even begun so far. On this sector, therefore, we have progressed a great deal less than on others, if we leave out of account the growth of a number of social institutions such as workers' clubs, creches, children's homes, factory canteens, and so on, the development of which is essentially a partial transformation of the old system of wages into another in the form of collective supply. As regards the last prerequisite for the existence of surplus value, namely, that the surplus product itself, which under capitalism takes the form of surplus value, really should exist, one may perhaps doubt whether it did in certain branches of production during the period of war communism. Let us now strike the balance of all these pros and cons and decide which term is the more correct to use in relation to the surplus fund which is deposited in the state economy after the consumer needs of the workers in state industry have been satisfied. Surplus value or surplus product. Personally, I consider the term surplus product the more correct, insofar as it is a question of characterizing not only what exists but also the trend of development. As we have seen, Marx used the term surplus value in connection with relations of exploitation which did not yet include all the elements of this concept in their classical, pure form. He applied this term in anticipation to production relations that were only developing towards the capitalist form of exploitation of 194. Labor power. With the same justification we apply the term surplus product * in anticipation to relations of production and distribution that include elements both of the category of surplus value and of the surplus product of collective expanded reproduction, with a growing preponderance of the latter. This is the position in the state economy, which is of the greatest theoretical interest for this study precisely because it is in this sphere that the disappearance of old production relations and their elimination by new relations is taking place, and so one can study the interweaving of the old and the new at a given stage in the building of socialism. In relation to private industry and all the other points of our economy at which wage labor in different forms is used, everything remains valid that Marx wrote about wage labor, surplus value, and so on, taking into account, of course, those changes of an externally compelling character which are introduced by the existence in our country of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Concluding what I have said about the category of surplus value, I wish to emphasize one extremely important circumstance. The law of primitive socialist accumulation, insofar as it regulates the level of wages in the state economy, conceals within itself an internal contradiction. As the law which expresses all the conscious and elemental tendencies towards increasing the tempo of expanded reproduction in collective state economy, it is thereby the law of development of socialist production relations generally. But, on the other hand, as the law of the restriction of wages in the interests of socialist accumulation, it restricts the tempo of transformation of wages into the consumer's * ration of the worker in socialist economy, a transformation which, ever since the instruments of labor have been socialized, is assisted by a rapid increase in wages, because that leads both to the divorce of wages from the value of labor power and to the material preconditions for the development of socialist proletarian culture. This internal contradiction of the law results entirely from its historically transitional character. The tendency to overcome the category of wages, that is, the tendency to intensify the socialist quality of production relations, comes into contradiction with the tendency to quantitative extension of the territory of the state economy and its production relations in their present form, that is, production relations at an extremely low stage of development in their socialist 195 character. Already the very term primitive socialist accumulation expresses this dual nature of the law. The adjective socialist asterisk comes into contradiction with the noun accumulation asterisk, to which it is bound not only grammatically but also in the real historical process. Let us now pass to the other categories, analysis of which will demand from us a great deal less time. The category of profit in the state economy. The question of this category is in some ways considerably simpler and more transparent than that of the others, except only in the matter of terminology, which nowhere fits exactly. Neither the term capital, nor the term accumulation, nor the term profit, nor, as we have seen, the term surplus value, can serve, strictly speaking and without qualification, to describe relations within the state economy. One must either use them in a conditional sense or else add an adjective to the noun, state capital, socialist accumulation, or else anticipate the tendency of development, as we did with the term surplus value, when we replaced it with the term surplus product. Under capitalist production relations, equalization of the rate of profit on equal amounts of capital plays a very big role in distributing productive forces among the different branches of production. The question arises, what instrument of regulation fulfills the same function in the state economy? How is the rate of profit determined for the state trusts, in the first place, and, secondly, what system operates when fresh capital is invested, to distribute it between the different branches of the state economy? What takes the place here of the working of the law of value in the system of capitalist economy? How far the concept rate of profit asterisk has been transformed in the state economy into a new relation of production and distribution becomes obvious when we compare any of our trusts with a corresponding group of capitalist enterprises under conditions of complete or limited freedom of competition. Let us suppose that in place of Argamza a number of capitalist companies are operating, such as an association of Bryansk factories, an association of Sormovo factories, and so on, and that in place of the textile trusts headed, in the sphere of exchange, by the textile syndicate, the manufacturing firms of the Morozovs, Kordinkins. 196. And so on are functioning. Capitalist engineering and textile enterprises cannot know even approximately, when they begin their economic year, either how much they will produce over and above the firm orders they have, or the prices of raw materials, or the unexpected developments which await them in the labor market, or the prices at which their own products will sell. Consequently, they cannot know the rates of profit that await them. A very great part of the elements in a capitalist plan asterisk constitute an unknown quantity. New competitors may put up the prices of raw material and bring down the selling price of products, the workers may go on strike for a month, and so on. For this reason the balance of the enterprise, when it is struck after the end of the year's work, may bring many surprises. The profits graph may show either that in the given year more capital than was needed was invested in the given branch, and this may be expressed in a lowering of the rate of profit or may cry out in the form of a deficit, or there may be a sharp rise in the rate of profit, thanks to the increase in the market prices of the products of the enterprise in question and other causes, and this gives notice that insufficient capital has been invested in the given branch. The elemental forces of the market, factors in which are our Morozovs, our associations of Sormovo factories, and so on, owing to the operation of the law of value, in the given case through the spontaneous distribution of profit, will facilitate the establishment of equilibrium in the distribution of productive forces, by recording different magnitudes in the profits graphs of the different branches and enterprises. Despite the different proportions of constant and variable capital in the different branches of capitalist production, equilibrium will be attained on the basis of the law of prices of production, through the operation of which enterprises with a higher organic composition of capital and a correspondingly lower rate of surplus value receive, in the last analysis, the average profit, as a result of the equalization of the rate of profit, in just the same way as enterprises with a low organic composition of capital. In the state economy the situation is quite different. GMZA knows its production program in advance, and knows it because all its customers know it too. The textile trusts also know their program, though the fluctuations in fulfilling it may be greater, because the realization of textile products takes place not only within the state sector, among its workers and offlos workers. 197. With reasonably accurate statistics of the effective demand of consumers in town and country, this program cannot diverge very far from the plan's assumptions. When there is a goods famine, this problem no longer exists, because the danger of not realizing all the products ceases to arise. The whole affair will then consist in determining the amount of fixed and circulating capital, the dimensions of which are fully subject to planned calculation. Furthermore, GMZA cannot expect any surprises with regard to metal prices, because these prices are determined by the state itself. The textile trusts cannot expect any surprises as regards the prices of equipment manufactured within the state sector, or as regards 2/3 of the amount of cotton produced within the country, or flax and hemp, the prices of which are dictated not so much by the market as by the planning organs of the state, or as regards wages, the level of which is determined in a planned way on the basis of the resources of the state economy in the given year and embodied in collective arguments. As a result of the strengthening of the planning principle in the whole state economy, and also in the internal market for raw material, the very nature of profit and the instrument of the equalization of the rate of profit undergoes a change. While private entrepreneurs can only conjecture on the basis of various indirect indications, which they balance one against the other, the balance of the Soviet trusts is already made up, 4/5 of it, at any rate, before the beginning of the economic year, in the form of production programs, in which the selling prices for the products of the trusts are also standardized. This standardization leads to both prices and the corresponding rate of profit losing their regulatory character for the distribution of the productive forces, insofar as this distribution is achieved not in a roundabout, indirect, spontaneous way but is directly provided for in the general economic plan of the given year. This is no longer a rate of profit in the capitalist sense of the word, which can furthermore be broken down into the part which capitalized and the part which is consumed by the capitalists, something which also very greatly complicates the achievement of equilibrium in the system of reproduction. It is the rate of socialist accumulation for each particular branch of production. The relevant rate is contained already in the factors in the production program, and more particularly in the level of sellings prices. As a result of the socialization of industry and the develop. 198. Meant of the planning principle in the state economy, especially in the sphere of socialist accumulation, the category of profit not only vanishes, as a distribution relation of bourgeois society, along with the abolition of the capitalist class, but also it almost completely ceases to operate as the regulator, on the basis of the law of value, of the distribution of the productive forces between the different branches of the collective state economy. Let us now look at the other side of the question, the method of investing new capital, or, to put it better, where the state economy is concerned, new resources, new elements of production. In capitalist society, that part of surplus value destined for productive use which cannot be simply added to the capital of going concerns is distributed among the various spheres of production through the issuing of shares. For new construction work, joint stock companies are set up with the aid of the banks or by the banks themselves, and these companies issue shares, distributing them among trading, industrial or other enterprises which have free capital, or else among individuals. The issuing of shares is a purely spontaneous way of creating new capital and distributing it productively, and from this standpoint it corresponds to the whole structure of capitalist society. The changes which are introduced into the practice of share issuing by the production relations of monopoly capitalism will not be examined here. How is this same problem dealt with in Soviet economy? As we know, we already have a fairly large number of joint stock companies, which are mostly state concerns, and a small number of mixed and private ones. It would seem that in respect of the distribution and investment of new productive resources we are following in the footsteps of capitalism. To affirm this would be, however, to take the external form for the essence of the matter. To say nothing of the fact that we get only a very small part of our new capital through the system of issuing shares, the very structure and method of work of joint stock companies with state capital are hardly to be distinguished from the activity of any trust, and the method of collecting capital is by getting subscriptions from state institutions for state or municipal, which are one and the same, enterprises or groups of enterprises. Nothing new arises except where both state and private capital are raised by the issuing of shares. The basic way of distributing new capital which is not added to 199. 200. The capital of going concerns, with the exception of the one and only and, let us hope, short-lived joint stock society for new industrial construction, is our Soviet banking system, the state bank, the industrial bank, and other banking institutions, and, to some extent, the distribution of resources to industry through the state budget. This distribution cannot be otherwise than planned, because it is completely absurd to suppose that the process of expanded reproduction of state industry and transport, all new construction, etc., can proceed in a planned way in the sphere of fulfillment of production programs and yet can be unplanned, relying on some process of self-activity and spontaneity within the state economy, when it is a question of collecting resources for expanded reproduction. It must be observed in passing, however, that our state economy has not yet found completely satisfactory organizational forms for servicing the process of expanded reproduction in this way, forms which are eminently inherent in the state economy and which at the same time correspond to the actual stage of primitive socialist accumulation. Finally, we must mention this extremely important fact that our state economy still develops to some extent spontaneously along the line of the operation of the law of primitive socialist accumulation, in this respect, that the balance sheet of accumulation for each year, resulting from the actual level of development for the productive forces in it and in the economy as a whole, from the amount of effective demand in private economy, and from the necessary amount of new construction, is not determined in advance and carried consciously and in a planned way through the whole system of planned prices. The fact that the general level, so to speak, of the prices of production of the state economy, as a single trust, is groped for spontaneously, more through arithmetical addition than through dividing the total amount of necessary accumulation among the appropriate spheres of production. The existing structure of our state economy often proves to be more progressive than the system whereby it is managed economically. The question of the transformation undergone by the law of prices of production in the conditions of the Soviet economy will be examined in more detail in the second volume. Here we shall confine ourselves to some general theoretical observations on this subject. Under capitalism, the law of equalization of the rate of profit ensures the necessary proportionality in the distribution of 201. Labor between different branches of production, in spite of the difference in the organic composition of capital, and so in spite of the different amount of surplus value produced by each unit of capital invested in production. This leveling of the rate of profit guarantees to all groups of capitalists a consumption fund of approximately the same level and also the same level of accumulation. Without the working of the law of prices of production, reproduction would be impossible in certain sections of capitalist economy. The entire process of regulation takes place on the basis of competition. What is the difference here from the situation in our state economy? In the first place, the profit of state enterprises is not divided into a capitalist's consumption fund and an accumulation fund. We have only an accumulation fund, which is partly taken away by the People's Commissariat of Finance, either as a result of the technical advantages of distributing a certain part of it through the state budget or, sometimes, as a result simply of our inadequate understanding of the nature of the economy which we are managing, and of its laws. Secondly, the entire accumulation fund is constituted not by adding together all the masses of surplus value received on the basis of the elemental struggle between workers and capitalist over the size of S and V, and then distributed among the capitalist enterprises on the basis of the law of equalization of the rate OT profit, but the other way round. We try to determine beforehand the necessary accumulation fund, on the basis of the production plan, then we ascertain what part of it can be covered by budgetary means and what part by way of price policy. The size of that part of the accumulation fund obtained through price policy is established in relation to the entire state economy as a whole, and the task of the separate trusts then consists of filling up this fund with their profits, which under this system will not as a rule be equal, and will be all the less equal the more successfully the state economy maneuvers on the market. As a result, instead of the law of prices of production, we have in our economy a price policy dictated by the task of obtaining each year a definite accumulation fund for the state economy as a whole. The price level of the separate trusts and the amount of profit made by these trusts are both adapted to the fulfillment of this basic task. At any rate, this is the trend, which is still not sufficiently appreciated and which 202 is not always clearly reflected in our price policy. Often, indeed, it is quite the contrary, and price policy deviates from this line to the detriment of the task of expanded reproduction. Point 1. The category of rent. There is much confusion regarding the category of rent in the Soviet system, where the land is nationalized and the dimensions of purely capitalist leasing of land are very insignificant. People have often discussed, and continue to discuss, with serious mien, the question whether the peasants pay absolute or differential rent, in Marx's sense of these categories, to the state in the form of the food tax, or now in that of the single tax, what rent a state enterprise pays to the local Soviet on whose territory it is located, and so on. All this confusion is due to the fact that a category of developed capitalist society is uncritically and pedantically transferred to relations where, on the one hand, state economy prevails, with the specific production relations of the transition period to socialism, and, on the other hand, simple commodity production with a very weak stratum of capitalism actually in the sphere of production. Yet rent, in Marx's sense of this term, is a category of the capitalist mode of production in its developed form, when it has conquered the sphere of agriculture. In other words, Marx analyses in his theory of rent the production and distribution relations of pure capitalism, when the whole land is cultivated by capitalist farmers, while the ownership of it is in the hands of another class, the class of landowners. Foreseeing the confusion which could arise in connection with his concept of capitalist rent, and combating the confusion which various economists had already introduced into this question before his time, Marx more than once emphasized the difference between capitalist land rent and those various forms of rent which existed in the pre-capitalist period, were quite different in character, and have nothing in common with capitalist land rent except the right of private ownership of land as a means of acquiring a certain share of the country's national income. Let us here quote a couple of passages from Marx which are needed for our further exposition of this subject. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx wrote on the subject which interests us. Whatever the specific form of rent may be, all types have this in common: the appropriation of rent is that economic form in which landed property is realized, and ground rent, in turn, presupposes the existence of landed property, the ownership of certain portions of our planet by certain individuals. This owner may be an individual representing the community, as in Asia, Egypt, etc., or this landed property may be merely incidental to the ownership of the immediate producers themselves by some individual, as under slavery or serfdom, or it may be a private ownership of nature by non-producers, a mere title to land, or, finally, it may be a relationship to the land which, as in the case of colonists and small peasants owning land, seems to be directly included in the isolated and not socially developed labor in the appropriation and production of the products of particular plots of land by the direct producers. The common element in the various forms of rent, namely, that of being the economic realization of landed property, of the legal fiction by grace of which certain individuals have an exclusive right to certain parts of our planet, makes it possible for the differences to escape detection. 1. Continuing to develop further this same thought regarding confusion between different forms of rent, Marx wrote in another chapter of the same volume of Capital, the whole difficulty in analyzing rent, therefore, consists in explaining the excess of agricultural profit over the average profit, not the surplus value but the excess of surplus value characteristic of the sphere of production, in other words, not the net product asterisk but the excess of this net product over the net product of other branches of industry. The average profit itself is a product formed under very definite historical production relations by the movement of social processes, a product which, as we have seen, requires very complex adjustment. To be able to speak at all of a surplus over the average profit, this average profit must itself already be established as a standard and as a regulator of production in general, as is the case under capitalist production. For this reason there can be no talk of rent in the modern sense, a rent consisting of a surplus over the average profit, i.e., over and above the proportional share of each individual capital in the surplus value produced by the total social capital, in social formations where it is not capital which performs the function of enforcing all surplus labor and appropriating directly all surplus value. 2. From the passages we have quoted from Marx, as from the whole of his exposition of the theory of rent, it follows quite obviously that the category of capitalist land rent is very little applicable to the understanding of Soviet relations. We explain below what we have in mind when we say very little asterisk, but for now let us see why it is incorrect to speak of rent in the Marxist sense when talking about our agriculture, and also in the majority of cases when talking about rent taxation in towns. Let us begin with the concept of absolute rent. The source of absolute rent is that part of the surplus value created by wage workers in capitalist agriculture which by its origin is connected with the lower organic composition of agricultural capital and which does not participate in the process of equalization of the rate of profit in the whole of capitalist production. This part of surplus value is captured asterisk, as Marx puts it, by the owners of plots of land, while the capitalist farmers retain only the usual average profit on the capital they have invested in the cultivation of the land. It is quite obvious that, even regardless of the fact of the nationalization of the land, absolute rent cannot exist where there is no capitalist agriculture, because in that case there are not those relations of production and distribution under which in general it is possible for absolute land rent to exist. From this standpoint, and also for a correct understanding of the category of differential rent, the following passage is very important, from Marx's notes preliminary to his analysis of land rent. We assume, then, that agriculture is dominated by the capitalist mode of production, just as manufacture is, in other words, that agriculture is carried on by capitalists who differ from other capitalists primarily in the manner in which their capital, and the wage labor set in motion by this capital, are invested. So far as we are concerned, the farmer produces wheat, etc., in much the same way as the manufacturer produces yarn or machines. The assumption that the capitalist mode of production has encompassed agriculture implies that it rules over all spheres of production and bourgeois society, i.e., that its prerequisites, such as free competition among capitals, the possibility of transferring the latter from one production sphere to another, and a uniform level of the average profit, etc., are fully matured. 1. It is quite obvious that we hardly possess the prerequisites of which Marx speaks, including the one that the capitalist mode of production should prevail in all spheres of production. This passage from Marx is also wholly applicable to the category of differential rent, which Marx always understands as capitalist land rent. If the source of absolute rent is the extra surplus value in capitalist agriculture, the source of differential rent, as of all extra profit in industry, is the total fund of surplus value of all capitalist society as a whole, and the distribution of it, the titles to it, depend on private ownership of land of varying fertility. This means that differential rent is not based on the land. Marx constantly repeats this, but on the common source of all surplus value. What is based on the land is only the right to a definite share of it for the owners of different plots of land of varying fertility. A great temptation to use the concept of differential rent in the state form of agricultural production under the Soviet system arises from the fact that there are different degrees of fertility as between different plots of land and different locations of cultivated land in relation to the markets for the disposal of agricultural products. But this difference, insofar as it is connected with difference in natural and geographical conditions, does not depend on the system of production and distribution, and the concept of capitalist land rent is precisely connected with an historically determined, specific system of production. To forget this means to make that very mistake of naturalizing, refying the production relations of the Soviet system of economy, and vulgarizing Marxism, of which I spoke at the beginning of this chapter. If the financial agents of the People's Commissariat of Finance take into account the difference in the remunerativeness of different peasant holdings caused by difference in the fertility of the soil, the resulting difference in the taxation of, say, two middle peasant holdings which are identical in every other respect except remunerativeness is in no way a method of capturing the differential rent in Marx's sense of that category. If we were to justify in this way the need for taxing the countryside and the need for different tax rates for different groups of the peasantry, any peasant who was well read in economics and knew his Marx would be able to give us a good drubbing and would be quite right to do so. To justify the need to tax the countryside and to differentiate in this taxation we do not require, except in relation to capitalist or semi-capitalist agriculture, to drag in Marx's teaching on capitalist land rent. It is useful to reread his warning against a possible mistaken understanding and interpretation of his theory. I shall come back shortly to the question of what it is that we tax in the form of the single agricultural tax. And so we can speak of capitalist land rent in Marx's sense only in proportion to the development of capitalist methods of working land and capitalist leasing of plots of land for other purposes, that is to say, not at all in relation to the predominant system of production relations in agriculture in the USSR. Let us look more closely at what the situation is in this sphere. To the capitalist type of land tenure belong pure land concessions such as, for example, the well-known Krupp concession in the Ukraine. The concessionaire's workers create surplus value. The concessionaire may here capture for himself both the part of it which we conventionally regard as the source of absolute rent and the part of which we conventionally regard as differential rent. From this follows both the direct right and the economic possibility for the state to capture in its turn, in the form of taxes and proportional deductions, the product of the concessions capture. The same applies to pure forest concessions. In cases with mixed agricultural and forest concessions we have a state capitalist one type of rent. We can also speak of capitalist rent in relation to the rent taxation of the land on which private factories stand, land leased for private farming, and so on. Along with this goes rent for state land leased for cultivation in big peasant holdings which use wage labor. Finally we still have to undertake, and in this matter we have been extremely dilatory, the task of imposing rent taxation on all kulak holdings which use wage labor, and on allotments. These kulaks are, it is true, not exactly those capitalist farmers of whom Marx spoke, but in essentials, despite the very low economic level of the kulak economy from the standpoint of the capitalist form of cultivation, basically and as regards tendency of development we are here dealing with a group which can and must be subjected to a special rent taxation. Whether this be effected simultaneously with or separately from general income taxation is of no importance. While the state does not tax the right of peasants who do not exploit the labor of others to cultivate publicly owned land, this tax can be applied to those who do exploit labor. In all the cases we have listed we have grounds for talking of capitalist land rent from the standpoint of its origin in the unpaid labor of workers. But the originality of our relations of distribution in the sphere under consideration consists in the fact that the subject exacting rent is not a private owner of land, nor a capitalist state, but a socialist state. Resources from rent taxation enter into the state budget and indirectly into the socialist accumulation fund. In the given instance, rent is capitalist in its source of origin and socialist in its destination. But this means that we are here faced with a quite special relationship of distribution, which has arisen only subsequently to the socialist revolution and was quite unexamined in this form by Marx, who gave us only an analysis of the classical relations of abstract, pure capitalism. As regards the land taxation to which state enterprises are subjected on the part of the state or its local organs, it would be ridiculous here to speak of capitalist rent, in Marx's sense, being drawn from the built-upon pieces of land. Just as one cannot speak of Gamza's profit in Marx's sense of the world, so, even less, can one speak of rent in the given instance, though it has not been thought necessary to expel this term from everyday speech, for lack of an alternative. What confronts us here is not rent but only one of the forms of distribution of state resources within the state sector, having only the outward appearance of a relation of capitalist society, copying only the form and title, and in fact being one of the ways in which planned distribution is misrepresented. If we transpose the corresponding graphs in the local and state budgets, and also in the balances of the state enterprises subjected to tax, then all this rent will disappear like smoke, without the slightest change in the spheres of production, or that of distribution between classes, not merely between departments of one and the same class. In conclusion, it only remains for us to discuss the rent taxation of non-capitalist agriculture. After all that has been said above, it is quite obvious that direct rent taxation of the peasants who do not exploit wage labor, and taxation of that part of the income of the kulaks which is created by the personal labor of the kulaksi is not land rent in Marx's sense of the word, but alienation for the benefit of the state of part of the surplus product of petty production. This taxation does not differ in principle in any way from, for example, the taxation of artisan and handicraft industry. It is 207. Economically possible in so far as surplus product exists. And this product is increased in proportion as the productive forces in the peasant economy develop. Poor peasant and weak peasant holdings, which as a rule do not create surplus product, are exempted from this taxation, in accordance with our trading practice, and quite correctly exempted. This taxation is economic ally not only possible but necessary and expedient, in so far as the expenditure incurred through the state budget as a whole must be covered by both the peasants and the workers. It is necessary also because expanded reproduction in industry, at a sufficient rate, the development of the railway network, canals, electrification, and so on, are extremely necessary for the peasant economy too. Without the support of a rapidly developing industry, this economy cannot develop its productive forces even within the limits of petty production, and still less can it rise to the higher stage of producers' cooperation. The October Revolution, the socialization of industry and transport, have their own logic. If we are advancing along the road of restricting and abolishing the operation of the law of value, then, if this law is not replaced with the necessary speed by the operation of the law of socialist accumulation, by the alienation of the surplus product of the countryside which is inevitable at this stage, it will not be possible to achieve a normal economic development of the country, with the necessary proportionality. The production relations of Soviet agriculture are extremely complex. It is enough to point merely to those extremely peculiar relations of exploitation of a primitive character, connected with the undeveloped state of purely capitalist relations, which are described in Comrade Kritzman's recently published book. 1. What we have said about rent does not in the least exhaust the analysis of all the kinds of capitalist relations in the Soviet countryside. We have said nothing about that rent which is received by the non-cultivating peasant for the land which he leases to the kulak, realizing and selling that right to the land which is guaranteed to him by the Soviet Constitution. We have not examined either those special forms of hiring which Comrade Kritzman discusses in his book, when the person who is formally the one who hires is really the exploited one and the hired man is the exploiter. These and other relations of exploitation, for example, exploitation by usury, many aspects of production relations connected with agrarian resettlement under conditions where there is a shortage of instruments of production, reviving seasonal work, the interweaving of domestic industrial production with agriculture, all this, partly in connection with the problem of rent, we intend to analyze not in the theoretical part of this book but in a volume specially devoted to a concrete analysis of our industry and agriculture. In the same way, in the last section of this chapter, devoted to interest and the credit system, we shall not go beyond the limits of a most general theoretical analysis, leaving to the next volume a more concrete study of the factual material. Interest. The credit system. Theoretical analysis of the category of interest in the Soviet economy does not present great difficulty, because the corresponding relations in those sections where it is a question of interest in the true sense merely reproduce old, long familiar phenomena, thoroughly studied by political economy, regardless of whether what is involved is trading money, as later on an element of productive or trading capital, or moneylenders' interest in the field of peasant economy. As regards interest merely so-called, interest as one of the imitations of capitalist forms which have already been studied in connection with certain other categories, there is little left to be analyzed, since the fictitiousness of this category leaps to the eye. From behind the miserable curtain of capitalist form and bourgeois terminology and phraseology, which some specialists indulge in with a most serious and important air, the body of reality sticks out in all its nakedness. The problem becomes more complicated only in the case of the credit system and its tendencies of development and transformation. The role of moneylenders' interest in our petty production, especially in peasant economy, was enormous before the war and the revolution. It is very great and constantly growing at the present time. Usury, as a parasitic growth on petty production, has a history of many centuries and has been adequately studied. Historically it has played a twofold role: either it prepared the elements of socialization of the labor of the petty producers, from which it also sucked surplus product and part of the minimum of means of subsistence, or else it merely sucked the juice out of 209. 210. Petty production, exhausting and ruining it without influencing its transition to a higher type of organization of labor. In our countryside usury has played and is now playing the second of these roles, in the overwhelming majority of cases. We shall not dwell here on certain specific peculiarities possessed by our usury, and we postpone examination of this question until we make a concrete analysis of the entire economics of Soviet agriculture. As regards capitalist interest, Marx, as we know, defined it like this: interest appears originally, is originally, and remains in fact merely a portion of the profit, i.e., of the surplus value, which the functioning capitalist, industrialist, or merchant has to pay to the owner and lender of money capital whenever he uses loaned capital instead of his own. If he employs only his own capital, no such division of profit takes place, the latter is then entirely his one. The question arises: to what sphere of the Soviet economy does this definition of Marx's apply? A sphere in which interest in the capitalist sense is found is in the buying and selling of money capital on the legal and illegal private money market of the Soviet Union. This means both private credit institutions, such as societies for mutual credit, and, mostly and mainly, the illegal market for loan capital, with its specific rules, a very high rate of interest, deals often made without the law being aware of what is happening, and so on. The peculiarities of the private money market in the USSR are not connected with the nature of interest, for this is a sphere where the relations of the state economy are not interwoven with private economy. They are connected with the fact that private capital in the U.S.S.R. is industrial capital to only a very small extent. It figures predominantly in the form of trading and loan capital, and the proportion of loan capital is increasing as, with the development of the network and turnover of the state and cooperative capital, the sphere of application for private capital in trade grows narrower. It steers clear of industry for a number of reasons connected with the socialization of large-scale and medium industry, tax policy, the laws relating to the protection of labor, the recent restrictions on the right of inheritance, the slower rate of turnover and accumulation of capital in industry, and, finally, the risk to which private capital is exposed when it gives up the mobile form of money capital for the congealed form of industrial means of production. in which form private capital comes under much greater and better supervision and accounting on the part of the state, which is imbued with class hostility to it. This natural narrowing of the sphere of investment of private capital maintains the relations of private credit in a form which is underdeveloped capitalistically, a circumstance which is especially expressed in the usuriously high rate of interest. A somewhat different situation, from the theoretical standpoint, has to be noted in the sphere of credit relations when private capital possesses credit with the state bank and other similar state institutions. Here the category of interest reflects the specific peculiarity of our economy, as a sphere in which capitalist, state capitalist, and socialist relations of a transitional type coexist and are interwoven. The dimensions of legal utilization of state credit are extremely insignificant. Illegal utilization of state resources is probably on a larger scale. 1 But this form of credit, in spite of its very modest dimensions in practice, presents a certain theoretical interest. The essence and distinctive nature of this interest consists in the fact that here surplus value is transferred from the private capitalist sector into the socialist primary accumulation fund. From the organizational aspect, we have here an interweaving of the two types of production relations to which most appropriately Lenin's conventional term state capitalism may be applied. From the standpoint of distribution, the state here participates in the sharing out of surplus value, which often consists materially of that part of the surplus product of the state economy itself which is captured by private capital from the socialist accumulation fund in various forms, and various ways, especially through the machinery of private trade. Exactly opposite in character is the interest which the state pays on its internal, and external, loans to those subscribers who are private traders, industrialists and petty bourgeois, that is, above all, peasants. In this instance the interest represents a deduction from the surplus product of the state economy which the state makes in order to obtain on credit from private economy additional resources for expanded reproduction. The state appears as borrower, private economy as creditor, exploiting for its own benefit part of the surplus product created by the workers in the state economy. When a loan is raised to supplement the resources of the treasury and is spent on general state needs, it is not only the workers who pay the interest, out of the surplus product of the state economy, but also the peasants, in their capacity as taxpayers. If the loan is wholly or partially furnished by the peasants, and correspondingly is wholly or partially used to raise the level of the peasant economy, we have here a case of redistribution through the agency of the state of the resources of private economy for the benefit of private economy, that is, a case of credit which is, if the expression may be used, neutral from the standpoint of direct influence on socialist accumulation. This form of credit may in the future be employed on a wider scale in the USSR, as a still predominantly agrarian country. As regards that part of internal loans which is subscribed by workers and office workers in the state economy, and also as regards the corresponding part of the interest which is paid to them by the state, this relation of distribution has nothing in common with the foregoing, from the standpoint of theoretical principle. The workers and office workers set aside part of their wages and give it back to the socialist accumulation fund. They receive in return for it not interest but something in the nature of a bonus for reducing their personal consumption, a reduction which means at the same time an increase in the possibilities of expanded reproduction within the sector of the state economy and its workers. What we have here is essentially an internal redistribution of resources, a redistribution between the consumption fund and the reproduction fund within the unified state sector. Like interpeasant distribution through the state machine, this internal redistribution in the socialist sector may play a very big role in the future, as wages rise. However, this system of internal credit, together with bonuses for saving, cannot be unreservedly placed in the category of interest in the usual sense of the word. Finally, state enterprises themselves take part in subscribing to internal state loans, especially to loans for internal reconstruction. To talk of interest in this connection, in the sense which political economy gives to the word, is as meaningless as to talk of rent in Marx's sense of the word in connection with the payment for the use of land which state enterprises make to the local Soviets. We have here simply a redistribution, within the state sector, of new, free state resources. It is nothing more than an imitation of the form of capitalist relations, an imitation which will cease when the state economy finds from experience and gives organizational form to new methods of planned redistribution of new resources, methods which will conform better to the state economy's whole internal structure. It is equally absurd to talk of interest in the capitalist sense in the wider sphere in which this category is employed in the Soviet system, that is, in the sphere of the giving of credit by state institutions to state industry, transport, and trading organizations. This is the most extensive sphere in which the state economy's relations of production and distribution are disguised in the dress of the capitalist category of interest. Let us assume that the state has a certain quantity of resources which it can use to increase the fixed and circulating capital of its trusts. Let us assume that a certain trust which needs these resources obtains a corresponding credit from the state bank or from Prombank 1. It pays interest on the capital which is lent to it. From what source does it pay this interest? From its own surplus product. To whom does this surplus product belong? To the socialist state. Where do all these sums of money go which are received from the payment of interest on the capital lent to the state trusts? To the same state. It is quite obvious that here we have a quite different relation from that under capitalism, when one stratum of the capitalist class, namely the entrepreneurs, working not with their own but with borrowed capital, yield part of their surplus product to the owners of the capital which has been lent them, in the form of interest, the amount of which is determined on the basis of the spontaneous play of supply and demand for loan capital. Contrary to this, our socialist state, if we may in this connection make the relevant comparison with capitalist relations, is in the position of an entrepreneur who works with his own capital and does not pay interest to himself, though he may, for the salving of his bookkeeping conscience, attribute some interest to himself in his ledgers. If we were, let us say, to introduce into our practical life some formally different one industrial bank. 213. Procedure for advancing credit to state industry, that is, if we were to distribute credit resources from a single center and its departments, according to a definite plan, and if in this center and its departments there were concentrated all the present fund of credit and the whole new surplus product created every year by all the state enterprises without exception, then interest would cheerfully disappear, without any change in the essence of the production relations within the state sector. In essentials even now, with the rather unorganized distribution of credits, the needs of all branches are taken into account, their own surplus product as joined to their already functioning capital, the necessary fresh construction, and so on. I do not know to what extent the existing system of credit, which often reflects the relation of forces between departments, is a suitable system. But even in its imperfect form, with a perhaps unnecessary copying of capitalist forms of banking, in everything that concerns relations within the state sector it is essentially a variety of planned distribution of the resources of the state economy. After all that has been said above, there remains little for me to say about the role of our credit organization in the entire system of commodity socialist relations of production and distribution, especially as sufficient has already been said in the chapter on socialist accumulation about its role in the sphere of primitive socialist accumulation. As is known, Marx on the one hand pointed to the important role which the credit system of bourgeois society can play in the transition to a new mode of production, and on the other hand he warned against overestimating the importance for socialist production of the system of accounting and control to which capitalist society had attained thanks to credit organization. It is, of course, not at all accidental that we have perceived the methods and forms of capitalist credit organization in our system not only in the sphere in which the state economy is interwoven with private economy but also in the sphere of the distribution of resources within the state sector. It is quite obvious, however, that if within the state sector the forms of credit are entirely filled with new content, this results from the historically higher type to which the state economy belongs, as a collective economy, in the first place, and a planned economy, in the second. The planning, accounting, and control which result organically from the socialization of the instruments of production in the most important sections of the Soviet economy are essentially a higher type of planning and accounting than those to which the most advanced and centralized capitalist credit system could attain. This is what explains the fact, now quite obvious, that the growth of the elements of planning and organization in our economy in recent years has, if one may so express oneself, completely exhausted all the progressive content which can be included in the banking system of capitalism, and the state economy has had to go beyond those comparatively limited possibilities which this institution can offer for what is the chief sector of our economy, the collective economy of the proletariat. The sphere of reciprocal relations between the state and private economies is another matter. Under war communism, the predestined character of the system of confiscation of agricultural surpluses and planned supply of industrial products to the countryside, in principle, those who gave the state the most in surpluses received the least, or nothing at all, from the state, consisted in the fact that we were obliged in the circumstances of war to impose an appearance of socialist distribution upon peasant economy, which continued to remain petty bourgeois in the sphere of production. Under the present commodity socialist system of economy, however, the state economy, on the contrary, is itself obliged to adapt its system of exchange, inside the country only formally, but outside it in actual fact, to the system of exchange of private economy, which can only be a system of commodity money distribution. And in this sphere the credit system must play an enormous progressive role, because the banking system of capitalism constitutes an historically very much higher type of organization of control, accounting, and distribution of productive forces than the quasi-medieval, unorganized market of simple commodity production, which is all that simple commodity production can rise to without outside aid *, in the sphere of spontaneous regulation of the economy. When Lenin many times persistently stressed the progressiveness of state-capitalist relations of production and exchange, as compared with the relations of simple commodity production prevailing in peasant economy, he always had in view that aspect of the relations between state economy and private economy, and therewith also the corresponding relations as regards credit. This towing * role of our credit system is expressed, and should be still more markedly expressed, in the field of advancing credits to peasant cooperatives of different kinds, including credit cooperatives, in commodity credit, in land improvement credit, in the system of internal loans placed in the countryside, and in advances to producers, at present only to flax growers, cotton growers, tobacco growers, butter makers, later, undoubtedly, to producers of grain for the market, and in conclusion, it must be said that, if money is the category of commodity economy in which the reification of production relations between men attains its highest expression, we can observe in the Soviet economy a certain progress, especially in a reduction in the element of reification and in achieving a greater transparency in production relations. This has been achieved most of all in relations within the state sector, where the money relations have assumed mainly a role confined to calculation and accounting in relation to the means of production and consumption, while money is dying out in its role as one of the instruments for achieving spontaneous equilibrium in production. However, money fetishism, expelled to some extent from the state economy, continues to prevail in private economy and in the territory which links the state and private economies. This leads, in the sphere of ideology, to the fact that the workers in the People's Commissariat of Finance, a commissariat which is located at the point of junction between private and state economy, are inclined to revive this fetishism in a rather peculiar, not to say degenerate form. In a country in which there is no gold standard and which has been obliged in the sphere of economic leadership to replace the elemental wisdom of gold, as the instrument of regulation under the law of value, by a planned policy of distributing means of production and means of consumption through a paper currency, they systematically appeal to the golden wisdom of the black bourse, and when the paper chervonets deviates from the gold 10-ruble piece they fall into panic fear and make interventions with gold which are unnecessary and disadvantageous to the state, enabling the Nepman to change paper chervoncy into gold. A very crude mistake in the sphere of financial policy here results from a crude failure to understand the role of gold in our economic system, a mistake which in its turn results from failure to understand the role of gold generally. A bourgeois country, which has gold circulation, in a period of industrial crisis which passes into a financial and credit crisis or is accompanied by such crises, sacrifices to the value of gold the values of tens of millions of commodities, all deals begin to be made in cash, and thereby gold comes forward in the role of ultima ratio, the last court of appeal for establishing the correctness of the proportions in the distribution of productive forces between the branches and the amount of total production as compared with effective demand. In this spontaneous way gold circulation is saved in a society which has no other way of regulating economic relations but to save, on the black bourse, the parity of the paper chervonets with the gold 10-ruble piece in a country where there is no gold circulation but where there are other methods of regulating economic and particularly currency relations, is to imitate uncritically the most irrational and most disadvantageous aspects of capitalist regulation in general. With the degree of organization of the state economy already attained, with the concentration of nearly the whole credit system in the hands of the state, and above all with the maintenance of the monopoly of foreign trade, we need gold only for balancing our accounts with foreign countries, when imports exceed exports, and not for obtaining from the black bourse evidence of the trustworthiness of the chervonets. On this question I resort to Marx's aid and quote a passage from Volume 3 of Capital, which is noteworthy both in itself, and, what is most important, because it might have been specially written for us. Here it is. A depreciation of credit money, not to mention, incidentally, a purely imaginary loss of its character as money, would unsettle all existing relations. Therefore, the value of commodities is sacrificed for the purpose of safeguarding the fantastic and independent existence of this value in money. As money value, it is secure only as long as money is secure. For a few millions in money, many millions in commodities must therefore be sacrificed. This is inevitable under capitalist production and constitutes one of its beauties. In former modes of production this does not occur, because, on the narrow basis upon which they stand, neither credit nor credit money can develop greatly. As long as the social character of labor appears as the money existence of commodities, and thus as a thing external to actual production, money crises independent of or as an intensification of actual crises are inevitable. On the other hand, it is clear that as long as the credit of a bank is not shaken, it will alleviate the panic in such cases by increasing credit money and intensify it by contracting the latter. The entire history of modern industry shows that metal would indeed be required only for the balancing of international commerce, whenever its equilibrium is momentarily disturbed, if only domestic production were organized. That the domestic market does not need any metal even now is shown by the suspension of the cash payments of the so-called national banks, which resort to this expedient in all extreme cases as the sole relief. 1. I strongly recommend this quotation to our financial experts. Unfortunately, lack of space prevents me from developing here all my views on the role of paper money and gold in the Soviet economic system, to which I must return not in the general theoretical but in the concrete part of this book. Cooperation. The fundamental things about cooperation in the Soviet economic system were said by Lenin, both in his last articles on this subject and previously. In this section I shall say only a few words about cooperation in connection with the whole foregoing exposition. The relations which are formed in cooperation do not constitute in themselves any special category in the capitalist system of production and exchange. Producers' cooperatives are small islands not of social but of collective group ownership of the instruments of production, islands which are subordinated in the sphere of production to the basic laws of capitalist economics and which exist in the sea of capitalist relations only in so far as they are so subordinated. Wherever producers' cooperatives cannot adapt themselves to the law of value, they perish. The same must be said of the much more widespread and important consumers' cooperatives. This form of cooperative, whether it works on the 1 Capital, Volume Il, Part 2, pages 55 to 56, Spanov's translation. FLPH. English edition, p. 504. Basis of the Rochdale Principles or any others, is in exactly the same way subordinated to all the laws of capitalist exchange and is capable only, through a certain rationalization of distribution, of securing merely a partial capture of trading profit for its members. Cooperation assumes special significance only after the socialist revolution, and especially in a country like the USSR, where an organized state economy, or more correctly, a state economy which is becoming more and more organized on the basis of a production plan, confronts an enormous sea of dispersed petty production, peasant, artisan, and handicraft. The special role of our cooperatives results precisely from the coexistence of these two systems of production, linked up by exchange and credit into a single economic organism. The basic question to be examined here is that of the role played by the cooperatives in the struggle between the planning principle and the law of value, and to what extent cooperation is either a passive battlefield for this struggle in a certain sphere of exchange and production, or a bearer of one or other of the two principles. Under capitalism, as we have said, cooperatives can exist only if they adapt themselves to the law of value. Under our system, the cooperatives, which inevitably become the arena of struggle between the two basic laws of our economy, must adapt themselves to the principle which will conquer, and only secondarily to the principle which is closer to them by virtue of the type of social organization of labor which lies behind it. Let us begin with the first point. Since cooperatives can exist in capitalist society without in any way threatening its existence, this shows quite plainly that cooperation in itself contains no active principle of transformation in the direction of socialized production relations. The utopians of cooperation affirmed the contrary, but were beaten by the entire practical experience of capitalism and of cooperation itself. Cooperation can play a socialist role only insofar as it enters as one link into a system which is developing towards socialism on the basis of its own inner forces and tendencies. Such a system is the state economy of the proletariat, which relies in its development upon the growth of large-scale socialized production. The collective economy of the proletariat, both because of its imminent laws of development and because of the external situation, must either develop rapidly or else perish. There is no third way. In so far as it develops. 219. 220. Rapidly, to that extent the cooperatives, if they are not included in the state economic system, at least form a sort of less stable, less closely connected, less organized prolongation of it, like the tail or a comet, extending its tentacles into the interstices of exchange between petty production and the state economy, and here and there beginning cooperation between petty producers on a production basis. As regards the second point, here we must make the following observation. The development of the working of the law of primitive socialist accumulation, in which tendencies of advance to socialism are concentrated at this stage, signifies the strengthening of a certain type, the collective type of organization of human labor. The strengthening of the working of the law of value both expresses and at the same time facilitates tendencies towards a different, purely capitalist organization of labor. Cooperation, by its social type of organization, is closer to the collective type of organization of labor. In this sense its fusion, under Soviet conditions, with the state economy is a more natural process than its orientation upon private capital. This aspect is not, however, the decisive one, as we have already said. If the development of socialist relations in our economy, which have their basis in industry, were to stop or to be very much slowed down, and capitalist relations began to grow faster, then, regardless of their social structure, the cooperatives would either break up at once, or else the majority of them would desert their positions as rear guard of the state economy, in order to go over to the side of capitalism. It must not be forgotten that, with the exception of workers' cooperatives, which essentially do nothing more than rationalize the system of distribution within the state sector and so constitute a different relation of distribution, all the other cooperatives are based on petty commodity production. This petty production in bourgeois society is at best neutral in relation to socialism, while it secretes capitalist relations and goes on secreting them to a substantial degree under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Experience has shown that consumers' cooperatives can play and do play an important role in establishing a direct link between the petty producers and state industry. Insofar as the state carries out a policy of planned prices for its own goods and firm prices for the products which it buys from the petty producers, insofar 221. Consequently, as it carries out a certain restriction of the working of the law of value, to that extent the consumers' cooperatives participate in this restriction through their trading network. On the other hand, however, as experience has shown, these cooperatives resist the pressure of the law of value far more feebly than the state organs do. They do not stick to their agreements with the state organs regarding maximum retail additions to wholesale prices. They resell to private capital goods they have received from state trusts on the basis of most favored treatment, and often on credit. They often break away from buying operations at firm prices, and so on. In all these cases and many others, the law of value overpowers the planning tendencies of the state economy. Cooperation among the petty producers in the sphere of trade does not encounter any serious obstacles under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Quite the contrary, if one remembers those privileges which the Soviet state accords to cooperatives and which cannot be accorded by any other regime. Unification proceeds fairly smoothly here, and not only owing to these privileges, but also because it does not yet touch the sphere of production, which remains petty, scattered commodity production. The petty producer has every reason to support a trading apparatus which sells more cheaply. And when both the cooperatives and private traders sell at the same price, the petty producer can choose between them, taking into account quality of goods, credit facilities, and so on. One must never forget that, for example, consumers' cooperatives, which are not state organizations, are still less social organizations, either from the standpoint of the amount of share capital contributed by the members or from that of organized and systematic control by the members over the activity of the management. A consumer society is in the majority of cases still rather a shop without a strong boss than a stable organization of people who control a shop. It is easier to set up a network of shops than a network of social organizations. 1 But even ideal cooperation between petty producers in the sphere of exchange does not solve the problem of their cooperation in the sphere of production. Cooperation in the sphere of exchange merely brings us to this fundamental problem. We have already said several times that the struggle between the law of primitive socialist accumulation and the law of value means a struggle for supremacy between two different ways of organizing human labor, the collective way and the private capitalist way. If we strike the balance of the struggle between these two ways of organizing labor, exclusively in the field of agricultural production, putting our communes, though they are extremely primitive forms of collective labor, along with the state farms in one scale and the kulak holdings in the other scale, then we shall have to recognize the following. The state farms have until recently contracted their area to the advantage of petty production, the communes and artels have slowly increased their area, and the area of the kulak and semi-kulak holdings has increased more rapidly. 1 The reason is that the kulak holding, which grows organically out of scattered petty commodity production, has hitherto provided more opportunities for the organization of labor in agriculture on capitalist or semi-capitalist lines than the state economy has provided for the organization of labor on its lines. The balance can be changed not by some socialist miracles on the territory of petty peasant production, taken by itself, but only by a more profound influence of large-scale urban industry on peasant farming. As to what concrete forms this will assume, one can at present speak only in very general terms. Take, for instance, the tractorization of farming, where the tractor is acquired by society as whole. It will facilitate the transition to the social cultivation of the land throughout the countryside. The introduction of state tractors on a mass scale among the poor peasants, on the basis of leasing or some other method, and the cultivation of the land by the poor peasants using these tractors, among the independent producers, can signify the beginning of the separation from farming, and the mechanization, of the functions of plowing and threshing, that is, the separation from petty production of the operations which are most easily socialized. Electrification will mean the separation of the motive power from part of the farm work, with concentration of the production of this power in large state-owned power stations. Some functions of farming are already cooperatively organized under the pressure of the cooperation which has been achieved already before this, in the sphere of exchange, especially selling, as, for instance, in the dairying cooperatives. When Lenin in his article on cooperation said that cooperative enterprises under our system do not differ from socialist enterprises, he had in mind not cooperation in exchange, based on petty commodity economy in production, but producers' cooperation as a prolongation of the state's planned economy. This is quite definite. He wrote, under our present system, cooperative enterprises differ from private capitalist enterprises because they are collective enterprises, but they do not differ from socialist enterprises if the land on which they are situated and the means of production belong to the state, i.e., the working class. Volume 18, Part 2, pages 143 to 4.1. Lenin's idea is quite clear. Cooperation around means of production belonging to the state is the organization of labor characteristic of socialism, and both historically and in class character is to be counterposed to cooperation by workers around machines which belong to the capitalist class. This means that the transition to socialism is completed in the sphere of producers' cooperation, for which cooperation in exchange merely clears the way. But our successes in this very sphere of cooperation between petty producers are as yet very few, and the concrete forms, as against the general line, of this process are still quite unclear. Only one thing is clear: everything depends on the quickest possible development of industry, which is the transforming center of the whole economy and the only active principle of socialist cooperation. As regards the sphere of influence of the town over the countryside through credit, we must observe the following. With a regular goods famine, which means a famine of fresh capital for developing industry, credit cannot assume wide scope. It will acquire big significance only when commodity reserves have been accumulated in industry, above all, of course, in heavy industry, because producers' cooperation in the countryside can receive the maximum impetus only from the sphere of production of means of production for the peasant economy. APPENDIX. Once more about socialist accumulation, reply to Comrade Bukharin. In Pravda of December 12, 1924 there was published a long article by Comrade Bukharin in which he attacked the chapter of my book The New Economics, which was published in number 8 of Vestnik Kommunistiskoy Akademii under the title The Fundamental Law of Socialist Accumulation *. The questions raised in my article are basic questions of the theory of the Soviet economy, and those raised in Comrade Bukharin's article 8 basic questions of our economic policy. They call for the most thoughtful attention. This article is a hasty and incomplete reply to Comrade Bukharin. My book as a whole constitutes a more circumstantial reply to him. First of all, I must warn the reader that neither Comrade Bukharin's article nor my present answer can be thoroughly and fully understood unless one has read my work in the Vestnik. At any rate, I was not always able to recognize in Comrade Bukharin's exposition the ideas which I had developed in my article in the Vestnik. I am obliged therefore to resort here briefly to setting forth my point of view in my own words and from time to time in quotations from the article. The fundamental and quite impermissible mistake made by Comrade Bukharin, if it is a mistake, is one which he carries all the way through his article and which compels him to strike a mile wide of the mark so far as the fundamental question in dispute is concerned. This is it. My article is an attempt at a theoretical analysis of the Soviet economy, or, more modestly, an attempt at an approach to such an analysis. Our Soviet economy is divided into state and private sectors. Each sector has its own particular type of regularity in development. But both of them enter into the unified organism of the whole economy of the Union as a whole. For the purpose of theoretical analysis it is necessary, as a matter of method, to examine each of these two regularities separately and then to explain how the resultant we know in real life is obtained. But the tendencies of development of the state economy have to be examined in their pure form, that is, they have to be analyzed as though the state economy were developing without encountering resistance from private economy. One has to analyze the regularity of the state economy in its optimum form. This is the only correct method, bequeathed to us by Marx. Only this method enables us to find our way among the motley facts of real life and to understand the inner meaning of all events. But what does Comrade Bukharin do? He confuses an analysis of the regularity of development of the state economy, an analysis in which it is necessary temporarily to abstract oneself from the economic and political resistance of private economy, and the conclusions drawn from this analysis, with the actual economic policy of the proletarian state, and, of course, exposes a contradiction here without much difficulty. I do not know what to call such a confusion, such a mistake. Comrade Bukharin understands very well what the difference is here. He has successfully used this method of study more than once in his own economic works. Our entire young generation are studying according to this method. One of two things must be true: either he now refuses to understand the nature of this method of analysis, which is not very likely, or he has sacrificed theoretical honesty to the tasks of current polemic. And if the latter is the case, he must be photographed in flagranti delicto. What is the essence of my method and the structure of my argument? The October Revolution signified a breakthrough by mankind, on one sector of the globe, into a new type of economy. This new economy is taking shape, struggling for existence and consolidating itself, developing a number of regularities which are unique to itself. The basis of this new economy, bursting into the laws of commodity economy and changing them, is the state economy of the proletariat. Since this economy exists, it cannot but struggle to maintain its existence. And struggling for the existence of the state economy, surrounded by the ocean of world capitalism, means struggling to extend it, to subordinate the pre-socialist forms to it in some cases, in others to adapt these forms, in yet others to absorb them. Fighting for the existence of the state economy means at the present stage hastening as fast as possible through that dangerous period of its life when it is both economically and technically weaker than capitalist economy. This process of extending and consolidating the state economy can proceed both at the expense of its own forces and resources, that is, the surplus product of the workers in state industry, and at the expense of private, including peasant, itself including middle peasant, economy. Can it be otherwise? To express the problem in the most easily understood words, can the burden of developing state industry and reconstructing its whole technical base be borne on the shoulders of our 3 million workers alone, or must our 22 million peasant households take a share in this too? The experience of our existence during the 7 years of the revolution has answered this question and continues to answer it in the affirmative. Nor can things be different in the future. But since expansion also at the expense of private economy is inevitable for the state economy, we have to ascertain through what channels this flow of resources will pass into it, and what the tendencies of development of the state economy are in this direction, taken in their pure forms, that is, in abstraction from the resistance of the milieu of private economy, and thereby also from the actual policy which the workers' state has to carry out in accordance with economic and political considerations. Do the spontaneous tendencies of the state economy, in its development at the expense of private production, go further than is actually within the reach of the state's economic policy? Naturally they do. But does this mean that the scientific analysis of these tendencies, the formulation of the optimum of these tendencies, means a criticism of the economic policy of the state and the party? A criticism of a policy which, whatever it may be, will always fall short of this optimum? The question is meaningless enough. But this meaningless question has to be put because Comrade Bukharin does not give the reader the slightest warning that my article is devoted not to the economic policy of the state but to a theoretical analysis of the basic regularities of our economy. These regularities have grown historically out of the October Revolution, out of the very fact that the state economy of the proletariat exists and is developing. One can observe and describe them. This helps us to find our bearings in the economic situation and makes it possible for us to commit fewer mistakes in practical policy. In politics one can only sense them vaguely and act in groping fashion, going from case to case, obtaining the necessary notification asterisk from life post factum. But when an analysis of these laws has been made, one must show that this analysis has been made wrongly, and not mix up tendencies of development with economic policy, not cavil at points of terminology if one has nothing to say against the essence of the matter. But this does not mean at all that no definite conclusions for the state's economic policy follow from my book. Such conclusions do follow. They will be drawn in that chapter of the book where the relation between the economic systems will be examined along the section line of class relations between workers and peasants, where an analysis of our economic policy will also be given. Comrade Bukharin should have waited for this part of my book to be printed. He would then doubtless have seen that the political conclusions which he draws from my present article are not drawn at all by the author of this article. He would also not have been obliged, in order to show the scope of his polemical panache, to criticize, instead of my actual views, his own constructions which he merely attributes to me. The children's colonies of Comrade Bukharin. The first point in Comrade Bukharin's attack is the quotation in his article of my formula for the law of socialist accumulation, where, first, the term exploitation is used and, second, the term colony. Not having taken the trouble to understand what is meant, and admitting that he finds it hard to understand this, Comrade Bukharin all of a sudden declares categorically, there can be no doubt that Comrade Prebrazhensky sees the workers' state as possessing colonies. Anyone who simply reads what Comrade Bukharin has quoted from me about colonies must perceive the complete absurdity of this statement. In the second part of my formulation of the law I said that after the socialist revolution in the capitalist countries the victorious proletariat will have to reduce the non-equivalence of exchange with those countries which were colonies of the capitalist states and with which they must now establish relations on fresh foundations. That is, colonial slavery, national inequality and the whole system of capitalist colonial plundering will be abolished. P. 58, 1, and non-equivalence of exchange will be abolished insofar as it was connected with the specific capitalist system of exploiting colonies, but non-equivalence of exchange will remain insofar as it is connected with the general relations between socialism and pre-socialist forms of economy. In other words, it is not that peasant economy finds itself in the position of a colony, but that all colonies find themselves in the position of peasant economy and petty bourgeois economy generally, insofar as the structure of a colony's economy is identical with that type of economy, in that it is economically backward. Comrade Bukharin himself is aware that what I am concerned with is former colonies, which cease to exist as colonies but remain as equal members of a union in the system of those industrial countries which have gone over to the socialist organization of production. But instead of simply stating that it is necessary to insert in the text the word former asterisk, Comrade Bukharin bursts out in moral indignation, and with a serious air proceeds to muddle a perfectly clear question. Now as to the term exploitation star. Comrade Bukharin himself recognizes that socialist industry receives and must receive surplus value from the petty producers in its accumulation fund star. Having admitted this, that is, having admitted both the fact and the inevitability of non-equivalent exchange with private economy, the balance in every case of exchange being in favor of the state economy, he has admitted my fundamental proposition and thereby deprived himself of the possibility of engaging in a dispute on grounds of principle about all the conclusions which follow from this proposition. Only one thing is left to him, to stretch up onto the heights of principle a dispute about terms, to misrepresent particular matters of detail as fundamental questions, and, besides all this, to confuse relations between classes with relations between economic forms. I spoke in my article about the exploitation of pre-socialist forms by the socialist economic system. If Comrade Bukharin can think up some suitable term, he has always been very good at this. I shall not object, provided this term expresses the essence of the matter, that is, that the balance of exchange of material, which is not the same as the balance of the commercial exchange between the systems, between the private and socialist economies, is in favor of the latter, and not vice versa. I merely observe that if the term exploitation asterisk is transferred from relations between classes to relations between economic systems, then this term is hardly so incorrect as it seems to Comrade Bukharin. After all, the socialist form, which passes over at a certain level of development into the communist form, strives to perpetuate itself not only by expansion but also by contracting the territory of the pre-socialist economic forms. I understand very well the political considerations which influence Comrade Bukharin when he attacks the term exploitation * so strongly. From the scientific point of view, these objections of his are without substance. They rather recall the Narodnik's * indignation at the scientific Marxist term petty bourgeoisie and its application to the peasantry. Transferring a term from one sphere of phenomena to another does not presume the identity of the phenomena described, but only a certain analogy at the point where comparison is being made. However, terminology is a small matter. What is worse is that under cover of his outburst of moral indignation, Bukharin affects a substitution of one of my concepts for another. I spoke in my article about the exploitation of the pre-socialist forms by the socialist forms, but nowhere and at no time did I speak of exploitation of the peasantry by the proletariat. I deliberately refrained from speaking of this because exploitation of petty production by socialism does not at all necessarily imply exploitation of the petty producers by the proletariat. Let us take the following numerical example. Let us assume that the workers produce in a given year new values worth £1 milliard rubles, of which 700 millions constitute surplus product, which together with, say 800 millions taken from the peasantry go to the maintenance of the state machine in the first place, and, in the second, to expanded reproduction. In the following year, thanks to an expansion of production and a rise in the productivity of labor, the workers produce 1,800 millions, of which 800 millions constitute surplus product. Of the latter sum, 750 millions now go to the state and 50 millions to raising wages. Let us suppose that in this period 50 millions more were also received from the peasantry, that is, a total of 850 millions. It follows that wages have risen at the expense of the productivity of labor of the workers themselves, and at the same time the share which the workers give to the state machine and the accumulation fund has also grown. But along with this, as we see from this example, the share of the product of the petty producers alienated for the same purposes has also increased. The fact that there is growing exploitation of petty production by the socialist form is obvious, but there is no exploitation of the peasants by the workers, even when wages are increased. This case is typical for our times and will remain typical for many years to come. The peasant economy is, in this situation, not a colony of state industry but a participant in socialist expanded reproduction. The worker is not an exploiter of the peasant but a collaborator with him in deductions made for the expansion of reproduction, which is needed not only by him but by the whole of Soviet society, by all the toiling classes. And at the same time it is obvious that exploitation of one system by the other takes place. Comrade Bukharin, however, is not against the balance being in favor of the state economy. He is even in agreement with this, provided that surplus product flows into the working class as a class, that is, apparently, not only into the state economic system but into its consumers' * budget, which is from my point of view quite optional. And, after making his radical gesture one, he has only one request to submit: remove that word exploitation *. I am most ready to agree to removing this word. But in removing it, I consider it appropriate to remind the reader at least of Lenin's words on the struggle between the two systems. The dictatorship of the proletariat means not only force, though it is impossible without force, it also means a higher organization of labor than the previous organization. Force can be used without any economic roots, but then it is doomed by history to perish. But force can be used, relying on an advanced class, on the higher principles of the socialist order, the order of organization. And then it may temporarily meet with failure, but it is invincible *. Lenin, On the History of the Question of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat *, Kommunisticheski Internationally No. 14.2. These lines were written at the end of October 1920, that is, towards the end of the period of war communism. But Lenin's formulation is of a general character, and with even more vigor than is needed it defends my basic proposition about the struggle between two systems from any reproach of being a departure from Leninism. I again stress that I am not here concerned at all with what actual concessions the workers' state may have to make to the peasantry. This question is quite a different one and is not examined in the article. It is useful to recall Comrade Lenin's words quoted above for this reason. Only if one has a vulgar understanding of the Leninist attitude to the peasantry in the NEP period can one consider that Leninism in this field means maximum concessions to the peasants, and only that. Lenin put forward and defended a policy of making certain concessions to the peasantry as a communist, that is, he put it forward in the name of strengthening the reinforced concrete basis of the proletarian dictatorship. These concessions had in view above all the achievement of this basic aim and were never in his eyes an end in themselves. Comrade Bukharin knows all this and knows very much more that is written in Vladimir Ilyitch's works. But his attacks on me on this point are of such a character as to suggest that he did not consider it necessary to dissociate himself from the vulgar conception of Leninism. After all, a mere repetition of the words worker-peasant bloc, without analyzing the real interrelationship of the economic systems represented by these classes, merely strengthens the vulgar, Philistine, petty bourgeois conception of Leninism on the peasant question, a conception towards which those groups in Soviet society spontaneously gravitate which reflect the pressure of the 100-million-headed mass of the peasantry in our country. About the devouring of petty bourgeois economy on this question, as on the question of colonies and as in many other places in his article, Comrade Bukharin from the start sets up a windmill of his own construction and then takes aim and fires at it with an air of profound inner conviction that he is in the right. In one passage of my article I wrote about the fact that the socialist form of economy cannot survive, if it is surrounded by private commodity production, on a basis of peaceful coexistence. I spoke of the fact that the very existence of these two systems, although they are included in the country's unified system, inevitably leads either to socialist production subordinating petty bourgeois economy to itself in some cases, adapting it in others, and absorbing it in yet others, or else to socialist production becoming dissolved in the elemental forces of commodity economy. The word devouring asterisk is in this context a synonym for the victory of one system over the other. This word devouring enables Comrade Bukharin to affirm that I depart from Leninism in the way I conceive the further evolution of peasant economy. First, I consider that my statement is such an elementary truth, many times expressed by Lenin himself, that it is pointless to defend it. One can object to this idea only if one starts from the proposition that the struggle between the two systems in our country has ended with the establishment of such an equilibrium between them that between socialism and commodity economy there has taken place a peaceful delimitation of spheres of influence in the economic field, and the two systems are developing without encroaching on each other's territory. How absurd this view becomes clear at the first attempt one makes to think out what the relations are between the economy of the USSR and world capitalism. Our internal capitalism, our simple commodity production which nourishes this capitalism, our trading capital, all these are cut off by our monopoly of foreign trade, our customs barrier, from world capitalist economy, that is, from the main forces of our enemy. Our internal capitalism with its base in simple commodity production, as a separate unit of world capitalist economy, has been cut off by us, surrounded, and subjected to the appropriate onslaught by the state economy in that artificial milieu which is guarded by the entire state and its armed might. But imagine for a moment this dam broken through by world capital. What would happen? What would happen would be the devouring of our state economy by the capitalist system, a devouring process in which the internal forces of our capitalism and all our commodity production would play an extremely active role in the burial of the first experiment in socialist industry. This possibility knocks at our door the more loudly the bigger is the pressure of the capitalist countries upon us on the economic front, and the more substantial is the place we begin to occupy in the calculations of the capitalist countries as a market for their goods, a source of raw materials, and a sphere of investment for exported capital. But, on the other hand, the more successfully our state economy develops, the more vigorously it draws towards itself all the country's private economy, and the more successfully the process goes forward of subordinating the pre-socialist economic forms to the socialist form, adapting them to it, and eventually absorbing them into it. Naturally, for Russia this process will be incredibly prolonged and slow, it will take place at different rates at different periods, with breaks, with stoppages, with fresh advances. But however slow this process may be, especially before the proletarian revolution in the West comes to its aid, it goes on and it must go on, if our state economy in general is destined to survive. Equilibrium will be achieved only when private economy is brought up to the level of socialist economy, that is, when it is liquidated as private economy. But Comrade Bukharin grasps at the word devouring not in order to engage in a controversy about the essence of the matter, for how can there be any controversy about this, but in order to ascribe to me a specific plan for this devouring process, namely, the development by the proletariat of its own farming, that is, the development of state farms destined to devour peasant economy under conditions of a general offensive by the proletariat on the countryside. The proletariat would act by analogy with the knights of primitive accumulation. Having fastened upon me the scheme which has nothing in common with what I actually said, Comrade Bukharin declares decisively that all this is profoundly incorrect. What is profoundly incorrect is, first and foremost, what Comrade Bukharin here ascribes to me. In my article nowhere is a word said about proletarian farming in our country. I said nothing about it in relation to the problem of socializing peasant economy. I spoke about the proletariat's own farming only in relation to the advanced industrial countries, when the proletariat comes to power in them and the present large-scale capitalist farms are transformed into socialist farms. Comrade Bukharin can find nothing of the sort about our country in my writings, though it is a necessary element in the scheme which he has attributed to me and on which he concentrates his fire. He has not hesitated in this case to engage in an operation of a kind which has long been known in polemical procedures of a certain kind and which consists in substitution. I am, of course, as a friend, very sorry for Comrade Bukharin, because he would not have resorted to this method except in extreme necessity. I think that at another time he would find it more interesting to have a discussion on the essence of the matter, if he were not bound by certain political tasks to enter into polemic against me. I said nothing about proletarian farming in our country because in the foreseeable period of time it will hardly play a big role. Only in the event of proletarian revolution in Europe can one expect that the Western proletariat will show great interest in our free land, which may markedly change the whole picture. In general I spoke, and in general it is now worth speaking, only of the basic form of socialized farming, that is, of producers * farming cooperatives of the peasantry. What is the situation in this regard? In my article I wrote about it as follows: petty production develops in 3 departments. One department remains in the realm of petty production for a long time, another is organized cooperatively in a capitalist way, the third, avoiding this latter process, is united on the basis of new * cooperation, which is a special type of transition from petty production to socialism by way neither of capitalism nor of simple absorption of petty production by the state economy. This new form of cooperation under the dictatorship of the proletariat, among the varieties of which are, of course, the peasant communes and artels, is still only about to develop. We cannot therefore analyze something which does not yet exist but is only about to arise. Pages IOOIP 132 of this translation. Comrade Bukharin also quotes this passage. How correctly he has understood me, or, to be more precise, how correctly he has set forth my views, may be seen from the conclusion he draws from the words quoted above. Comrade Bukharin writes, Comrade Prebrazhensky thinks that the laws of the evolution of agriculture under the rule of the proletariat have remained the same as they were under capitalism. In other words, Comrade Bukharin asserts that in my article I see the main road to the socialization of peasant economy as lying through the devouring of this economy by the state economy. All this is completely untrue and completely in contradiction with what I wrote in the article. Nowhere did I speak about what road would be the main road or what lengths of time all the processes connected with the socialization of peasant economy would take. The essence of my views on this question consists in the following: at the present time nobody knows or can know how, in concrete terms, peasant economy will be transformed into that type of producers' farming cooperation which will be the transitional stage to the socialization of farming. My unwillingness to describe in a scientific work something which does not yet exist in life will be understood by anybody who has learned from Lenin. Remember how Lenin defended our program at the 8th Party Congress, or has understood how science differs from belles lettres. In my work From NEP to Socialism I willingly went into this question in detail, but I did it in the form of an hypothesis, because what Comrade Bukharin desires can be achieved only in the form of hypotheses and utopias. In that little book there can be found, on the question of the evolution 6F peasant farming, not merely what Comrade Bukharin today charges me with after a delay of 2 years, but something that goes even beyond that. To Comrade Bukharin, however, all this seems unconvincing. How can this be? Prebrazhensky finds it possible to give an analysis of the law of accumulation in the 8th year of the proletarian revolution in our country and before the revolution in the West, and yet he refuses to say anything at all about cooperation in the peasant economy. He does not argue against Lenin, who set forth a definite large-scale plan, which was at the same time a theoretical forecast. He simply declares that it is not possible to give a theoretical analysis of what does not exist but merely ought to arise. In our opinion this is evading the issue. In the first place, 7 years is, generally speaking, a short period of time, but nevertheless it is sufficient for the undertaking of a theoretical analysis of what has happened during that time and what is now happening before our eyes. I remind Comrade Bukharin that he too, before the revolution in the West, and not 7 years but only 2 years after the October Revolution, undertook a description of the general theory of the transformation process *, the economics of the transition period. Secondly, if I had been in disagreement with Lenin about the role of cooperation I should have written directly about it. The works of Lenin are not a Talmud, and Leninists should not be Talmudists. Thirdly, in Lenin's article on cooperation * there is not to be found what Comrade Bukharin requires of me, that is, there is nothing about the forms and roads of producers' cooperation in the countryside. There is only a proposition in principle about the role of cooperation in a peasant country. Nor could there be anything in Lenin's article about this, because he did not like utopias and himself never engaged in composing them. Fourthly, not only am I in agreement with Lenin's article on cooperation, but in all my contributions during the discussion of 1923 I underline the programmatic significance of the article, stating that the importance of this article was insufficiently understood by the party, and in nearly every resolution I put forward there was a point where I mentioned this article. The fact that Comrade Bukharin has been obliged to concoct a new allegation about my alleged disagreement with Lenin on this point is merely a proof of how hard it is for him to fulfill his political and polemical task without distorting the meaning of my words. I now pass to the essence of this whole question. We shall now see that my conception of accumulation not only does not contradict Lenin's last article on cooperation, on the contrary, it has a direct internal link with it. What does Lenin actually say in this article? Every social system arises only with the financial assistance of a definite class. There is no need to mention the hundreds and hundreds of millions of rubles which the birth of free capitalism cost. Now we must realize, and apply in our practical work, the fact that the social system which we must now assist more than the usual is the cooperative system. Lenin, on cooperation, in the same article Lenin speaks of how we must give material support to cooperation. Comrade Bukharin also quotes this passage to show my divergence from Lenin, but he has wisely left out the phrase where mention is made of what the birth of free capitalism cost. Yet the idea expressed in this phrase leads directly to the problem of accumulation. Indeed, if rural cooperation can progress rapidly only with the financial assistance of a definite class in the case in point, with the support of the ruling class, then the first question that arises here is, from where are the means to come? There are 22 million peasant households in the Soviet Union. A credit of 100 rubles for each household would mean nearly 2 milliards, a credit of 50 rubles would mean 1 milliard. Milliards of rubles would be needed for credit to the peasant economy to have a serious effect, for its effect to be merely Noticeable, hundreds and hundreds of millions would be needed. Where is the proletarian state to get these resources from? Where is it to find them, when the restoration of the fixed capital of industry and expansion of the circulating capital merely to pre-war dimensions is going to require at least $1 milliard in the next few years? Yet resources for these purposes are of first priority necessity. I am not saying that granting credits to the peasantry and helping forward the formation of peasant cooperatives is a hopeless prospect. I consider, on the contrary, that long-term credit will play a very big role in the development of rural cooperation in our country, and that it will at the same time constitute a very important factor in coordinating industry with agriculture. But a plan for the development of long-term credit is not hopeless only insofar as the progress of primitive socialist accumulation is not hopeless. Essentially, until the period of primitive socialist accumulation is completed, while long-term credit or any other kind of credit to the peasantry may increase, it cannot assume a particularly large scale. Only when the period of primitive accumulation is completed and industry stands on a new technical foundation, only then can the flow of values from town to country by the channel of long-term credit become a broad river. The following example will show how matters actually stand in this respect. During the last half year, industry invested in cooperation, through the process of trade on credit, only 100 million rubles. But even this sum turned out to be beyond its powers. It was necessary to beat a retreat and to enlarge the field for the entry of readily available private capital. This fact cries loudly enough how poor our state economy is and what tremendous efforts it will have to make so far as accumulation is concerned. Thus, that aid to cooperation of which Lenin spoke, and those other forms of financing the country from the town which he did not speak about, will be possible only on the basis of a great progress of accumulation in industry. Until this progress has been achieved, our aid will be on a small scale. Often it is more likely to irritate the peasants by the contrast between its scantiness and the inevitably large expenditure on the state machine than to call forth a feeling of gratitude to the class which is granting the credit. And I think that it will not be difficult to explain all these ideas to the broad masses of the peasantry, who are not at all incapable of grasping the elementary economic concepts relating to our economy as a whole. Point 1. This is the first point. Secondly, in the passage quoted from my article I spoke about producers' cooperatives for farming, whereas Lenin speaks in his article about cooperation in general and consumers' cooperation in particular. He nowhere says that a big section of the peasantry will be organized cooperatively in the sphere of production merely through exchange, that is, in the main, through consumers' cooperation. We must advance towards cooperation on a production basis in our country both through exchange, including long-term credit, and through electrification, and also through developing the use of tractors in cultivation. What this producers' cooperative for farming, as yet unknown to us, will look like, by what main way or what combination of ways we shall reach it and achieve it, nobody knows at present, and for this reason Lenin says not a word about it in his article. But he does speak about financial support to the cooperatives by the ruling class, and thereby he brings us at once to the question of accumulation in the state economy. If Comrade Bukharin is convinced that the development of rural cooperation will proceed exclusively or mainly by way of exchange, which is, speaking generally, not out of the question and is even quite probable, then, first, he ought to prove this, and in particular he ought to prove it because he asserts that in my article there is a gap so far as this point is concerned. Let him show how cooperation will advance from the sphere of exchange to conquer that of production. If he writes on this subject more than I wrote on it in my little book From NEP to Socialism and in my articles on long-term credit, if he writes more than others have already written on this subject, we shall be grateful to him. But let him write, and not hide behind Lenin's article, which does not deal with this question in such concrete fashion. But while Lenin says nothing in this article about how he conceives that the transformation of peasant economy will take place, and while he says nothing in this article about the role to be played by large-scale industry in carrying through this transformation, in other passages in his speeches and articles he does have something to say, more than once, about this question. Let us take just a few of these passages, so as not to prolong our exposition unduly. In his speech at the 8th All-Russia Congress of Soviets, Lenin said, "Anyone who has carefully observed life in the countryside as compared with life in the towns knows that we have not torn up the roots of capitalism and have not undermined the foundation, the basis of the internal enemy. The latter depends on small-scale production, and there is only one way of undermining it, namely, to place the economy of the country, including agriculture, on a new technical basis, the technical basis of modern large-scale production. And it is only in electricity that we have such a basis." Volume 17, p. 428, 1. In his speech on the food tax made to the All-Russia Party Conference on May 26, 1921, Lenin said, "The real and only basis upon which we could consolidate our resources for the erection of socialist society is large-scale industry. We can, must, and will lay the basis of large-scale industry for our economy. Without it there can be no thought of a real socialist foundation for our economic life." 2. In his speech at the Third Congress of the Comintern, session of July 5, 1921, Lenin said, among other things, "We say, large-scale industry is the only means of saving the peasantry from want and starvation. Everyone agrees with this. But how can it be done? The restoration of industry on the old basis will require too much labor and time. We must give industry a more modern form, that is, we must adopt electrification. The latter requires much less time." 3. I think that Comrade Bukharin will not accuse Lenin of underestimating the role of the peasantry and overestimating that of state industry. I think he will not bring himself to accuse Lenin either of putting forward, in the first of the passages quoted, the prospect of devouring peasant economy, when he speaks of electrifying not only industry but also agriculture. But Comrade Bukharin ought to think carefully about one thing, the idea of which automatically arises here. How does he propose to reconcile his objections to what I have written with the words I have quoted from Lenin? Here we approach the central point of our dispute. The fundamental question here stands thus: either Comrade Bukharin must show that Lenin's article on cooperation contradicts the quotations from Lenin given above, and then, should he prove successful in this undertaking, he would have grounds for talking not about my departure from Leninism, but about his own departure from everything that Lenin wrote and said before his article on cooperation, or he must show that this last article of Lenin's does not contradict but merely develops in a certain field the views which Lenin had earlier expounded about the prospect of our economic development, which he had expounded in a general way, not only in connection with the question of peasant cooperation but in connection with the general prospect of our socialist advance. In the latter case, however, Comrade Bukharin would have to reverse the entire argument which he has built up against my article. He must strike a definite balance in his understanding of Leninism, but he must not balance between two positions. The question is posed directly here, either or. For myself, I am convinced that Lenin's article on cooperation does not contradict all those views which he had expounded on the future of socialism in our country. The question of peasant cooperation, whatever forms it may assume, is only part of the general question of our socialist advance. Without a rapid development of the state economy there cannot be a sufficiently rapid development of peasant cooperation, unless this cooperation is to mean cooperation directed against us. And any rapid development of state industry is impossible without a sufficiently rapid accumulation in our state industry. To study the conditions for this accumulation, the progress which it is making, the obstacles which it is encountering, is to study one of the most fundamental questions of our country's socialist development. Comrade Bukharin's objections to my writings would have sense only on one condition: if he had decided to subject to revision all our party's ideas on the prospects of our economic development, together with that conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat and that basic line in our relations with the peasantry which we have maintained from the moment when we adopted a course towards socialist revolution and socialist reconstruction of society freed from the power of capital. But this revision would be a revision of Leninism not in the polemical but in the true sense of the word, and Comrade Bukharin's arguments would then be striking. at a target much more important than the modest one offered by my article. As we have partly seen above and as we shall see now, Comrade Bukharin has gone too far in his polemic and also has not sufficiently weighed in a Leninist fashion his arguments on another question of very great importance, that of the worker-peasant bloc under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The worker-peasant bloc. On the subject of the worker-peasant bloc Comrade Bukharin has a lot to say, all through his article. But everything he says misses the point, because these general formulations, insofar as he quotes Lenin correctly, are perfectly indisputable truths and nobody in our party disputes them. And insofar as he quotes my article incorrectly, these truths have nothing to do with what I have written and I have no need to be reminded of them. All these efforts of his to show that my theoretical construction contradicts Lenin's position on the worker-peasant bloc prove to be completely fruitless. He cannot quote a single line from my article to support his assertions, for the simple reason that this problem has not yet been broached in my work and will come up for examination only after I have made an analysis of the economics of industry and agriculture. I have already said that I still have before me the task of ascertaining, as far as possible in pure form, the tendencies of development of our commodity economy, and thereby of ascertaining the economic basis of that force, the petty producers, in alliance with which it is necessary to create a bloc. Comrade Bukharin's strongest argument against me is that I elucidate the problem of primitive socialist accumulation by comparing this process with facts from the epoch of primitive capitalist accumulation. Comrade Bukharin considers this analogy monstrous, because there could be no block between the knights of primitive accumulation and their victims. In the first place, if I develop my views by comparing two systems of production and two epochs, this relates above all to the method of exposition and not to the essence of the whole argument. There could have been a different method of exposition, without comparisons and contrasts, and this would in no way have changed the concepts, but it would, in my opinion, have given a less graphic illustration of particular aspects of these concepts. In the second place, since when has a scientific comparison, say, of man with the dog been humiliating for Homo sapiens? I do not understand why we cannot, for example, make a scientific comparison between the proletarian state and the bourgeois state, why we cannot compare our justice with capitalist justice, and so on. Is the proletarian state rendered less proletarian by this comparison? Do we not see better and more distinctly the special features of the proletarian state when we compare it with the bourgeois state? All this is so obvious that it is tedious to repeat it instead of engaging in the study of fresh problems. But Comrade Bukharin has had bad luck with this point from another angle also. By an irony of fate, it is precisely in Lenin's article on cooperation, and precisely in that phrase which Comrade Bukharin prudently omitted from his quotation, that Lenin, in no way embarrassed by the possibility of breaking up the worker-peasant bloc, speaks of what the birth of free capitalism cost, that is, he compares the building of socialism, oh horror, with the knights of primitive accumulation. But if the right to make comparisons has to be supported by logical proofs and in particular by quotations from Lenin, this only shows what a theoretical cul-de-sac we can run into if in the future every step in the work of scientific study of our economy has to negotiate such barricades as the article by Comrade Bukharin which we are discussing. In my comparison, I remained within the limits of an analysis of the economic system solely from the standpoint of exchange between these systems. I did not touch upon interclass relations in our economy precisely because politics is concentrated economics and it is necessary to provide first of all an analysis of the economic basis, with all its tendencies, taken in their pure form. I do not know whether perhaps Comrade Bukharin, having undertaken a similar study, would have chosen the other way, that is, whether he would have begun with politics, then gone on to economics, and so come back once again to politics. To me this way seems a long one, inevitably requiring repetitions, and unsuitable because causes would often be confused with effects. After all, the law of primitive socialist accumulation is a law rooted in the economics of the state economy. In order to get to politics, to proceed from the whole to the concentrate, it is necessary, as I have already said, to analyze the laws of commodity economy as they operate under our conditions, with their base mainly in private economy, and also the influence of world capitalism upon us. When Comrade Bukharin reproaches me with eclecticism because I say little about politics, this only shows that in the interests of politics and political polemic he has not tried to understand either my method of investigation or my method of exposition. But since Comrade Bukharin puts words into my mouth and is himself attracted by the method of analogy, I must here say a few words about the relations between the proletariat and the peasantry from the historico-sociological standpoint. Let us begin first of all with Comrade Bukharin's analogy. I will quote his own words: "Today the working class wields power in industry, the peasants rule de facto on the land and in agriculture. The peasant is a seller of agricultural produce and a buyer of industrial products, the worker is, as a rule, the reverse. Their interests directly clash along this line. The peasant, moreover, is a survival from olden times, though a survival which possesses tremendous relative weight. This is not at all like the relations between the knights of accumulation and the peasants. This is rather like the relations between the industrial bourgeoisie and the landlords at a certain period of their development, though, of course, even here the analogy is highly conditional and does not take us very far in any direction. The bourgeoisie has power in the factories. The landlords have the land. The contradiction between their interests proceeds along the line of prices. Hence the struggle between them, which is sometimes, under certain conditions, quite sharp. But at the same time, we are talking about the period when the bourgeoisie is in power. There is a bloc, an alliance between the capitalist and the landlord against the working class. The bourgeoisie leads this bloc, the bourgeoisie leans upon the landlords and is supported by them. What has been the evolution of these classes in recent times? It has consisted in this, that, through the process of circulation, through the banks, through the form of joint stock companies and so on, these two classes, the industrial capitalists and the landlords, have to a considerable extent become transformed into a single class, the receivers of dividend. Dividend has become, so to speak, a synthesis of former heterogeneous types of income. This at least has been and still is the main tendency in the sphere of relations under review. Something with a formal similarity to this will happen, if we look at the question on the broad, historical scale, with the worker-peasant bloc. As through the process of circulation, the peasant economy is drawn more and more into the socialist orbit, the frontiers between the classes will be obliterated and will disappear in classless society. This is, of course, music of the future. We have other problems on today's agenda, but we need to have a prospect before us so as to know in what direction to drive our line. And the prospect of future development from which Comrade Prebrazhensky proceeds is radically false. I have nothing against feeling one's way through the question on the plane of the analogy which Comrade Bukharin puts forward here. I merely object categorically once again to his analogy being counterposed to my own. I spoke about the fact that the socialist system must draw nourishment not only from its own sources but also from the sources of pre-socialist forms, just as early capitalism in the course of its development drew nourishment from the resources of pre-capitalist modes of production. On this fundamental point, as we have seen, Comrade Bukharin agreed with me, merely questioning my terminology. Yet my analogy goes no further than an analysis of the exchange between the systems and the balance of this exchange. But Comrade Bukharin raises a fresh question and puts forward an analogy on a quite different plane. What is the weakness of Comrade Bukharin's analogy? It is this, that, taking the broad historical scale, he has jumped over the special characteristics of the present period, and he has done this not accidentally but just because his analogy, counterposed to mine, fails to serve his purpose if one does not compare arbitrarily selected periods from the sphere of relations under comparison but takes analogous historical periods in the development of the classes under comparison. We are in the stage of the first years of socialism. For comparison with these first years and decades one must take the corresponding period in the history of capitalism, that is, approximately, the period before the bourgeois revolutions or, at latest, the epoch of these revolutions. But this period was substantially different from the epoch when the serf-owning landlord was transformed into a capitalist landowner, when not only capitalist industry but also capitalist agriculture fused with the banks. This epoch was preceded by a most intense class struggle between the urban bourgeoisie and the big landlords, a struggle in the course of which the big landlords formed a bloc with the clergy against the Third Estate. In that epoch the bourgeoisie did not lean upon the landlords, but was often turned out of power by the landlords in a series of counter-revolutions, or forced to make very serious compromises which held back bourgeois development, forcing it to take the Prussian path instead of the American, to use Lenin's terminology. This in the first place, and, secondly, the bloc between these classes came into being, in the last analysis, on the basis of none other than the large-scale capitalist mode of production, which transforms the serf-worked estate into a capitalist factory on the land, overgrown with sugar refineries, distilleries, and breweries. The state economy of the proletariat and present-day peasant economy constitute historically two different types of economy, to unite which a very long historical period of struggle between these forms is needed, with the adaptation of the lower forms to the higher. Comrade Bukharin, in order to get away with his highly conditional comparison, has been obliged to jump over this period, whereas the whole task consists precisely in showing how we are to negotiate this period, and in the first place how we are to negotiate at least the first 2 decades of the existence of the Soviet power, when the class struggle has in general not ceased but only changed its form. When Comrade Bukharin says that these constructions are merely music of the future and that different problems are on today's agenda, he completely devalues his own construction so far as the present time is concerned. He acknowledges himself that he tells us nothing about the tasks of the present day and the real relations of the present day. What is the essence of the worker-peasant bloc? It is that the proletariat, as the ruling class and therefore as the class which takes responsibility for the Soviet economy as a whole, by leading the peasantry in its struggle for the existence of the Soviet system, carries out its great historical mission of developing and consolidating a new type of economy, and fights against all vacillations, moods of disappointment, revolts and retreats on the part of its ally. Against whom has this bloc been formed? Against internal forces, the landlords and capitalists, and, after their defeat, above all against world capital. Here the peasants inevitably waver, because a breakdown of our system, a breakdown of the monopoly of foreign trade and the customs barrier would offer them access to cheaper foreign goods and to some extent an increase in the prices they could get for their agricultural produce, that is, such a breakdown would offer them a betterment of their conditions, from the standpoint of the present day. But at the same time this breakdown would mean the victory of world capital over our Soviet system and as a result the payment to this capital of 18 milliard gold rubles, by one reckoning, 16 milliard by another, in settlement of pre-war and war debts and other claims. This is a sum which would suffice for the complete restoration of our industry and our agriculture well beyond the pre-war level. Such a turn of events would far outweigh those temporary advantages which the peasantry would obtain if it were to abandon its bloc with the proletariat against world capital in favor of a bloc with capital against the proletariat, not to mention the fact that this outcome would mean the turning of our country into a colony. If things come to the point of war with the capitalist countries, in order that we should win, it would of course be of first-class importance for the peasantry to be in the right mood. But the progress of industry is of no less importance, for without its successful development success on the war front would not be possible. The worker-peasant bloc cannot be looked at merely as a means to compromise with the countryside. We need this compromise not for its own sake but so that the peasantry, in its vacillations towards the side of capital, shall not break down that structure of world historical importance which the proletariat is erecting in the form of the state economy, with all its potentialities, including potentialities for the peasantry itself. From this standpoint the passage quoted below from our program, and everything that Lenin said about the bloc of workers and peasants, in no way contradicts the point of view explained in my article, because this explanation is an analysis of the conditions of existence and development of that system for the sake of which we enter, and shall in the future enter, into the necessary compromises, insofar as these are necessary to maintain the proletarian dictatorship, and to prevent the wrecking of the developing state economy. This is what we read in this article of our program. In relation to the middle peasantry, the policy of the All-Union Communist Party consists in gradually and in a planned way drawing it into the work of socialist construction. The party sets itself the task of separating the middle peasants from the kulaks, attracting them to the side of the working class by an attentive attitude to their needs, combating their backwardness by measures of ideological influence, and not at all by measures of coercion, striving in every instance where their vital interests are involved to arrive at practical agreement with them, making concessions to them in deciding the ways in which socialist transformations are to be effected. Our party has firmly mastered all this. It required and requires no revision, and so far as I know nobody has up to now proposed any revision of it. There is nobody in our party so lunatic as to be incapable of understanding that if the whole structure of the proletarian dictatorship were to be shaken to its very foundations as the result of a breach between the proletariat and the peasantry, the proletariat would not carry out its historical task in developing the state economy. On the other hand, however, it would be a vulgarization of Leninism if in setting out the Leninist conception of the problem of the worker-peasant bloc we were to avoid dealing plainly with the other aspect of the question, namely, the aims of our concessions and the limits to them, even if only in generalized algebraic expression. Not for nothing did Lenin often speak on this subject. It is enough to quote these words of his from his speech at the All-Russia Party Conference on May 26, 1921. The enemies of the Soviet government very often discuss the formula of the agreement between the working class and the peasantry, and very often they use it against us, because, taken by itself, this formula is absolutely indefinite. Agreement between the working class and the peasantry may be taken to mean anything. If we do not bear in mind that, from the point of view of the working class, an agreement can be permissible, correct, and possible in principle only if it supports the dictatorship of the working class and is one of the measures intended for the purpose of abolishing classes, the formula of agreement between the working class and the peasantry of course remains a formula which all the enemies of the Soviet government, all the enemies of the dictatorship, can utilize in expressing their views. Lenin, Volume 18, Part 1, p. 257. See also p. 271. 1. The dictatorship of the proletariat can be endangered not only by our failing to get along with the peasants, through mistakes in our rural policy, it can be endangered also if our economic basis develops more slowly than the shoots of capitalism in our economy develop on the basis of commodity economy. And in this event, namely, given a slow development of industry, it will be difficult to get along with the peasants. Hence, in the interests of the bloc itself and in order to ensure its firmness we must study everything that is happening in our state economy. We need to study most attentively the fundamental prerequisites for the development of our economy. Only if we devote the study to them shall we be in a position to know what the state of our production basis is at any moment, what is the state of that side of the production basis which leads the bloc, what the resources are for making concessions to the ally and what are the natural limits to these concessions. The peculiarity of the position of the peasants under the dictatorship of the proletariat consists in the fact that this class is not the ruling class in the usual sense of this word, but it is not an oppressed class either, though it represents a lower form of production which must be overcome and transformed under the influence of the historically higher form. On the contrary, we see the following interesting phenomenon in our system. A section of the ruling class, that is, a section of the workers, is most closely connected with the peasants on an economic basis, and thus within the midst of the ruling class itself the peasantry has its own natural representatives. The growth of state industry, the fresh streams of labor power from the countryside which will flow into state industry, will ensure this representation for many years to come, a representation which will perhaps be not less important than the rights which are secured to the peasantry under our Soviet constitution. The proletariat and the peasantry in our Soviet society are intercommunicating vessels. When there is disturbance in the peasantcy, a movement of the waters is always also observed among the proletariat also. An analysis of the proletarian dictatorship in a peasant country from this point of view would be infinitely more fruitful than a conditional comparison between the peasant and the landlord class, between the proletariat and the capitalists, a comparison which violates all historical perspective. Finally, an analysis from the point of view mentioned would be even more important for this reason. Our present-day peasant economy is very little different in kind from the pre-war peasant economy. The internal changes in it have been as yet, alas, very slight. Yet our economy and the direction of its development, and also the relations between the peasantry and the ruling class have fundamentally changed in comparison with the pre-revolutionary period. Consequently, the transforming center is the town, the state economy, and so th/e new type of connection between the classes, the new foundation of Soviet society, as a social formation never before seen in history, has to be studied from the standpoint of the transforming center, which is what I have done in my book on economic policy. Here, however tedious it may be, we must first of all eliminate the substitutions * which Comrade Bukharin has made in commenting on my text. In my article I wrote, "The idea that socialist economy can develop on its own, without touching the resources of petty bourgeois, including peasant, economy, is undoubtedly a reactionary petty bourgeois utopia. The task of the socialist state consists here not in taking from the petty bourgeois producers less than capitalism took, but in taking more from the still larger income which will be ensured to the petty producer by the rationalization of everything, including the country's petty production. 1 We have seen above that Comrade Bukharin agreed that the state economy cannot but utilize the surplus resources of petty production. We have taken these resources up to now, we continue to take them, and inevitably we shall go on taking them. How astonished we are when reference to this completely indubitable fact is seen by Comrade Bukharin as an arrow shot at the petty bourgeois policy of our party star. It is astonishing that Comrade Bukharin has not noticed this contradiction within his own article. Generally speaking, all that I have done is to describe what has happened up to now in our country. If Comrade Bukharin will take a look at our state budgets for the last few years and will pay attention to the graph showing the estimated allocations for industry, he will see that our actual policy has been just what I describe, and what it will have to be in the future, in the period of primitive socialist accumulation. This policy has been put into effect in spite of the pressure of the petty bourgeois mass in our country. In the future too, as Comrade Bukharin agrees, we shall be obliged to take resources from private economy for the restoration and development of industry, for its technical re-equipment. If I speak of petty bourgeois utopias, this is, first, because there are no peasant countries without petty bourgeois utopias, and, secondly, because we may in the future encounter an attempt to revise economic policy on this point. This must be foreseen and combated. The best means of combating attempts to revise our economic policy in this direction is to study the conditions of existence of the state economy and the prerequisites for its development. Comrade Bukharin formulated my point of view with regard to prices in 2 words, raise them. To put it mildly, this is a scandalous falsehood. I nowhere in my work say anything about raising prices. I specially pointed out that a policy of accumulation is not only possible for us but also will in fact take place with falling or stable prices. What Comrade Bukharin says is a distortion of the letter and the meaning alike of my words. My real point of view on this question is as follows. A correct price policy for the products of state industry must serve these 3 aims: accumulation for expanded reproduction and for the technical re-equipment of industry, raising wages, and reducing prices. Can these 3 aims be achieved together, or is there a contradiction here? They can be achieved together. There would be a contradiction only in the event that the whole economy were in a stable condition, and if the amount of income in both the state and the peasant economy were in a stable condition. Then accumulation could be effected only through reducing wages or raising prices. Reducing prices would be possible only at the expense of accumulation and through reducing wages, and so on. But with the growth in the productivity of labor, this terrific cornered problem can be solved all at once. It is this that Comrade Bukharin teaches me, a thing which I knew and expressed before he did. With the accuracy characteristic of him in this article, he says that I concern myself only with the sharing out of a stable income. It is really unnecessary to point out his error. But it may be useful to Comrade Bukharin, because if he understands this point, he can grasp the rest of my exposition too. And so, with the growth of the productivity of labor, the three-cornered problem can be solved. This is also, in essence, the formula of the block of workers and peasants on the most important point in the economic field. I will quote a numerical example. If, say, in a certain year our industry, thanks to a big effort by the enterprises, an improvement in technique, more productive labor by the workers, better organization of the whole process and more planning in the whole state economy, produces a unit product 10% or cheaper, and in money terms, in relation to total production, gives, say, a surplus of 150 millions, then the correct price policy will consist in distributing this saving three ways: to accumulation, to price reductions, and to wage increases. This distribution is itself not only a function of the increase in production and in the productivity of labor, but is its most necessary prerequisite. Only with this system of distribution will it be possible not merely to stimulate the sale of the increasing mass of products and gradually to satisfy the needs of the countryside, which is only one of the conditions of the task, and not the whole of the task, but also to solve two other conditions, without which progress is impossible. The financing of the growing productivity of labor, that is, the raising of wages, is a necessary condition for ensuring that stabilization does not set in this field. Finally, only if accumulation is ensured will further development of production be possible. Development presupposes the existence of fresh capital in various proportions, in natura, deposited in all the branches of production, as the most necessary condition for expanded reproduction at the next stage. Just as, without surplus value exceeding in amount the consumption of the capitalist class and the groups it maintains, it is not possible to have capitalist expanded reproduction, so also without a definite quantity of surplus product the further development of state industry is inconceivable. The ideal price policy for us is the policy when the price level, despite reductions in prices on the basis of progress in production, takes into account not merely reproduction but expanded reproduction plus electrification, and all this is ensured automatically from one cycle to the next. If such a policy is not possible for some branches, then it is all the more necessary to rely in this process on a flow of resources from spheres which lie outside the limits of the state economy. To what extent it is at present possible to approximate to this ideal is quite another question. Here we must inevitably take into account all the conditions for solving the problem: the comparatively slow growth of accumulation in peasant economy, the comparatively slow growth of this economy's buying power, the problem of proportionality in the development of industry and agriculture, the size of the harvest in a given year, the amount of exports possible, prices on the world grain market, prices of all objects exported, and so on. In carrying out this policy of reducing prices we encounter one important obstacle. Since retail trade is to a large extent in the hands of private capital, in branches where production lags behind demand our policy of price reduction is paralyzed, where the consumer's interests are concerned, by the difficulty that when we reduce prices under conditions of goods famine we inevitably bring about accumulation in the sphere of private capital. 1. A big share of this reduction falls into its hands, and we achieve only in part an improvement in the position of the consumer, especially the rural consumer. If reducing prices interrupts the process of accumulation, that is, the possibility of expanded reproduction in the given branch, then the road is closed to our achieving a real reduction in the next phase. For expansion demands additional capital. If this additional capital is not obtained in the preceding cycle, then in the new year we shall have the same amount of production as in the previous year. There will be a scissors between wholesale and retail prices, and the consumer will as before be unable to secure the benefit of the new price reduction policy. As a result, we shall have stagnation in production and high prices in retail trade. In this case it is, of course, to our advantage either not to reduce prices until we have achieved expanded reproduction, or to resort to goods intervention, if this can, on the one hand, do away with the temporary goods famine, and on the other hand, give us additional resources for expanded reproduction in the given branch in the following season. Hence it is clear that the bald slogan of reducing prices, not taking other tasks into account, can in certain cases halt the development of some branches of our industry without bringing any benefit to the broad masses of consumers, especially the rural ones. We must adopt the standpoint not of consumption but of production, and make production our starting point. After all, we are not yet living in socialist society with its production for the consumer, we are living in the period of primitive socialist accumulation, under the iron heel of the law of this accumulation. Of course, the position of the productionist, including that of the conscious worker productionist, is not so popular as the policy of bald price reduction at all costs, it is not so popular as the consumer's approach to our economic problems. But we must remember one thing, the policy of price reduction will become a mere phrase where the poorer consumer is concerned except in so far as it results in accumulation, in expanded reproduction in the subsequent phase. We must proceed not from price reduction to accumulation but from accumulation to price reduction. If it was easy for us to get out of the crisis at the end of 1923 by sharply reducing prices, and this reduction had a positive effect on production itself, this was only because in the previous cycle we had accumulated sufficient to cover this operation and perhaps had even accumulated more than was necessary. Under more or less normal conditions of the development of our industry, in the future such leaps will be both materially impossible for us and inexpedient for the economy as a whole. It is necessary to say further here that all attempts at radically solving one of the most difficult problems of our life, the problem of unemployment, depend entirely on our solving the problem of accumulation. Hundreds of millions of values in the form of the unused labor of unemployed workers, in the form of idle factories with unused equipment, uneconomical use of capital by the factories which are working, these hundreds of millions are perishing and people are starving only because we have as yet hardly got down to the job of accumulation and have made little progress in this sphere. Point 1. Moreover, the question of unemployment is not only a question for the workers but one for the peasants too. A special piece of research might show how much benefit would accrue to the countryside of today, with its huge reservoir of unused labor power, if we could manage to establish the pre-war relations between industry and agriculture and thereby give employment to hundreds of thousands of new workers in production and even greater masses of peasants in various kinds of seasonal work. The second question to which we must pay attention here is that of taxing the private economy in the interests of developing industry. I quoted above a passage from my article where I said that our task in this sphere does not consist in taking less than capitalism took but in taking more from an income which has grown still more. Comrade Bukharin calls this idea sensible *. Only think, what an honor this is, but he does not understand how this idea has got into that graveyard of mistakes which he has made out of my views in order to facilitate his polemical tasks. Yet there is nothing in my work which contradicts this idea. If, say, our peasant economy, thanks to intensified methods over a fairly long period of time, of course, yields an income 3 times as big as before the war, which is by no means a utopian prospect, our agronomists consider possible an even bigger increase, then why should we not take 1.5 times as much from it as capitalism took? Or, to take an arbitrary numerical example, if capitalism took, say, 20 rubles from 100 rubles of peasant income, why cannot the socialist state take 30 rubles from an income of 300 rubles? All the more since, through the channels of long-term credit, equally beneficial for the success of accumulation in industry and in agriculture, we shall return part of these resources to the peasant economy in the form of capital. All this evokes no objection from Comrade Bukharin. No, indeed, he enlarges this prospect, he even puts forward a formula which differs little from my own and proclaims, accumulation in socialist industry, with a greater relative weight for peasant economy, is a function of accumulation in the peasant economy. Comrade Bukharin merely fails to understand how my thesis fits in with the prospect of the devouring asterisk of peasant economy by the state, how it fits in with the program of colonial robbery of the countryside, ignoring the capacity of the peasant market, and so on. But if one realizes that the devouring asterisk and the colonial policy and all the rest of it are merely the product of my opponent's negative expanded reproduction asterisk in the field of polemic, the contradiction is eliminated asterisk at once much more easily than is necessary according to Hegel. It is the same with Comrade Bukharin's idea that I propose to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs for our state industry, that is, that I propose to hinder the development of peasant economy. This is in crying contradiction with the actual text of my work. And it is necessary to say further that my article gives no numerical analysis of the economy, no estimate of the relative weight of these different sections in numerical terms. Comrade Bukharin was too eager to rush into battle without waiting for me to set forth my views on the economics of the present-day peasant economy of the Soviet Union. And when Comrade Bukharin instructs me that accumulation in peasant economy is a function of socialist accumulation, he not only presents me with my own thesis merely expressed in different words, but he presents it to me in a by no means improved form. In fact, speaking of the dependence of the state economy on the amount of exchange between this economy and private economy, I write. In this, that is, in the matter of the connection through exchange with private economy, EP, proportionality in the development of state industry depends on the proportionality of development in private economy which happens spontaneously. Here, state industry is bound fast to the will of private economy. Yet its work to meet market demand is the necessary prerequisite for socialist accumulation itself. For if accumulation at the expense of private economy entails a balance of values exchanged in favor of the state economy, this balance will be the greater in proportion as, all other things being equal, the numerical amount exchanged is greater. Pages 112 to 13. p. 144 of this translation. In other words, the amount of accumulation is connected with the amount of exchange. An increase in exchange on the part of the countryside is possible only on the basis of an increase in production for the market by the peasant economy, and an increase in production for the market is a synonym for an advance by the economy and an increase in its remunerativeness, hence the dependence between the amount of exchange and accumulation. How does all this resemble what Comrade Bukharin writes about me? But Comrade Bukharin's exposition is not an improvement on mine because it does not give expression to the tremendous importance of the dialectical contradiction involved in the process described. This contradiction consists in the following. The faster the peasant economy advances and its production for the market increases, the bigger is the basis for socialist accumulation in this sector. That is one aspect. But the faster this growth takes place, the bigger is the basis for the development of the fundamental laws of commodity economy, the deeper and wider are the waves of the elemental fluctuations of the market, the bigger is the basis for the formation thereon of capitalist relations, with all the economic and political consequences that involves for the socialist system. The conditions for growth at both poles are at the same time conditions for the growth of contradictions between the two systems, because the possibilities of a more profound regulation of the economy on the part of the state and the forces which oppose this regulation and disrupt it both increase at the same time. This idea is, speaking generally, not a new one. It has been expressed more than once. In another form it was expressed by Comrade Lenin. But in any event it is important for us to trace every factor in the development of these contradictions and to be constantly familiar with the arithmetical expressions of them, whether they are growing or being smoothed out. Enlarging at all costs his task of smashing prebrazhensky, Comrade Bukharin has earnestly applied himself to one aspect of the problem, while the second aspect has escaped his field of vision. As regards the capacity of the internal peasant market and the evaluation of its role for our industry, here least of all have I reason to listen to Comrade Bukharin's admonitions. I brought this problem to the fore a year and a half ago in my lecture and pamphlet on economic crises under NEP, on account of which, By the irony of fate, I was then reproached by Comrade Lerin with neurotism. This problem will also be allotted plenty of space in my book, one chapter from which Comrade Bukharin has criticized. Comrade Bukharin says that in my work there is only one note on this subject. I agree that not much is said about it. That is for a quite understandable reason. If one could write in one chapter about everything at once, then there would be no need for a book. A great deal is said little about in the article. For example, nothing is said about the capacity of our urban market for peasant economy, something which is also of very great importance for our economy, and which underlines precisely for the peasantry the great importance of rapid accumulation, that is, expanded reproduction in industry. The crisis in cattle raising this year is a graphic illustration of this fact. Comrade Bukharin does not agree with my statement about the need for us to have falling or stable prices in the next few years. He considers the slogan of falling prices the only correct one. On this point I must make the following observation. First, we have some branches of industry where there is no point in specially troubling ourselves about reducing prices, such, say, as all the branches connected with bourgeois demand, for example, the production of luxury articles, spirit-use drinks, and so on. We must endeavor to reduce the cost of production here too, and transfer the profit from these branches to other branches which are suffering from lack of capital, insofar as this task is not accomplished by the increase in the excise. Then, I spoke in my article not only about the current year and the next. When the problem of restoring the fixed capital of industry is put to us with even greater sharpness than now, and when the scissors between prices for industrial goods and for agricultural produce coincide with world relations or our own pre-war proportions, then our price policy will have to alternate with long periods of stable prices, and when raw material becomes more expensive, especially raw material from abroad, cotton, rubber, soft wool, thick hides, and so on, which is something beyond our control, then it is not out of the question that we shall have to raise our prices. For this reason I carefully avoided speaking only of reducing prices. Comrade Bukharin comes down very hard on my note about the unprofitability for us of philanthropic * trade. What is involved here? I spoke in the passage in question about the inexpediency from the standpoint of accumulation of sinking part of the state's capital in trade which does not bring us any profit and does not solve other more important problems, that is, above all, the problems of further extension of production. With our extreme poverty in capital, the state has at every moment to decide in which direction it is urgently necessary and advantageous for us to direct our resources. Today this question faces us in all its sharpness. Is it advantageous to us to sink our resources in trade when industry is suffering from an acute shortage of these resources? Of course we cannot avoid investing part of the state's capital in state trade and in the cooperatives. Our resources invested in these spheres, that is, in the sphere of exchange, will undoubtedly increase. But it is quite inexpedient for us at this moment to invest these resources in trade which brings in no accumulation and which solves only the task of reducing the exploitation of the petty producer by private capital. The latter task, generally speaking, is also an important one, but here we need to shift the center of gravity of our policy to drawing the capital of the petty producers themselves into this kind of trade, developing cooperatives for selling purposes which use the peasant's own resources, and not tying up in this trade part of our state capital and thus depriving production of it. We are still not rich enough to go over on a mass scale to mastering this part of exchange. This is all that I had in mind to say here. On the basis of the experience we have already had, the correctness of this idea has been fully confirmed by the experience of last year. On the driving forces of the development of our economy, Comrade Bukharin, in the paragraph of his article headed Monopolist Parasitism or Socialist Advance *, expounds a number of quite correct ideas about the fact that we have to urge our industry forward in conditions of state monopoly in large-scale production and transport. All that I fail to understand is why these ideas, which I myself expressed before Comrade Bukharin's article appeared, as he knows, have to appear as objections to my point of view. The driving force of capitalist development was, and to some extent still is, competition. Capitalist enterprises under the threat of bankruptcy have to fight for their existence by raising the level of technique, increasing the productivity of labor, and reducing prices. The stimulus for the capitalists is the urge to make profit. But the state economy of the proletariat is developing other stimuli and regulators of production, characteristic of this economic system itself. The fundamental lever of pressure here is the consumer's pressure of the working class on its state and its state machinery. From this point of view, not only are the influence of the non-party workers on the trade unions, and the influence of the trade unions on the economic organs and the state, a most necessary part of this mechanism of the new economics, but the same role is played in part also by the spontaneous pressure of the workers, including the so-called go-slows. Here our system is, on the one hand, consciously organized, while on the other it is spontaneously seeking within itself the regulators which shall replace the stimulus of capitalist competition, fulfilling the same functions, though by other methods. These methods directly depend on the fact that our state is a workers' state and our industry is state industry, and that the state industry is fused with the workers' state. The consumer's pressure of the peasantry is not an internal pressure within the socialist form but comes from outside, yet in its objective results it is similar to the pressure of the working class. The difference between it and the workers' pressure is as follows. Just as competition between capitalist enterprises does not affect the foundations of the existence of the capitalist system and at most leads only to the bankrupting and ruin of certain weak enterprises, so the workers' pressure on their own state cannot disturb the foundations of the state, but can only speed up the rate of development of industry and improve the methods and quality of work of its organs. On the contrary, however, the peasant's pressure, by its social, class content, is pressure from outside. It can exceed the limits of pressure by one ally upon another, and from this aspect it is different in principle from the workers' pressure. As a stimulus, however, to increasing production and to the rationalization of production, this pressure, in so far as it does not shake the Soviet system, can have the same results as the consumer's pressure of the proletariat. It is precisely the existence of these levers in our economic system, with the pressure of foreign capital from outside, that guarantees state economy from degenerating as it rests on the laurels of monopoly, and which ever further and more strongly will urge the whole system into more rapid advance. I did not touch on this question in my article because it is to be dealt with in another chapter of the book, where I shall discuss the organizational structure of our economy, the accumulation of socialist culture and the training of a new type of worker in the state economy. Since nothing Comrade Bukharin writes in this paragraph in any way clashes with what I have written, in order to find something to quarrel with me about, Comrade Bukharin ascribes to me the defense of a policy of increasing prices, which is to be another form of taxation. Yes, I stand for reducing to the minimum direct taxes on the rural population, let us say, to a single income tax, everything else being obtained through the excise and an appropriate price policy. Point 1. By the way, this was Vladimir Ilyitch's idea too, and I heard him speak of it often in the period of NEP, but if we take this road, and we have already to some extent taken it, this does not mean at all that we can attain our aim only through raising prices. I have already spoken above about the fact that this is not only not obligatory in present circumstances, but that, on the contrary, we can put this policy into effect with falling or stable prices. On the law of socialist accumulation, Comrade Bukharin takes up a skeptical attitude to the fundamental law of primitive socialist accumulation, which I have formulated, not only from the political standpoint but also, apparently, from that of scientific theory. But what has Comrade Bukharin put forward in opposition to this law? I must admit that I studied with the greatest interest and attention this particular part of Comrade Bukharin's article, which really does relate to me. On the basis of past experience, I expected, not without some grounds, that Comrade Bukharin would here either give us fresh material for a different presentation of the question itself, or else would counterpose to mine a construction of his own, as he has usually done in such cases. But I was to be disappointed. The whole center of gravity of the article proved to be in the political sphere, that is, in the sphere with which I am not directly concerned and where my opponent, as is known, is no great specialist. Only at the end of his article does Comrade Bukharin recall what he should have begun with and to what the greater part of his answer should have been devoted. What has he in fact brought forward to refute me? At the basis of my law, in Comrade Bukharin's opinion, lies a simple truism. In a country under proletarian dictatorship where industry is more developed, surplus product will be obtained more from industry than from petty producers. Where industry is weaker and petty production very strong, the reverse will be the case. I do not object to this being called a truism, just as Comrade Bukharin will probably not object to my saying that the starting point of any law is some truism or axiom. Everything here depends on the further chain of deductions. Comrade Bukharin does not consider the truism to be linked logically with the statement that the greater the relative weight, in a socialist state, of petty production as compared with the state economy, the more non-equivalent will be the commodity exchange between these systems. I spoke, in my formulation of the law, about the total balance of exchange between the two economic forms and not only about the balance of commodity exchange between them. Comrade Bukharin's objection on this point has no bearing on the matter at all. After all, if you consider that, say, in Russia the non-equivalence of exchange under conditions of free competition with the capitalist countries would be less than it is inside the advanced capitalist countries, this does not tell you anything as to whether, with the same technique but without free competition and with socialist monopoly, all this would not have been changed in the period of primitive socialist accumulation. After all, beginning with a truism, we now come up against the fact that in the period of primitive socialist accumulation and during the whole period of the existence of primitive socialist accumulation, the prices of industrial goods must not only include all the elements of reproduction but must also ensure, if this is not ensured by means of taxation, the transition of industry to a new technical basis. It is quite a different question how long this entire process will be drawn out, how slowly or how quickly this accumulation will be accomplished. Of course, given our general poverty and the low level of our agriculture, this entire process, if it be not helped by revolution in Europe, will take place very slowly. But this process is an inevitable process, it is a question of life and death for the Soviet economic system. The law of primitive socialist accumulation is the law of the struggle for the existence of the state economy. Non-equivalent exchange, which it requires in the sphere of commodity exchange as well, is not only a reproduction of the proportion in which this non-equivalence exists in capitalist countries, it demands a certain excess over and above that. The question of whether, say, in a socialist Germany exchange between the town and the peasant countryside will be more equivalent than it is in the Soviet Union is at present an academic one, because, on the one hand, nobody can calculate exactly what percentage of the prices of the products of our internal industrial production goes to cover technical re-equipment of the economy, and, on the other, nobody can calculate what will be the relative weight of labor-consuming crops in the agriculture of socialist Germany. If when formulating the law I referred to reducing the non-equivalence of exchange with the former colonies, I had in mind the aspect of non-equivalence which is specifically connected with capitalist and imperialist exploitation and policy. Comrade Bukharin writes that the question of non-equivalent exchange is not so simple as I imagine. I do not think at all that this question is a simple one or that it does not require the most circumstantial theoretical study. I understand very well the difference on this point between countries which possess, alongside small peasant farming, also large-scale capitalist farms, which will become socialist farms under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and countries which have large-scale production in industry but in agriculture have only, or almost only, petty production, and where the struggle between large-scale and petty production takes the form of a struggle between industry and agriculture, town and country. But from Comrade Bukharin's objection I do not see that he has in any way complicated the problem by comparison with what I said about this subject in my article. With all my goodwill I can, unfortunately, get little from Comrade Bukharin's objection on this point. It is the same with regard to the central point of my article, which deals with the struggle between the law of value and the law of socialist accumulation, Comrade Bukharin restricts himself to a single observation, in which also he tries to show that the matter is much more complicated than it appears in Comrade Prebrazhensky's work. I will here quote the whole of this remark of Comrade Bukharin's. We cannot here enter into a detailed analysis of one general theoretical proposition of Comrade Prebrazhensky's, in which he, Prebrazhensky, depicts the process of socialist accumulation as a struggle between two laws, the law of socialist accumulation and the law of value. In Comrade Prebrazhensky's opinion, the law of socialist accumulation partly paralyzes, partly abolishes the law of value, which in the given period passes completely into the background. Here we will observe only the following: the additional profit of highly complex economic organisms is obtained, 1. From the fact that the individual cost of production is lower than the social cost, that is, on the basis of the law of value, 2. From the fact of monopoly. If we consider a large period of time, it is not hard to see that the first law expresses and rests upon the development of the productive forces, while the second is more or less connected with conservative tendencies, in the sense in which we spoke in the text. On the other hand, the law of value, which in an unorganized society is also the law of the distribution of social labor, is a definite frontier against monopoly. For there is an objective frontier in the distribution of productive forces. If this frontier is crossed, an acute crisis is inevitable. Finally, universal monopoly, that is, universal organization of society, transforms the spontaneous law of value into the planned, conscious law of economic policy, the law of rational distribution of productive forces. Thus, the matter is much more complicated than it appears in Comrade Prebrazhensky's work. I think that neither I nor Comrade Bukharin conceives the law of primitive socialist accumulation in an oversimplified way. The struggle here takes place between the law of value and the planning principle. But at the given stage, that is, at the initial stage of struggle between the planning principle and the market, under conditions of poverty in capital and of technical and economic weakness of the state economy, this struggle inevitably assumes the form of struggle between the law of primitive socialist accumulation and the law of value. The law of this accumulation is only the first stage, the childhood of the planning principle. Regulation develops not for the sake of regulation but subordinated to the tasks of primitive accumulation, just as, in the period of war communism, attempts to construct a planned economy were subordinated not to the abstract aim of a socialist plan but to the task of defending the country in the civil war. If we abstract ourselves from the dialectics of this entire process, if we squeeze the whole field being studied into rectangles of abstraction and thereby hold up the course of history, we shall, of course, struggle in the toils of insoluble contradictions, between monopoly on the one hand and the law of value on the other, between capital in the old sense of the word and state capital in the new sense of the word. But there is a way out here. It consists in the fact that real life develops according to Hegel, Marx, and Lenin, that is, it develops dialectically, and thereby it cuts through the contradictions created by the schematism of our thought and the immobility of terminology devised for the analyzing of one system and often refusing to serve when an historical transition takes place from one system to another. From this point of view, Comrade Bukharin's observations to the effect that one must not identify product with capital are quite correct from the standpoint of terminological statistics, but are incorrect from the standpoint of the dialectical process. I did not make a terminological slip of the pen here, but proceeded consciously from the fact that the transformation of commodity into product and the replacement of private capital in the old sense by state capital takes place after the revolution on the basis of the gradual growth of one system at the expense of another. If Comrade Bukharin is going to propose a suitable way out of this terminological difficulty, I shall be the first to welcome it. But hitherto he has not done this. On the contrary, he devotes an entire column to correcting my inadvertence the use in 2 or 3 places, for the sake of brevity, of the term socialist accumulation in place of primitive socialist accumulation. I hereby acknowledge my inadvertence and I will correct it at the first opportunity. However, I shall expect that Comrade Bukharin will not restrict himself in future to cannon shots at terminological sparrows and slips of the pen, but will say something also about the essence of the question. Point 1. I must protest decidedly against Comrade Bukharin's concluding lines, when he writes, "The reader who is used to dealing with the analysis of various ideological nuances will at once recognize here the workshop ideology which is not concerned with other classes, which does not trouble itself about the basic problem of proletarian politics, the problem of the worker peasant bloc and the proletarian hegemony in this bloc." One more short step in the same direction and we have before us in complete form the semi-Menshevik ideology of finished trade unionists of the Russian variety: to hell with the peasants, more concessions to foreign capital, not a kopeck for cooperative nonsense and rural affairs, intensified pressure on the peasants for the greater glory of the proletariat *, and so on. This is what this ideology grows into. To what extent these accusations are, to put it mildly, false, artificial, and obviously fabricated is clear from one specific point in them, namely, the reference to more concessions to foreign capital. On the question of concessions I wrote the following in my article: "The fundamentally negative side of a concession is that here the state economy in the period of primitive socialist accumulation, that is, in its period of maximum weakness, comes into direct contact with foreign capital, which marches along armed in its panoply of technique, its surpluses of fixed and circulating capital, and possessing great reserves of capital in its bourgeois rear. The result of this may be such that a too large dose of concessions taken into the organism of the state economy may begin to disintegrate it, just as in its time capitalism disintegrated the weaker natural economy. At all events, caution in the field of concessions policy is an expression of the same economic necessity which obliges the economy of the USSR to maintain by every means the monopoly of foreign trade and the system of very strict protectionism," pages 104-5. pp *I35 of this translation. From my entire article and in particular from this quotation it is obvious that a cautious attitude to concessions is connected by the closest internal link with my entire set of ideas. If Comrade Bukharin, without any proof and in conflict with the letter and meaning of the article, asserts the contrary, well, all this has also its own inner logic, the logic of political polemic. When I, with other comrades, was prosecuted in one of the trials for belonging to the party, in 1910, and I pointed out to our counsel, the well-known Kerensky, that his plan for the defense included a variant which departed from the truth even when it would be more advantageous for defense counsel simply to tell the truth, he answered me, "We need to construct a variant of the defense which will be more easily grasped and which the judges will accept more readily, and not to complicate the structure of our defense with observations about what actually happened in particular cases. Such are the rules of defense in court. But such also are the rules of political attack. In this kind of attack it is not always necessary to say, and sometimes it is even quite necessary not to say, what actually is. It is important to create the variant of the charge which is most advantageous and at the same time the crudest and most easily to be stuffed into the reader's head. This rule of both juridical and political aesthetics Comrade Bukharin has evidently begun to master. Only thus can one explain how he has decided to accuse me of tenderness to concessions where I have written precisely the opposite. His charge of workshop mentality, trade unionism, and so on, bears exactly the same relationship to the truth. The expression workshop mentality * was used by Lenin in our inter-party affairs. He understood quite correctly by it the inclination to sacrifice to the interests of the workers as consumers the interests of upholding the dictatorship, the interests of developing the whole socialist economy, the interests of the future of the working class and of all the working people. In contrast, the line of accumulation is the line of defense of the interests of the economy as a whole, of its leading state sector, which is the driving center of every progressive movement towards socialism. It is the line of strengthening the economic basis of the proletarian dictatorship in the struggle against the pressure of consumer spontaneity. Comrade Bukharin has opened with his article a campaign against an attempt to think out the laws of development of the state economy, the conditions of its self-defense and its contradictions with private economy in the epoch through which we are passing. What does this mean? Is such a campaign needed for the success of the worker-peasant bloc on the basis of the maintenance of the dictatorship of the proletariat? No, this requires just the opposite. It needs a cool analysis of what we stand for what purpose we make concessions and what are the limits of our retreats. And the bigger our retreats, the more necessary is this analysis. The peasant needs from us cheap goods and less taxation. He does not require of us theoretical capitulation, refusal to analyze the conditions of development of our economy. And if demands which went so far were to appear, then they ought to meet a most decisive rebuff. Yet Comrade Bukharin gives a rebuff in the opposite direction, and from this point of view it is necessary to think over his article fundamentally. Is this a first attempt at a retreat before the petty bourgeois pressure on our party, on a point where we never retreated when we worked under the leadership of Lenin and ought never to retreat in the future? My article on socialist accumulation was devoted to a question which will remain at the center of our attention for at least 2 decades. We still need to discuss at length both the general question of accumulation and its arithmetical aspect. This is a quite new question. For this very reason I wished to put it first for preliminary consideration before readers who were prepared for it, and that is why I published my article in an academic journal. Instead of taking part in such a preliminary academic discussion of the question, Comrade Bukharin, transferring the discussion to a newspaper, has had to gloss over the very essence of the question, keeping quiet about what he himself does not wish to vulgarize. For the sake of his polemical aims he has given an absolutely false interpretation of the article as a whole and of particular passages in it, and as a result, instead of gradually introducing the whole problem in all its complexity to party thinking, he has conclusively muddled it all up. I consider this method of discussion harmful, I reject it, and I concede to Comrade Bukharin all the laurels of his cheap victory star. Other opponents. Comrade Motilev 1. Comrade Motilev has made a printed attack on the chapter of this book devoted to socialist accumulation, in the form of a pamphlet entitled Surplus Value and Socialist Accumulation in the USSR. Published by Prebrazhensky *, 1925. I am here going to deal not only with that part of the pamphlet I have mentioned which is directly aimed at me but also with Comrade Motilev's other writings on problems of Soviet economy. In passing I shall show that the self-assurance and aplomb of this prolific economist is inversely proportional not only to his scientific discoveries * but also to his mere knowledge of the subject. 4/5 of the objections which Comrade Motilev brings against me consist of simple repetition and exposition in his own words of everything that Comrade Bukharin has written against me in the article of his which I have already analyzed above. Comrade Motilev has added almost nothing of his own. I shall dwell exclusively on those questions which I have said little about in my reply to Comrade Bukharin. Comrade Motilev, following Comrade Bukharin, is obliged to agree that socialist accumulation cannot be realized without alienating part of the surplus product of the countryside and diverting it into the fund of socialist accumulation. He writes, "It is quite undisputed, of course, that the larger the volume of petty bourgeois forms of economy in a given country the more important will be their contribution to primitive socialist accumulation. We have shown in the first section of this essay that all parts of the national economy participate in primitive socialist accumulation. It is quite obvious that the role played by each part is determined, first and foremost, by its relative weight in the national economy. If the essence of Comrade Prebrazhensky's law consisted merely in establishing this fact, then it could be regarded as indisputable, but at the same time it would hardly constitute a scientific discovery. The essence * of the law of primitive socialist accumulation does not, of course, consist only or mainly in the statement of this fact. The most serious of my opponents have directed nearly all their objections not against the need to pump part of the surplus product of the private sector of the economy into the state sector, but against the justification which I give for this pumping. And at the same time they have failed to perceive that only if the law of primitive socialist accumulation is established can this process be subjected to scientific study as a necessary process, and the minimum proportion to be pumped from one sector to the other, laid down in terms of objective necessity. On the contrary, my opponent is compelled to try to talk himself with generalizing phrases out of the problem of the balance of exchange of value between the state and private sectors, from which it is evident that he does not even understand in what the problem itself actually consists. So Comrade Motyleff allows us to take something, but only in proportion to the relative weight asterisk of each sector of the national economy. In the first place, it must be said that the state and private sectors are not a joint stock company, and to put the question in this way does not stand up to criticism from the standpoint of scientific theory. I am not now speaking of the fact that accumulation in accordance with relative weight asterisk and not, say, with relative weight of surplus product would horrify Comrade Motyleff by the burden of taxation it would lay upon the countryside, if he were to apply his formula of arithmetical proportion. But our author has a formulation which is even more profound asterisk and more irrefutable star. He writes, thus, we have established that there cannot be any excessive appropriation by the state of the products of peasant economy asterisk, pages 17 to 18, and goes on, his mistake i.e., mine, EP is that, in his view, this appropriation can and must be lavish and substantial star. How scientifically convincing all this is it not? The most important problem of our economy and our existence is decided on the basis of the proportion between the adjectives non-excessive, on the one hand, and lavish and substantial on the other. Here for you to behold is theoretical economics as applied to our economy. In the first place, in my chapter on accumulation I do not deal with the question on the plane of arithmetical calculation of the amount of surplus product to be alienated from the private sector, but merely elucidate the inevitability of this alienation and the objective necessity of an alienation of such proportions as are dictated by the law of primitive socialist accumulation. When I say dictated by the law asterisk, I mean in proportions which possess an extraneously obligatory character for our economic policy, insofar as the penalties for inadequate accumulation are goods famine, possible breakdown of the monopoly of foreign trade, growth of private capital, and all sorts of other economic and political consequences. In the second place, I enumerate those ways and means by which accumulation can be effected through the alienation of the surplus product of the private sector, and here I speak, incidentally, all the time about the private sector as a whole and not only about the peasants' part of it. What objection can Comrade Motyleff bring against the methods of pumping, since he has acknowledged that the pumping process itself is inevitable? None. On the contrary, he writes that for socialist accumulation both price policy and measures of the order of taxation will be used asterisk, p15. What then is the issue between us? The issue is, you see, that I consider inevitable a non-equivalent exchange with private, including peasant, production. In my opponent's view this means that petty bourgeois production is transformed into a colony of socialist industry. But now a natural question arises. If Comrade Motyleff is agreed that part of the surplus product of the countryside is to be alienated into the socialist accumulation fund not only by way of taxation but also through price policy, how can exchange, given the operation of such a price policy, be equivalent for the peasantry, from the standpoint of the law of value? It seems that in his view peasant economy is transformed into a colony of socialist industry by the very fact that part of its surplus product is alienated through price policy. If everything that is taken through taxes, then, apparently, there will not be any colonies. And contrariwise, the colonial character of relations between the state and the peasants will increase when the state takes the same amount from them by way of price policy, completely relieving them of their burden of taxation. This is called theoretical economics. Of what use to our Soviet economy is this sort of theoretical economics? In the third place, it is necessary to say the following about equivalent exchange. The prices of articles produced by our industry are considerably higher than foreign prices, while grain prices must in general gravitate towards the level of world grain prices, which are formed in world economy on the basis of the competition of large-scale and medium capitalist farming with small-scale farming. Therefore, Even if we agree that exchange between agriculture and industry in world economy is equivalent in character, which has not been and cannot be proved, then nevertheless, given the circumstances mentioned above, exchange between Soviet industry and Soviet agriculture cannot in any case be equivalent. This is a fact. If we were to try to get closer to equivalent exchange by approximating to the proportions of exchange which exist in world economy, and to this end were to allow freedom of foreign trade, 2/3 or 3/4 of our industry would cease to exist. It is sustained and is developing at present on the basis of non-equivalent exchange, protected from the law of value operating in world economy by socialist protectionism and the monopoly of foreign trade, that unique fusion of political and economic power which is characteristic of our entire system of state economy under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Non-equivalence is based at present above all on our technical backwardness and will naturally be reduced in proportion as we reduce our costs of production and the prices of industrial goods. But if we successfully develop large-scale collective farming, then the bigger the role it plays, the more value proportions of exchange between small-scale private peasant economy and the state sector will depend on the proportions in which labor is distributed between cooperative socialist farming and private small-scale farming, and consequently, non-equivalence in exchange between private farming and socialist industry will increase anew owing to the growth in the productivity of labor in socialist and cooperative farming. Therefore there can once again be no equivalence of exchange. This will be obvious from a numerical example. Let us suppose that at present we have the following proportions of exchange between cottons and grain. Industry agriculture 100 hours 150 hours 100 arshins 100 poods 100 rubles 100 rubles. With an increase in the productivity of labor in industry and the same productivity of labor in agriculture, we should have industry agriculture 100 hours 150 hours 120 arshins 100 poods 100 rubles 100 ruble, or, which is the same thing, industry 80 rubles 100 arshins 80 hours. Agriculture 80 rubles 80 poods 120 hours. This means that whereas previously for 1 arshin of cottons agriculture paid I hours of its labor and 1 pood of grain, now it will pay only I pound hours or F of a pood of grain. When an increase begins in the productivity of labor in cooperative farming, which leads to the exchange, let us say, not of 1 hour of industrial labor for 1 pood of grain but of 1 hour of industrial labor for I pound poods of grain, this will mean an increase in the non-equivalence of exchange for private farming, imposed upon it by the development of large-scale cooperative farming. The tendency will remain the same in the event of a growth in the productivity of labor both in socialist industry and in socialist farming, though it will be less strikingly expressed. It is quite clear that the entire problem will remain only for private small-scale farming, since it is only in the relations between this section of farming and industry that exchange will exist. Relations between large-scale socialist and cooperative farming on the one hand and state industry on the other will be organized as relations within a single composite entity, with gradual abolition of the market character of the ties between them, at first affecting more the content of the matter than the form and later both the form and the content. Non-equivalent exchange between private farming and the entire complex of state industry and state and cooperative farming is in the given instance only an expression of the unprofitability of small-scale private production when compared with large-scale socialist and cooperative production. Point 1. To achieve equivalence here means to support small-scale production at the expense of socialism, medievalism at the expense of the 20th century. Such a policy would have nothing in common with Marxism and Leninism or even with common sense. To say nothing of the workers, even the progressive section of the peasantry would be decidedly against this support for Asiaticism and barbarism at the expense of machinery and socialism. As regards the constantly repeated observations of Comrade Motilev and other opponents of mine with respect to my failure to say anything about producers' cooperation in farming, I have this to say, as in my reply to Comrade Bukharin, I consider such cooperation both theoretically possible and practically inevitable, if the main base of socialism, which is the state sector of the economy, is to develop and become consolidated rapidly enough. But I do not at present see any matter here for theoretical study, since this process is only in the embryonic stage, and a scientific prognosis regarding it would be extremely difficult to make. My opponents likewise have offered nothing by way of such a prognosis, though not only has nobody prevented them from undertaking this task, but also the entire position which they defend obliges them to do what they consider possible. Let them write about this, and we will duly read what they write, because up to now, apart from general phrases, beliefs and petty attacks on me from the standpoint of this cooperative fideism, in no way furnished with any scientific backing, we have heard nothing from them. In order to have done with Comrade Motyleff, I must here bring forward just a couple of examples of how our economist carries out theoretical analysis of Soviet economy in his course on political economy. Point 1 in this course, which for some merits which are not apparent is warmly recommended for use in our institutions of higher education, Comrade Motyleff employs the following method of studying our economics. After expounding some problems of theoretical economics, he automatically pushes on into our system of economy, without changing horses or carriage, and here begins to get busy with analogies. All this would be possible if the author firmly held the view that our system is a variety of commodity capitalist economy, as, for example, the Mensheviks think, and then such a procedure as this would be natural. Given a basically identical system, with the same regulator, the law of value, operating in it, and one and the same method of analyzing it, all that would be needed would be to study the modification of forms. But the author is not committed to such view on this question. On page 4 of his work he writes, "The economy of the USSR can be a subject for theoretical study. The conflict between elemental and planned regulating forces gives rise to a multitude of theoretical problems. In the course of economic policy, the economy of the USSR is looked at from another, a teleological point of view. At the same time, the economy of the USSR is a commodity exchange economy in form and also to a certain extent in content. Furthermore, it contains elements of capitalist economy. Many laws and categories of political economy seem directly relevant to it. In reality, this is not so. All the laws and categories of capitalist economy undergo substantial modifications in the economy of the USSR, and many of them do not apply to it at all." On page 137 of the same book we read, "Labor value continues at present to be partially emphasis mine, EP the regulator of the national economy, the internal regulator of the distribution of productive forces in the economy of the USSR as well." At the same time we find in another book by our author, Price and Value in Capitalist Economy and in the Economy of the U.S.S.R., on page 80, that labor value continues at present to be the regulator of the distribution of productive forces in the economy of the U.S.S.R., without the word partially. There is a difference of one word only, just as between the expressions I know * and I know not *, there is only the difference of the one word not star. The question now arises, which formulation does the author stand by, and what must the puzzled reader think about this matter? After all, if the law of value operates only partially *, then there must be methodologically other ways of analyzing the economy, as an economy of an internally antagonistic type, in which equilibrium is brought about on the basis of a conflict between two principles which operate in different directions. If the law of value is basically the sole regulator and the planning principle is only a function of it, then no special theory of Soviet economy is needed at all, and the method of commenting in passing on the economy of the USSR while studying theoretical economics, in which Comrade Motyleff has hitherto indulged, is not open to any objection. But then a question of a different order arises. How does Comrade Motyleff combine this sole regulator, on the basis of which, after all, there takes place spontaneously the reproduction of capitalist relations of production, and not expanded reproduction of socialist relations, with industry of a consistently socialist type? While Comrade Motyleff underestimates the planning principle in our economy, on the other hand, it is very hard, after everything that has been said, to Estimate the role and significance of the planning principle in the system of his own ideas. A couple of words in conclusion on this same political economy course. On pages 339 and 340 of this classic asterisk work, the author speaks of socialist surplus value asterisk in the state enterprises of the USSR. But a few lines below this we read with amazement the following, about developed communist society: but in developed communist society the productive forces attain such a powerful state of development that, notwithstanding the existence of surplus value emphasis mine, the demands of the working people can be satisfied to an unprecedented extent, page 340. Thus, while surplus value in the state enterprises of the USSR is socialist, in developed communist society it will be simply surplus value evidently as the product of communist capital. But that is not all. On the same page we read regarding rent. As regards land rent, owing to the nationalization of the land, capitalist absolute rent cannot exist in the USSR. And differential rent, resulting from the difference between the fertility and location of different plots of land, has to be placed at the disposal of the Soviet power through adjustment of the burden of taxation asterisk, page 340. So differential rent, for the existence of which Marx considered it necessary that the capitalist mode of production, with private property in land, should hold agriculture in its grip, is seen by Comrade Motilev as springing up out of the land itself in most satisfactory fashion. All this is called a political economy course and bears a yellow label stuck on its cover, with the inscription, "This course has been adopted as a manual of instruction for institutions of higher education asterisk." The formal and material relation of socialist economy in its initial stage to pre-capitalist economic forms. 1. Comrade Thalheimer mentions the author of these lines. At the beginning of the article he writes, the questions brought up by Comrade Bukharin in his article Economic Growth and the Workers and Peasants block, in Bolshevik, number 14, and in his polemic with Prebrazhensky, possess general importance. In his dispute with Prebrazhensky, Bukharin is right in principle, page 15. After this categorical declaration one would have expected to read some crushing arguments against the one who is in the wrong. To our surprise, however, there is nothing at all in the article directed against the author of these lines, except one note, about which more later. Also, it does not seem that the writer read my article at all, or at least that he understood it. He throws out the scraggy skeleton of something like the outline of an article, which has no direct relation to the chapter of this book which gave rise to polemics, and which resembles a shell fired into the blue just to be on the safe side. I shall therefore discuss here only those two places in Comrade Thalheimer's article, of which only one has any direct relation to my opposition. At the very beginning of his article Comrade Thalheimer demonstrates, for some reason using arithmetic, the quite undisputed idea that if a socialist revolution were to occur in Germany this would lead to an organic unification of the economy of the USSR with the socialist economy of Germany, and consequently, the problem of the Russian peasantry would not disappear. It would then exist both for the socialist economy of the USSR and for the socialist economy of Germany, since these two economies would constitute a single composite entity. I quite agree. I think so, too. But this only means that Comrade Thalheimer, perhaps partly owing to inadequate acquaintance with my chapter on socialist accumulation, has adduced a supplementary argument in support of my proposition that the law of primitive socialist accumulation must operate to some degree and for some time after the socialist revolution has taken place in other countries as well, including industrial ones. In full agreement with this conclusion and partly for the reasons which I adduce in my chapter on socialist accumulation, Comrade Thalheimer supported the way I put the question in a much earlier article of his in the same journal, Bolshevik, devoted to the program of the Comintern. In that article Comrade Thalheimer quite correctly observed, the capitalist economy of particular countries will pass into the hands of the working class not, of course, in its most developed form, but in a more or less decadent condition. The further development of economic forms will begin only after the restoration of the highest forms of the old society *, page 16. And I agree with this. And this is an argument in favor of my view that it will happen, perhaps, that the industrialized countries of Europe too will have, after the revolution, to pass through the stage of preliminary socialist accumulation. I must say that I have absolutely nothing against such a splendid polemic against me, and I can only beg that it be continued. Let us now turn to the other, and so far the only, place in Comrade Thalheimer's article where he attempts to argue directly against my erroneous conclusions. Having shown that relations between the peasantry and the proletariat, between peasant economy and socialist industry, will assume different forms from the relations between the peasantry and industry in the capitalist epoch, that these will no longer be relations of exploitation, and having at the same time stressed the possibility and inevitability of friction and conflicts even within the framework of these new relations *, Comrade Thalheimer writes. In general, it must not be thought that since socialist economy constitutes a harmonious system it will be free from all contradictions, from real antitheses. If it were indeed so, it would not be a developing system. But whereas the contradictions of the capitalist system have a tendency to destroy the system itself, under the socialist order they have the opposite tendency, tending to develop it, to strengthen it, expanding it externally and perfecting it internally. The erroneous conclusions, for example, prebrazhensky's, but also those of the theoreticians of social democracy and of the bourgeoisie, spring from the fact that in its external form the relation between simple commodity production and capitalist economy is at first glance the same as that between it and socialist economy, the money form, market relations. But the money form conceals in the second case a socialist content. Now, when there is socialist economy at the other pole, money serves diametrically opposite purposes. 1. We have given this long quotation in order to present the reader first of all with a specimen of a very strange polemic. What erroneous conclusions of mine are being discussed, where were they expressed, on what page of my article? What has all that is written here to do with me? You will not get any answer from the article itself, and perhaps this is because, as we suggested above, Comrade Thalheimer has simply not read my article and knows about it mainly by repute. I do not affirm that this is so, but such a suspicion is quite natural after what has been said. Passing to the content of the excerpt I have quoted, I must express my complete agreement with the statement that the socialist system, precisely as a developing system, widersprüch ist fortleitend, will know its own kind of internal contradictions, peculiar to itself alone, and I agree also that such contradictions will not possess a tendency to destroy the system itself. The only pity is that this proposition, true in itself, has nothing to do with the subject under dispute. What is being discussed is not the internal contradictions of the socialist system itself when it has basically triumphed, but the contradictions which result from the struggle of the socialist system against another, a commodity capitalist system, for its existence and development. The contradictions resulting from this struggle tend not to the development of the socialist system, not to its internal perfection *, but to its destruction. This liquidation of our system is necessary for the perfection * of the capitalist map of the world, which was gravely mutilated by the October Revolution. In my article on socialist accumulation I was concerned with the laws of development which are taking shape in the desperate struggle for existence waged by our system. I was not dreaming academically about the harmonious contradictions of a future society. As regards the misunderstanding, attributed to me, of the outward forms of the present relation between the state sector and peasant economy, behind which is hidden a quite different content from that of relations between peasant economy and capitalism, there is nothing to confirm this charge. Others have taken up this word exploitation *, but I have already noted that I withdraw this term, though exploitation of one system by another remains, since there is alienation of surplus product from one form of production to another. Finally, I do not deny in the least the uniqueness of the relations between small-scale production and the socialist sector of the economy after the proletarian revolution, even though the socialist sector also carries out alienation of part of the surplus product of small-scale production in order to secure expanded reproduction. The originality, the novelty, the uniqueness of these relations is constituted on the basis of cooperation in the countryside and the interlocking of rural, above all producers *, peasant cooperation with the state sector. As to how this process will go forward, one can at present speak only in general outlines. There is hardly any material for theoretical analysis, though there is already material enough to warn us against communist narodism *, and this material deserves to be seriously studied. To sum up, Comrade Thalheimer's article suggests to my mind the following analogy. A certain man has loudly announced that he is going to give another man a thrashing. But when the moment has come to carry out his threat, he lifts his eyes to heaven and starts to demonstrate that the sun must not be confused with the moon with Mars, or Mars with Marx's capital. A very long article, written in an extremely sharp tone and directed against my chapter on socialist accumulation, was contributed by Comrade Kasanofontov to the newspaper Pravda Vostoka, published in Tashkent, in its issue of December 16, 1924. This article contains the usual pearls of polemical looseness and irresponsibility, such as Trotskyism, Menshevism, and so forth, which have been introduced into our manners and customs by the elders. I do not know how long Comrade Kasanofontov has been a party member. Judging by the sharp tone of his article, I deduce that he has not been in the party long. And if the author is that Comrade Kasanofontov who in the discussion of 1923 energetically took part on the side of the opposition and in particular joined vigorously with the writer of these lines against Comrade Bukharin, then his sharpness now does not call for any special explanation whatsoever. Comrade Kasanofontov begins by setting forth Lenin's views on the mutual relations between the proletariat and the peasantry, which I have always shared, have never and nowhere opposed, and today share fully and entirely. I object only to the oversimplification and vulgarization of these views, the interpretation of them in a narodnik spirit, which is especially dangerous for our young people who have not shared with the old Bolsheviks a 20-year struggle against the narodniks, the socialist revolutionaries, the revisionists of the David and Volmer type, and so on. In a country with 100 million peasants and a comparatively thin proletarian stratum, with the constant influx of fresh workers from the countryside who have not had a proletarian tempering, with the constantly intensifying pressure of the commodity economy of the countryside on state industry and state power, the danger of our young people yielding to petty bourgeois influences coming from the countryside, and to petty bourgeois utopias, is not less great than the danger of underestimating the importance of collaboration between the working class and the middle peasantry. Comrade Kasanofontov has seen nothing in the law of socialist accumulation except the term exploitation of one system by the other *. This is characteristic of the methods of polemic used by my opponents, and not of my article. The law of primitive socialist accumulation is the law of expanded socialist reproduction, connected with specific laws of development, namely, those of the given period. How expanded reproduction in our industry contradicts the interests of the peasantry, even if we take for it not only the surplus product of the workers but also the surplus product of the peasants, is absolutely incomprehensible. The ones who are guilty of underestimating the peasantry, of weakening the bond with the countryside, are not those who in good time, that is, before the acute manifestation of the goods famine, spoke of the importance of the problem of accumulation and of the danger of underaccumulation, which would mean a regular, and politically also very dangerous, crisis of underproduction, but those who did not want to understand the obligatory necessity for us of certain definite proportions of accumulation, which means objectively inevitable proportions of alienation of the surplus product of private economy. My opponent can take back in the same parcel all his charges regarding the possibility of a breach in the workers' and peasants' bloc. History is sending this parcel back, for the true addressee has turned out, when there was a check against the facts, to be the sender himself and his co-thinkers. The 14th Congress of the party has taken a decision on the industrialization of the country. but there can be neither industrialization nor struggle against the goods famine on the basis of the development of our own industry without rapid accumulation in each previous phase of reproduction. Learn to be Leninists in content in this new situation, and not in the realms of tittle-tattle. The same writer has commented on my reply to Comrade Bukharin in a review of issue number 11 of the Vestnik Kommunistiskiskoy Akademii. He considers my reply to be a surrender. I was expecting that this method of surrender on the part of opponents would be put into circulation at some time, and I was not mistaken. What is important for me, however, is the essence of the matter. What is important is that the views I have developed should be acknowledged as correct, regardless of what literary form my opponents may console themselves with, after all the misunderstandings evoked by my first article or polemical distortions of my point of view have been eliminated. Comrade Ksenofantov too brings forward, besides political arguments which boil down to the usual declension of the word Trotskyism, and of which everybody has long since grown sick, two ideas, one methodological in character and the other taken from the province of economic policy. As regards the latter of these two ideas, the reviewer objects to my statement about the need to proceed to the reduction of prices and not vice versa. He writes, "Before accumulating we need to open up the peasant market. The purchasing power of the peasants, to unlock our market, and only on this basis to proceed to accumulation. That is how it happened, from a policy of price reduction to accumulation, and not from accumulation to price reduction /, but I say both that it happened in just the opposite way, and that it will always happen in just the opposite way. The autumn sales crisis, which proved to be merely episodic and was connected not only with the fact that the prices of the products of our trusts were high but also with the excessively low price of grain, was liquidated so easily by reducing industrial prices and raising grain prices through state procurement only because previous accumulation had enabled state industry to reduce prices and, other things being equal, only the expansion of production, charging the factories with more work, and so on, that is, once again, expanded reproduction, which means accumulation could make a further reduction possible. The reduction of prices is in fact a function of expanded reproduction, that is, accumulation. By accumulation in the broad sense we understand expanded reproduction, which necessarily includes the accumulation of material resources in the preceding cycle. That is how it happened and that is the only way it will happen in the future, especially in a period when every year there is in prospect huge and constantly increasing expenditure on restoring basic capital and on new construction. Whoever proposes to reduce the prices of metal or cottons before a reduction of costs has been achieved is proposing to suspend not only expanded but even simple reproduction. We shall be able to effect a more acute and appreciable reduction of prices after we have built new factories and standardized production in the American way. And for this new building we need to have resources ready beforehand, and that means, in this new situation too, first accumulation and then price reduction. Since my opponents have transferred their dispute with my chapter on socialist accumulation into the sphere of economic policy, they have been beaten not in the press but by history, beaten fully and thoroughly, beaten by the fact of the prolonged goods famine, while my article on socialist accumulation was the scientific forecast of that famine. Now for a little more about Comrade Ksenofantov's methodological observations. My opponent, contrasting my method of analysis with the abstract analytic method of Marx, writes that Marx's method proceeds from the primary concrete. Later Marx broke down this primary concrete 9 into its abstract categories and from them re-established the secondary concrete cognized capitalist reality __, but Comrade Prebrazhensky has built up his capital in a different way. He has taken the concrete relations of Soviet society in a cross-section which was incorrect to start with, the abstracted from all the distinctive properties of the laws of development of the economy of a workers' state in a peasant country, and we find in his work the formally logical reality of an abstract workers' state, not that of the real workers' state in a peasant country. I will not discuss whether the author has or has not correctly expounded Marx's method. What is important here for me is that he does not understand the difference between the methodological approach to the analysis of a system in which one basic law, One basic regulator operates under capitalism, therefore, the law of value, from which all the categories can be deduced, regardless of the method of exposition, and that appropriate to a system where two laws are at work. First of all, the commodity, which Marx analyses in volume I of Capital 9, is not a less but a more abstract entity than the law of value and the law of socialist accumulation in a specific country, the economics of which I am studying. Secondly, the author does not understand, what should be obvious enough, even through the Narodnik howlings which this chapter of mine has provoked, that my entire construction with regard to the law of primitive socialist accumulation results above all and most of all from the very fact of the peasant character of the country. To the extent that the country where the socialist sector of the economy is beginning to struggle for its existence and development is more peasant and less proletarian, to that extent the real economic policy of the workers' state must deviate more from the theoretically conceived straightforward law of primitive socialist accumulation or, which is the same thing, the law of expanded socialist reproduction. The more peasant a country is, the more abstract must the method of analysis be, because it will be that much more important to distinguish in the state's policy that which is dictated by the law of socialist accumulation and that which is imposed by the peasant character of the country. The more a country is industrial, the more it is proletarian, the less, when analyzing its socialist economy and the dynamics of its expanded socialist reproduction, will the line of operation of this law in its pure form be found to deviate from the actual economic policy of the workers' state, the less will it be necessary to resort to abstraction. The matter stands thus exactly the other way round from what Comrade Kasanofontov asserts. Of my other opponents I will mention Comrades Gviring and D. Bogolpov. Comrade Gviring has already over a long period pursued me with his polemics, on various pretexts, but I have not thought it necessary to reply to them owing to their vapidity. He has not added any fresh arguments concerning the question under discussion to those which other opponents have used, and in the main he operates with a single argument, underestimation of the peasantry. We have already seen who actually underestimated the peasantry and its purchasing potentialities. I do not intend to spend much time on Comrade Gviring. When you read his writings, for some reason there always insistently comes into your mind Bismarck's phrase about the journalists of his time. Bismarck said of them that they had obviously missed their vocation. Comrade D. Bogolpov also pursues me persistently with his reviews in Ekonomikeskias Hisn, but he does not consider it necessary to provide proof for his dicta. Regarding the chapter on socialist accumulation he has written in his time, one in no way, however, can the article be considered a work of serious scientific ally Marxist thought. I do not know what relation there may be between serious and scientifically Marxist thought as conceived by Comrade Bogolpov, and the present work. I must admit, however, that I do not tremble before the verdict of this Themis, whom school children have long since left behind, in understanding both of Marxism and of our economy. I account very much more important the impartial opinion of our student youth and especially that of our young workers, and also the opinion of all those who have long since been sickened by the emptiness of general phrases about NEP and who are seeking, in order to find their bearings in the ever more complicated situation, a way out onto the road of more profound analysis of our economy. In conclusion, I should like to explain to readers why I have observed in my polemics against my critics a mildness of tone quite out of proportion to their injustice to me and to the vigor of their own expressions. If you have something to say on the content of the matter in dispute, it is easy to refrain, in the interests of the discussion itself, from the sort of polemical strong language which often conceals, in my opponents, the absence of a point of view of their own on a number of new problems. Moreover, I still have a great deal more to say in defense of my propositions, and this I shall do, figures in hand. I have utilized this natural advantage of my position in this book. Comrades Astrov, Goldenberg, Nagayev 1. The number of my opponents is in inverse proportion to the theoretical quality of their criticism. The low level of this criticism finds expression above all in its endeavor to prove too much. My critics collect arguments as ragmen collect rags, wherever they find them, and, as is always the case, through trying to prove too much, in the end they prove nothing. Given the logical coherence of my ideas, which none of my opponents has denied, the critics should have concentrated on attacking and destroying the few fundamental starting points, and then all the deductions would have collapsed by themselves. That is how real criticism proceeds, criticism which strikes at the adversary and does not smash itself to pieces against the object of its attack. But criticism of that kind requires a trifle which is beyond my opponent's capacity, a thoroughly thought-out counter-conception of their own regarding the Soviet economy, and a formal break with Marxism. They cannot possess such a counter-conception, however, and this is why. All of my critics, without exception, are eclectics. They have begun to evolve away from revolutionary Marxism and Leninism, that is to say, they have begun in theory to depart from the class positions of the proletariat, but they do not yet know how they will end up. Some will doubtless turn back to the old positions of Leninism, others will go further in their present direction. The ideological frontier of this journey is Narodism in its Soviet edition. But many of them will possibly stick halfway, as is quite characteristic of intellectuals, between the two stations named proletariat and petty bourgeoisie. If they do end up balancing between the two classes, then my critics will never produce any kind of coherent and harmonious counter-conception at all. As regards the positions of consistent Narodism, to think them out thoroughly now, overcoming time and a period of history still not completed, and to come to their defense, is something which hardly any of my critics is capable of undertaking, being as they are, people of the passing conjuncture both in politics and in theory. They are incapable equally of a consistent proletarian or a consistent petty bourgeois point of view. That is why I am not threatened by any danger of serious criticism. That is why I am obliged to concern myself with a miscellaneous collection of my opponent's asterisk arguments and not with a system of arguments. I will begin with the most substantial objection which was brought against me, rather belatedly, by Comrade Astrov and which was later repeated by Comrade Goldenberg and others. They reproach me with a basic methodological error, consisting in counterposing the socialist sector to the whole of private economy, without differentiating the latter into capitalist elements, rural petty production, the poor peasantry, and so on. Comrade Astrov writes, "The fundamental law of development of the socialist sector of the economy, which overcomes private economy, proves to be one and the same whether one is talking about the relations of the socialist elements with the petty peasant holdings or with the capitalists, concessionaires, and so on. Point 1 Of course all forms of private economy are distinguished by the fact that they are not socialist. One can, of course, find certain general principles with which socialism approaches the whole of private economy in general. But whoever is tempted on the basis of these two general principles to construct a very simple and apparently harmonious system of two camps, on one side socialism, on the other everything else, and to seek out a single general law of socialist accumulation at the expense of private economy, for the transitional period, runs the danger of falling into useless simplicity, and his diagram will remain a crude and politically harmful vulgarization. Point 2. The theory of the transitional period must be basically a theory of a two-class society, workers and peasants. It must start from this. Socialism plus petty production must here serve as the starting point of an abstraction, after which the question of capitalism must be brought into the sphere of analysis by way of concretization. Point 8. The very start any possible misunderstandings. When I counterpose the tendencies of development of state economy, on the one hand, and private economy on the other, what is involved is investigation of objectively formed relations, and not the economic policy of the Soviet state in relation to various groups of the peasantry, private capital, and so on. And when he speaks of the general principle with which socialism approaches the whole of private economy in general asterisk, Comrade Astrov seems to be talking not only about a scientific approach, not only about investigating what exists, but also about economic policy. To confuse these things would be to create a muddle. In the general theoretical part of my analysis of the Soviet economy, I did not take on the task of concretely investigating the mutual relations between different groups of the peasantry and the socialist sector, because this is the subject of my second volume. In the first part of my book I confine myself to emphasizing the fundamental contradiction between the developing socialist sector of the economy and the whole of private economy, because this contradiction in the sphere of regulation is developing as a conflict between the law of primitive socialist accumulation and the law of value, that is, along the line of struggle between two systems, one of which is replacing the other historically, the system of commodity production and the system of planned socialist production. Between simple commodity production, represented in our economy by peasants, handicraftsmen, and artisans who do not exploit the labor of others, on the one hand, and capitalist production, on the other, there is, to use a zoological term, a difference of species, but they are economies of one and the same genus, that is, both are forms of commodity production. In counterposing all commodity production to the socialist tendencies of development, the investigator is obliged to make abstraction from the difference of species between simple commodity production and capitalist production. To refuse to investigate the laws of development of our economy on this plane is to surrender to the petty bourgeoisie in the sphere of theory. That is the first point. The second and most important proof of the correctness of my method of analysis is as follows. Who is our fundamental enemy? From what direction comes the fundamental threat to the Soviet system? From world capitalism, of course. When I counterpose the socialist sector of our economy to private economy, this private economy is to be seen as a sphere of action of the law of value, into which world economy and the world market enter as a fundamental element. The longer our system exists and the more its connection with the world division of labor increases, the clearer it will become to everyone, even to people with a provincial horizon, that the basic line of struggle between the socialist sector of our economy and the bourgeois system corresponds to the line of struggle against world capitalist economy, that it must be reflected both in the totality of our relations with internal capitalism and in our relations with internal petty production. The law of value is the law of world economy. It operates distortedly in our system, or else it is partly abolished, not because we have 100 million peasants, but in spite of their being so numerous and thanks to the existence of the socialist sector of our economy. Comrade Astrov thinks he can get out of recognizing the presence of the law of primitive socialist accumulation in our economy by making the theory of the transitional period a theory of two-class society. I assure him that if one begins to investigate from this starting point and carries it through conscientiously in the spirit of revolutionary Marxism and Leninism, without falling into national and peasant limitedness, then the law of primitive socialist accumulation will inevitably overtake the investigator, even if only as a law arrived at by the inductive method. Because the investigator will be concerning himself not with the relation between the workers and the peasants under the dictatorship of the proletariat in general, but with the relations between these classes in the actual Soviet economy of the present period. Just try to avoid when making such an investigation the fact of differentiation among the peasantry, as a result of which the development of the productive forces by way of the establishment of kulak and well-to-do holdings, that is, by way not of socialist but of anti-socialist organization of agricultural labor, is proceeding faster than the establishment of producers' cooperatives in the countryside, collective farms, mainly. Just try to avoid the problem of export, import, and the exporting groups of the peasantry, forget the interrelation between our prices and foreign prices, ignore the problems of the goods famine, accumulation, and industrialization in present conditions, that is, with the present relations between the USSR economy and world economy. The law of primitive socialist accumulation is the law of the relation between the socialist sector of our economy and not only private economy inside the country but also the whole of world economy. To turn it into a theory of the relation between state economy and peasant economy is to substitute for the problem as a whole what is only one part of it. Abstracting from the world market and our basic antagonist, and concocting a theory of a closed-in worker and peasant society and its economy means replacing Marxist investigation of the question with a Gauthamian and Philistin theory of Soviet economy. I would strongly recommend Comrade Astrov, and my other opponents who share his point of view, to hurry up and complete an investigation along these lines. It would most probably produce such a laughingstock of a result that 3/4 of our disputes would be liquidated through the intervention of a fresh factor, namely, ridicule, which, as the French say, kills. The whole of the second section of Comrade Astrov's article, entitled Comrade Prebrazhensky's Theory as Grounds for a Policy of Expropriating the Peasantry, consists of grounds for this political slander. I do not intend to reply to the political polemic in this book, because I am bypassing this particular thrust. I would merely advise Comrade Astrov to refer to the history of the labor movement and see what name is borne by those who try to incite the small proprietors to adopt socialism, and how such exercises have usually ended. Point 1. To make a pile of the arguments brought against my book, to enumerate and analyze them would be a tedious and unprofitable. In a dispute of this kind, scores of such arguments can be concocted, and would furthermore only encourage my opponent to continue this activity. I will confine my attention to 2 of them. In Comrade Astrov's opinion, by putting forward the conflict between 2 principles, that is, between socialism and private economy, 1. I forget Lenin's requirement that we take into account all the 5 social economic formations of which Lenin speaks in his pamphlet on the tax in kind, and, 2. It is not clear from my book which of these forms predominates in our country. I will deal with this piled-on asterisk argument not because it shows my opponent and his companions in a stupid light, but because of the importance of the question of how to characterize our system as a whole. When he replied to me in his feuilletons in Pravda, Comrade Bukharin reproached me with seeing only conflict and not unity in our economic system as a whole, as though the unity of our economy were not the outcome of conflict, the resultant of the struggle of the proletariat, organized in the state, armed with the state economy and supported by the poorest peasantry, against world economy. Point 1. But Comrade Astrov, in order, apparently, to corroborate Comrade Bukharin and emphasize the unity asterisk of the system, recommends me to remember about the 5 social forms. In the first place, Lenin never ceased repeating the idea of the struggle between 2 principles in our system, and sometimes he did this in such a sharp way as would nowadays positively put the wind up our communist Narodnik's star. Secondly, the mention of 5 social economic formations actually existing in our economy in no way prevents one from analyzing these from the standpoint of the struggle between 2 principles, that is, by classifying them in accordance with the fundamental historical forms of production relations. We have here in this chain 2 fundamental links. First, the socialist form with a mostly or partly cooperative periphery, a periphery of workers' cooperatives, at any rate, and then there is commodity production, both simple and capitalist. These are the 2 fundamental links, and it is necessary to keep this fact in mind in characterizing the whole system, because the relations of the state capitalist type and to some extent those of the cooperative type are intermediate relations, interstitial between these 2 basic links. They are the connecting tissue of 2 different economic forms. One cannot define the system by its connecting tissue, which exists only because the first 2 links coexist in a single system, as 2 contending principles. One cannot define the system merely in terms of one of the basic links. The socialist principle and the principle of commodity production contend with each other in our country, and also cooperate on the basis of this contention. For this reason I have long proposed that our system as a whole should be called a transitional commodity socialist system. I have not heard a single convincing argument against this way of describing it, except to the effect that a dual asterisk expression is clumsy. But the clumsiness of the expression reflects the clumsiness asterisk of our economy as a whole. When socialism is victorious in Europe, the socialist principle will triumph all along the line from the very start, and the expression commodity socialist economy asterisk will probably not be needed to describe the European economy. In any case, since Lenin rejected his term state capitalism asterisk as a description of our economy taken as a whole, our system has been traveling incognito star. It is high time to decide on some name for it. However, I do not expect much help in this respect from my opponents. The social subsoil of their criticism is not one of those foundations on which the flowers of theory bloom. As regards the question of the prevailing principle in our economy, and Comrade Astrov***'s attempts to palm off on me a recognition that capitalism is the prevailing principle, faced with the brilliant prospect of continuing the dispute on the basis of the morals prevailing in our polemics, along an already well-trodden road, I must interrupt at the very start. Comrade Astrov knows, of course, that all these artful dodges of his are so much rubbish because they contradict the fundamental presupposition and the basic conclusion of my book, as well as many passages in the text. But since the hopeless eclecticism of his own views, and his utter lack of any thought-out point of view of his own on our economy, render it impossible for him to carry on a polemic on the fundamental points of our real differences, he tries to add to the pile an argument about my being a pessimist, not knowing that his own co-thinkers are still reproaching me to this day with excessive optimism about the potential role of the socialist planning principle in our economy. There is a struggle going on at present in our country between two systems, and the prevailing one will be the one that comes victorious out of this struggle. In general, one can find crying contradictions in the arguments of my critics. Each of them wants to distinguish himself in the polemic and gathers his bits and pieces wherever he can. And since none of them has a unified, thought-out conception, but only the general tendency towards communist narodism, at every step LHF, ruard contra dictory arguments. One could write a whole article and the subject of the contradictions in T-righty of zeronance if the investigation of new probl** did nqtobhny tq off not very productive task to another time to those who in their polemic with me have ssed, without any occasion for thig emg given on my part, te harmful consequence of monopolistic decay in our state industry. J should like to recall the harm done by monopolistic decay to a certain section of Pres 8, and the extraordinary danger constituted by monopoly in criticism to such writers as Myopin nt. To deal with Comrade Gold *NBS artide in no ol Bolshevik under the heading, Questi 0ns of Economic Poly. And with his reply to me published in 6 of Bahivik_ in contrast to the Previ***s acres I Comrade Goldenberg's objections do not belong to the of crud concocted political slander. But the piling up of arguments is to be seen here too. Thus for XLE in the first of the artide 8 mentioned we find the following idea regarding the contradictions in my entire theoretical after SETI fourth view that the development of state eco to the optimum extent is at present impossible. OW*TQ the resistance of private economy, and a ec airing one at development towards socialism will mean te strength in me the socialist tendencies, increase in their relative weight, and an approach TQ optimum working of the law of primitive socialistic unibjajan. My critic concludes. In other words, the more strongly socialist industry develops and the nearer we come to socialism, the KSS equivalent WIUBR exchange with agriculture, the heavier VMB the taxes Q and the count ID, the higher will be the prices of industrial goods. For what DSE can be meant Y and a proceed to TE optimi working of primitive socialist accumulation, which must be the res, JLT of a CH in our favor. The nearer to socialism the more the alienation, the more the pumping out. This is obviously absurd, is crazy nonsense, but how can Amra Rio Raz ends draw any other conclusions than these from his own words? I have dwelt on this argument of Comrade Goldenberg's in order to show every honest reader how objections are composed in these days. This is one the consequences of the polemic against Comrade Trotsky, which has poisoned the whole atmosphere and created an unprecedented irresponsibility in polemic generally and in theoretical polemic in particular. Essentially, Comrade Goldenberg's objection is a quite childish misunderstanding and inability to handle not only dialectical but even elementary logic. Why do I speak of primitive socialist accumulation? Because it precedes true socialist accumulation and prepares the elements for the latter. How will socialist accumulation differ from primitive socialist accumulation? By the fact that it will take place in conditions when the socialist sector of the economy has placed a new technical basis under itself and developed all the economic advantages over capitalism which are inherent in it. Primitive socialist accumulation, on the contrary, takes place on the basis of technique at a lower level than under capitalism, with a lower cultural level of the workers in the state economy. What, in this connection, is the law of primitive socialist accumulation? It is the law of the overcoming of this economic and technical backwardness of the state economy, as compared with advanced capitalism. For this backwardness to be overcome there are needed, first, accumulation of material resources for expanded reproduction every year, from the state economy itself and from private, including peasant economy, and, secondly, such proportions in the distribution of labor in the state economy as will reproduce each year on an expanded scale a socialist sector based on definite equalizations of proportionality with private economy. What is the meaning in each separate year of the increase in the optimum of accumulation and the development of production in the socialist sector? The acceleration of the whole process, and so the shortening of the period of operation of the law of primitive socialist accumulation, which is a product of our socialist backwardness. Does this not mean that the more successfully the law of primitive socialist accumulation develops its working, the more it undermines the condition of its own existence? Quite correct, Comrade Goldenberg. The nearer we come to socialism, not the more but, from a certain moment onward, the less alienation will there be, because there will be greater accumulation by the state economy from its own resources and exchange will be more equivalent than at the present time. Non-equivalence of exchange with petty individual production in agriculture will appear and intensify thereafter only on the basis of the growth of large-scale socialist and cooperative agriculture no longer as a result of the working of the law of primitive socialist accumulation but as a consequence of the general economic superiority of large-scale production over small. The entire meaning of my opponent's argument can be summed up in an example like this. Comrade Goldenberg is present, let us say, at a Congress of the Commissions for Combating Illiteracy, and he says, "Comrades, there is something obviously absurd at the basis of your work. If you were to increase illiteracy you would be acting contrary to our fundamental task. But if you reduce it, then you destroy, with every step in that direction, the very reason for the existence of your commissions." After such a speech the orator who made it would probably be subjected to a medical examination to ascertain his mental state. But in a theoretical dispute they print quite similar crazy nonsense in a serious journal without arousing any doubts, and they amuse themselves at the expense of the readers as though these were little children. In his reply in No. 15-16 of Bolshevik Comrade Goldenberg, returning in one passage to the argument we have just analyzed, puts forward also a few ideas which we will stop to discuss quite briefly. Comrade Goldenberg continues to accuse me of making bald abstractions when I counterpose socialism to capitalism, and also because of my alleged opinion that the study of the transitional period must be built up on an analysis of an abstract transitional period. In actual fact I say nothing about any abstract transitional period, on the contrary, I examine the Soviet economy, that is to say, a specific economy, and I examine it at a specific period of its development, that is, in the period when the state economy is overcoming its technical and economic backwardness as compared with advanced capitalism. And the law of this period, along with the law of value, rooted in the conditions of commodity production, is also precisely the quite concrete law of primitive socialist accumulation, which constitutes the generalization of a mass of concrete facts from the life of our economy. My principal opponent, Comrade Bukharin is, however, fully guilty of the crime which Comrade Goldenberg ascribes to me. His attempt to counterpose my ideas to his own comes down to a series of general dissertations about the transformation of the law of value into a law of proportionality of labor expenditure, while the distinctive features of the present period of our economy escape his analysis. No doubt Comrade Goldenberg must have noted that fact with sorrow when he read Comrade Bukharin's feuilletons. Next, I must cause grief to Comrade Goldenberg by recalling the fact that the first volume of my book will be followed by a second, in which I shall examine, on the basis of a great deal of factual material, how the law of primitive socialist accumulation manifests itself within the state economy, how it operates on the borderlines between the state economy and private economy, and how that general economic equilibrium is established in our system which is reflected in the numerical balance. sheet of our economy for the previous year. Then it will be a great deal harder for my opponents to combat my point of view than it is now, when they can invent arguments of a general character. What I have offered up to now is only a general theoretical introduction to a concrete analysis of our economy, and not at all a theory of an abstract transitional period, because the material for such a theory is not yet available, our country being the only country where socialist construction is taking place, and being moreover a country which is not typical in its economic structure. Comrade Goldenberg's statement that I do not provide in my theoretical introduction any concrete analysis of class relations in our country is formally correct. But I have already pointed out in my reply to Comrade Astrov that the law of primitive socialist accumulation in its general form is the law of the relation between the socialist sector of our economy and the entire economy of commodity production both inside and outside the country, just as the law of value, abstracting from its transformations, for example, the law of prices of production under capitalism is the law of all commodity production in general, and manifests itself in the sphere of simple commodity production regardless of whether we are concerned with the production and exchange of a middle peasant enterprise or the poorest of the poor peasant enterprises. That the law of primitive socialist accumulation, transformed into the conscious norm of the state's economic policy, and seen from the angle of distribution of the national income, must manifest itself differently in the relations of the state economy with kulak economy in the first place, with middle peasant economy in the second place, and with the poor peasants in the third, is quite obvious. But I deliberately refrain from dealing in the first part of my work either with concrete examination of the production relations between the working class and the various strata of the peasantry, apart from isolated remarks, or with analysis of the economic policy of the Soviet state. It would be comic to raise to the level of principal objections to the arrangement of chapters in a particular book. But the transfer to this plane of the polemic against me has a certain significance. My opponents persistently importune me to express myself on the question of the roads to producers' cooperation in peasant economy and the regularity of this process. I appreciate the burning desire of my opponents to hear even from an antagonist something about a subject the theoretical working out of which has proved beyond their own powers. But would it not be more correct for them to speak the first word themselves? Since the time when I invited my critics, instead of expressing their faith in this process, to provide even a little bit of knowledge about it, not one theoretical work on this subject has been recorded in the book market. And that is not surprising. Marx observed rather acidly that nobody has yet thought of a method of catching fish in waters where they are not to be found, which in its application to our subject means that it is not possible to provide a theory of a process which has not yet begun on the mass scale, a process which has hardly begun to show itself. While not wishing to engage in a dispute with Comrade Goldenberg about questions of economic policy, I want to make 2 points here which expose his complete surrender on questions connected with our theoretical dispute. As is customary in such cases, surrender is hidden by cheating and is given the appearance of an offensive. I caught Comrade Goldenberg out in failing to understand the law which I formulated, one which says that our state economy can accumulate 4 to 5 milliards, in accordance with the prospective 5-year plan of the economy, only through the operation of the law of primitive socialist accumulation, because we have selling prices which are much higher than those that obtain abroad, and so a much less equivalent exchange with agriculture than in foreign countries. To this my critic replies, but prices are to be reduced nevertheless, and the prices of industrial goods by 20%. What a pitiful way of arguing! Where did I say that they are to be increased? I said that in the entire period of this accumulation they will be much higher than foreign prices, and that is the essence of the matter. We accumulate only on the basis of struggle against the world law of value, although the dimensions of non-equivalence gradually decline, which is the aim of our policy, to be attained precisely through accumulation. Now to the second question. Why are we obliged, even under the rather minimal 5-year plan drawn up by the State Planning Commission, to increase the fixed capital of industry during the 5-year period by 10*5%, that is, given our miserable bit of fixed capital, at a faster rate than this capital grows in capitalist countries? Precisely because this or an even faster rate is dictated to our economy by the law of primitive socialist accumulation, as the regulator of economic life, and it is dictated in struggle against the world law of value. Because if the latter law had been operating freely, such an accumulation would be economically quite senseless, since Europe is already over-industrialized. Yet, from the standpoint of expanded reproduction in our socialist sector, such an increase is a most necessary prerequisite for the self-preservation of our entire system. How is such accumulation possible? I pointed out to Comrade Goldenberg the change in the structure of the consumer's budget of the country as a result of the October Revolution, with the abolition of the landlord class and the big bourgeoisie. However, the problem of adapting social demand to production on the basis of new proportions of accumulation and distribution of labor is decided in practice only through an economic policy dictated by the law of primitive socialist accumulation, as the law of self-preservation of the system, given our present relations with world capitalism. If our country were now to become bourgeois, such proportions of accumulation would not be demanded by economic necessity, and expansion of foreign trade would solve many of the problems which we can solve only by intensive accumulation and rapid industrialization. Finally, Comrade Goldenberg's statement that there is nothing specific in the law of primitive socialist accumulation which is not known to bourgeois economics, and in particular that protectionism is well known to all capitalist countries, is a real pearl. In the first place, the specific character of our economics changes the social essence of the role played by institutions which are similar to those existing under the bourgeois regime, the methods of economic policy and so on. Secondly, as regards our protectionism in particular, not to speak of the monopoly of foreign trade, he would be really blind who did not see and understand the following things. When a young capitalist country introduces protective tariffs, 1. The law of value continues to operate and reproduce within it none other than capitalist relations, with merely a different relation between native and foreign capital. 2. Protectionism does not prevent but rather favors the import of capital into the country in question, thanks to the higher rate of profit which exists in it as compared with countries of older capitalist development. 3. Protectionism does not stop the obtaining of foreign loans by the countries concerned which, insofar as they are allocated to productive purposes, are a means of increasing the internal capital of industry at the expense of foreign resources. In our country, on the contrary, protectionism and the monopoly of foreign trade safeguard the process of expanded reproduction of socialist relations, that is, of an economy which is in a state of hidden war with the economics of world capitalism, an economy which enters into the world division of labor in a way that is quite exceptional and unprecedented in the history of commodity economy, that is, on the basis of the monopoly of foreign trade, planned exports, and, what is still more important, planned imports. Under these conditions, protectionism is not compensated by the importing of foreign capital, which does not desire to flow on a large scale into an economic system of a type alien to itself, and so the problem of accumulation presents itself to us in quite a different way than to any young capitalist country in the past or the present. Not to see the differences here between socialist and capitalist protectionism, between the role of non-equivalent exchange here and there, and so on, means, more or less, the same as not to see the difference between the Soviet state system and the bourgeois state simply because we have a class court, a militia, an army, and so on. What interests me in DZH. Nagayev's review, published in Ekonomikeskia's Hisn for June 6, is not the sharply hostile tone, because I did not expect any other in the review columns of our press, but a substantial illiteracy which the editors of the paper have allowed to pass in Nagayev's review. This illiteracy concerns the very important question of principle whether developed socialism will differ from complete communism, and it may mislead our student youth, on whom the ignorance of the reviewer may be imposed as the official viewpoint of Marxism and Leninism on the question at issue. In my lecture to the Proletarian Culture Organization on the subject of the material basis of culture in socialist society, the following passage is to be found. By socialist society I shall mean a society in which classes still exist, at any rate two basic classes: the class of workers in socialist state economy, on the one hand, and, on the other, petty bourgeois sections of the population, economically already fully subjected to planned economy, but nevertheless surviving as an independent class. Regarding this passage the reviewer writes, "It seems to us that such a childish mistake would not have been committed by any student in a workers' faculty course. We have checked through nearly all the writings of Marx and Engels, and there is not one of them where it is not said that under socialism and communism there will be no classes. Dzh. Nagayev has wasted all this labor in checking texts, because there are things which have to be sought not so much in texts as in one's own head. If a man doesn't understand, 1. what dialectics is in general, he often understands it the less the more often he mentions it, and, 2. what role is played by terminology in designating one or other state of a dialectical process, then it will be of no benefit to such a man, when he wants to solve some problem which requires knowledge of these two things, to read Marx, Engels, and Lenin 10 times over. In a developed system of communist society there will neither be classes nor a state. This does not give rise to any disputes or misunderstandings. But at the first or lower phase of communist society, though there will be no classes, though all the means of production will be socialized, nevertheless, in the system of distribution, bourgeois right will still remain and the institution of the state will not yet have been fully liquidated. On this last theme Lenin, in complete agreement on the point with Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, writes, "The state withers away in so far as there are no longer any capitalists, any classes, and consequently, no class can be suppressed. But the state has not yet completely withered away, since there still remains the protection of bourgeois right *, which sanctifies actual inequality. For the complete withering away of the state, complete communism is necessary." Point 1. And a little further on Lenin writes, "Consequently, for a certain time not only bourgeois right but even the bourgeois state remains under communism, without the bourgeoisie." This may sound like a paradox or simply a dialectical puzzle, which Marxism is often accused of inventing by people who would not take the slightest trouble to study its extraordinarily profound content. As a matter of fact, however, the remnants of the old surviving in the new confront us in life at every step, in nature as well as in society. Point 2. To proceed. What is socialism, as distinguished from communism? Lenin replies to this question. What is generally called socialism was termed by Marx the first or lower phase of communist society. Point 3. This means that under developed socialism the socialization of the means of production has been fully carried out and classes have been abolished, but there still remain survivals of bourgeois right and the bourgeois state. Developed socialism is, therefore, underdeveloped communism. What then is the position regarding the first or lower phase * of socialism? Will it exist, or will mankind, as a result of Dzh. Nagayev's having checked * the texts and found nothing on this subject, leap directly from capitalism into developed socialism? Remaining true to Marxism and, if you will, also to common sense, applying to socialist society the historical division into two phases which Marx and Lenin make in relation to communist society, and recognizing that remnants of the old surviving in the new confront us in life at every step, in nature as well as in society, I consider that developed socialism will be preceded by underdeveloped socialism which will contain remnants of the old, among which the first and foremost will be incompleteness in the socialization of the means of production, which will signify the existence of survivals of the petty bourgeois mode of production and, consequently, the presence of two classes, workers and peasants, even though with an enormous preponderance of the former. The inevitability of such a phase of development from capitalism to communism will be denied by no one. But what is it to be called? Can we call it socialism? Undoubtedly we can, because socialism is the predominant mode of production in such a system. Otherwise we should not have the right to apply the term capitalism * to present-day Britain, Germany, America, and so on, because everywhere in these countries we have very significant survivals of the petty bourgeois mode of production, and pure capitalism exists only in Marx's Capital. Point 1. Starting in my lecture from an endeavor to define exactly what meaning I ascribe to the term socialism, I declared, all questions connected with socialist society are extremely hard to examine concretely. If we do not agree beforehand what period, what state of development of socialist society is being considered. Point 2. And for this reason I warned my listeners from the start that in my lecture by socialist society I shall mean a society in which still exist petty bourgeois sections of the population, economically already full subjected to planned economy. But Dzh. Nagayev, hearing me speak of a petty bourgeois class in socialist society, marked this up against me, not even as a paradox or simply a dialectical puzzle but as a childish mistake, and through lack of dialectics in his own mind he set himself like a student to seek references in the writings of our teachers. Apparently the latter were obliged to leave traces in their works, in relation to all truths, even those as clear as twice 2 are 4, especially for the benefit of such readers as Dzh. Nagayev. Moreover, he made a bad job of his search for references. He could have found these words relevant to the question that interests him, in Engels' letter to K. Schmidt. To everyone who took part in the discussion, socialist society appeared not as something undergoing continuous change and progress but as a stable affair fixed once and for all. Z1. But if complete socialization and the absence of classes is the farther limit of the evolution of socialist society, and in the subsequent stages even the very term socialism falls away, then, conversely, some survivals of the old must exist in socialist society in the previous period, so that it may progress beyond them. And among such survivals are incompleteness in the socialization of the means of production, survival of petty bourgeois sections of the population, and a more important role played by the state than underdeveloped socialism. Thus, what Dzh. Nagayev calls my childish mistake, which would have not been committed by any student in a workers' faculty course *, is a product of Marxist application of the word socialism, while his completely worthless review reveals, if not ignorance, then at best a feeble, student-like grasp of Marxism. And most of the review sections of our periodicals are in the hands of Marxist experts of this order, or of reviewers whose aim is to please them. These people write eulogistic reviews of pamphlets and books which are often dreary and empty. Provided that the authors of these works occupy responsible positions, they lavish praise on each other in their reviews, and in relation to books like this one of mine the scientific dishonesty of their criticism is accounted to them as political virtue. For the intellectual life of our class and party, for our advance in the sphere of theory, such a state of affairs constitutes a very grave danger. A few words more about the workers' and peasants' bloc, which all my opponents without exception accuse me of having designs upon. I have always stood, I stand, and I will continue to stand. For Lenin's conception, the Bolshevik conception, of the bloc and the Bund, as it is set forth in our program and in Lenin's own articles and speeches. Rereading today both our program and all the passages in Lenin which relate to this question, I cannot find the slightest differences of principle between my views and these documents, even in regard to details. Lenin taught us to be able to grasp at each moment the most characteristic thing in a changing situation and to seize the decisive link in the chain. In the period of the new economic policy he regarded commodity exchange with the countryside as this decisive link. The party seized this link and did a great deal to set going a state and cooperative trading apparatus, and now it is faced with problems of industrial underproduction and the growth of retail prices. Struggle against this evil, against the threat to the Bund from this quarter means struggle for a faster rate of industrialization. Struggle to accelerate the process of industrialization means struggle for more rapid accumulation in industry. From this the conclusion follows, those who first pointed to the danger of industrial underaccumulation were those who first thought out the question of the fate of the workers and peasants bloc in the new stage of our socialist construction. Revision of Leninism in the direction of communist narodism will not increase the supply of goods to the countryside, will not bring retail prices down but, insofar as it is expressed in economic policy, will only drag out further the present period of underproduction. Conversely, a timely call to lay hold of this link, the link of more rapid socialist accumulation, means fulfilling the actual behests of Lenin both in the sphere of theory and in the field of practice. Life will very quickly reveal who is in the right in this dispute of ours. I am profoundly convinced that the best of my opponents, among whom I place foremost Comrade Bukharin, will have cause again and again to blush for what they have written against my book. What is the basic, or, so to speak, the original sin of my critics from the younger generation, and what is the error of the old Bolsheviks who encourage them, where understanding Lenin on the question of relations between the proletariat and the peasantry is concerned? It is that the youngsters quite seriously regard the tactical aspect of Lenin's views as the Leninist program on the peasant question, while they regard the programmatic and general formulations as conjunctural and tactical slogans connected with the circumstances of war communism. The error of the older men, who know very well what Lenin's position was, from his entire activity, beginning with the struggle against the Narodniks in the 1890*5 and ending with the struggle against the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks during and after the February and October revolutions, consists in their not taking into account the great danger of raising up, in a peasant country, a generation of youngsters who ideologically are a cross between Bolsheviks and socialist revolutionaries. Reread everything that Lenin wrote on the question at issue. Before you is a proletarian revolutionary who is trying to steer the boat of the workers' dictatorship among the reefs and hidden rocks of the stormy ocean of world capitalism and the rough inland sea of petty bourgeois elemental forces. He does not fear to make big concessions to the peasantry, in order not to disrupt the workers' and peasants' bloc, but he knows what the limits of these concessions are. These limits are dictated by his very purpose, which is to preserve the dictatorship of the proletariat. But my critics from the younger generation very naively take the concessions for the purpose, and build their understanding of the principled, programmatic aspect of Leninism entirely upon the statics of the present-day relation of class forces in one country, and not on the dynamics of the class struggle in the whole epoch of struggle between communism and capitalism on the world scale. Thereby they take a list towards what may be called a Slavophil, nationally limited interpretation of Leninism, in contrast to its international and class essence. Against this deviation, against this revision of Leninism, which reflects the pressure on the proletariat of the 22 million peasant households in our country, it is necessary to fight hard. Necessary concessions to the middle peasantry in the field of economic policy and the practice of socialist construction, as mentioned in our party program, are one thing. Quite another thing are concessions which encroach on our own, inalienable class territory, concessions in the field of Leninist theory, which can only facilitate and justify those concessions and maneuvers in the field of economic policy which Lenin himself regarded as incompatible with the fundamental purpose of our struggle. In conclusion, 2 words of reply to those who consider my analysis of the Soviet economy groundlessly optimistic. While, as we have seen, Comrade Astrov constructs a variant putting me in the dock under the sign of pessimism *, my critics have much more often brought the opposite charge against me, and have done this sincerely, without any aim of discrediting me politically. To these objections I can reply briefly with the following observation. In my work I try to give a theoretical analysis of the development of the Soviet system of economy. This development is possible only provided that inside the country the development of the state sector proceeds more rapidly than that of private economy, and, of course, that from outside we are not stifled by world imperialism. From the standpoint of the present day my analysis may seem too optimistic, but it is different if you take the line of development for a whole period. If our state economy develops with sufficient rapidity on the basis of its inherent tendencies, then things will proceed in the direction of the transformation of the Soviet economy basically as I have set forth in my book. I try to provide a theory of our development towards socialism. Thereby I decline to provide a theory for the alternative variant, that is, a theory of our dissolution in commodity economy, a theory of the downfall of our system. A social science which gazes indifferently on good and evil * does not exist. Least of all are Marxism and Leninism such sciences, being as they are, in the last analysis, merely guidance to action for the revolutionary proletariat.